And welcome to Alpha Live's coverage of the 2022 Wera Tools Motorsport UK British Kart Championship. We start the new season at the classic Shenington circuit near Banbury, which has been a mainstay on the British karting scene for more than 60 years. It's fast, it's flat, and it's got just 8 corners. Shenington rewards power, but also intelligence. Slipstreaming is going to be key, but also knowing where to defend without sacrificing straight line speed is essential. Now, 6 of the 11 classes that make up the British Championship are in action today. 175 drivers across IAME, TKM, X30 and the KZ2 gearbox class. Over the next 7 months, through 12 events, we're going to be following more than 450 drivers as they traverse the nation on their quest to become a British kart champion. And we cannot wait to have you on board. But we start the season with some sad news. Earlier this month, the karting world was stunned to hear of the tragic and untimely passing of Ashley Todd. For more than 2 decades, Ashley was a successful, popular and hugely respected member of the karting paddock, not just in the UK, but all over the world. Starting as a driver, but then as a mechanic, team owner, chassis specialist, and most recently, an importer for Kart Republic and a key member of the IAME Motorsport team. In addition to his numerous accolades, Ash helped guide and mentor hundreds of young karters, many of who have gone on to have successful careers in motorsport. Ash's passing leaves a void in our sport that will never be filled, and everybody involved in the British Kart Championship sends their deepest condolences to Ash's family and his many, many friends. We'd also like to take this opportunity to remind everyone that if you or if someone you know might be struggling to cope, please don't be afraid to pick up the phone or knock on the door and talk. There is always someone who will listen. Ashley Todd was 42 years old.
Well, thank you very much, Henry, for that brilliant introduction to the first round of the 2022 Wera Tools British Kart Championships. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Wera Tools British Kart Championship. I am your commentator, Anthony Jordan. Henry Burdett joining us as well. We're here, Shenington, the sun is shining, and we're here for an absolutely fantastic day of racing. Plenty of races coming up, and of course, for the ladies and gentlemen at home, yesterday was a fully filled day of racing. Also, we had heats all the way through the day, unfortunately, but we couldn't cover those. But we will give you the results for those, and the results, of course, will be on Motorsport Dash Timing. You can head there. Ian Rogers yesterday working in timing. Absolutely fantastic job. It's karts heading their way out onto circuit. I believe this is still one of the warm-up sessions. I believe this is the Senior X30s out for their warm-up session. They have not yet started the first heats of the day. Heat 1 of the day will be race 9 of the weekend. Junior TKM, they'll be going out a little bit later. Hopefully their race start time will be about 10 o'clock. Then it's race 10, TKM Extreme, KZ2, Junior X30, Junior TKM, TKM Extreme, and KZ2 back out there. And then it goes to the lunch break. Ladies and gents, while Henry makes his way up from the pit lane, we'll take a short break. We'll be back in just a moment until the first heats head out on circuit. Morning, ladies and gentlemen. Morning, Henry.
Hello. Morning, Anthony. Welcome back.
Yes, we're back. 2022 is here, ladies and gents. We're here racing at Shenington. The sun is out finally this weekend. It's been, well, it was lovely on Thursday, and then, well, Friday, Saturday. Well, it was miserable, wasn't it?
A bit glum.
A bit glum, wasn't it?
The sun is shining.
It is indeed.
The sun shines on the righteous. And the first event of the 2022 Wera Tools British Kart Championship. Hello to everybody here on the Alpha Live YouTube channel, the Motorsport UK Facebook page. Oh, look, there's us, Anthony.
It is, yes.
Oh, dear.
Well, yeah, no, that's an interesting photo you got of yourself there, Henry. I quite like it. Thumbs up.
Thumbs up.
Thumbs up for the weekend, yep. Obviously, yeah, myself, Anthony John, Henry Burnett joining you in the commentary box. Here's a look at the circuit itself, 1,818 metres in length. I'm pretty sure that's not the KZ version of the track,
The KZ version is the longer bit there on the left-hand side. 1,200 metres for the KZ.
Yes, yeah, it says it right there. 7 turns in total.
No,
I think 1960.
I think there's 8, see? I think I counted 8. But hey, who cares? What's a corner between friends?
Yes, yeah, exactly like that. Established 1960. It's nearly as old as you, Henry.
Nearly as old as me.
Nearly as old as you. 26 feet of elevation.
Well, I don't know where those 26
I don't know where that 26 feet is.
It's as flat as a
pancake. Yes, I think that's a bit of a second that one, but it's fine. Look at the weather though. Sun is out. There's scattered clouds. It's still a bit murky, but as you can see there, lots of blue sky. Absolutely fantastic. And you know what? It's so good to be back. There is no chance of rain today.
Nope, zero, none.
Yeah. Very much looking forward to today. It's going to be
sun's out, guns out.
Sun's out, guns out.
That's the one.
Exactly that. But you look out on the track, and you can see marshals and stewards and all sorts out there, all wrapped up, coats, woolly hats, everything like that.
Yes, well, it's not that warm.
No.
It's still April in the UK, Banbury, Oxfordshire, so it's not exactly Tropicana.
Yeah.
But welcome aboard, everybody. Welcome to everybody on the live chat. Hello.
Hello, everyone. Yes, we've got Jan Exelman's joining us. We've got Reese Porter. Yeah. Mr. Kias?
Mr. Cruz. But Monday Junior Canini, our South African-based driver, who is racing with us this year. Excellent. So that's going to be good and plenty more. So please keep your comments coming in on the Alpha Live YouTube channel. Now, if you're watching this on the Alpha Live Facebook page or the Motorsport UK Facebook page, you can't chat. But if you're watching on the YouTube channel, you can. We'd love to hear your comments. What's up next, DJ?
Junior TKM, race 9 of the weekend. Heat 1 is coming up next.
Lovely.
Oh, the first race of the day, Henry.
First race of the year for us.
Well, yeah, first race of the year.
18 drivers in Junior TKM, a really strong grid.
Yep.
There's number 88 cut, Tyler Harris. Now, Tyler Harris, he's got the Chinese flag there, so his mum's Chinese and his dad's English.
Right.
Which is why he's got the Anglo-Chinese flag on his car. He's the only driver in the field who has won at this level in Junior TKM.
Now, believe it or not, that man with the Union Jack flag on his helmet there, now that is a driver called Leo Robinson, but not Leo Robinson that you think of. We've got two Leo Robinsons this weekend.
2 Leo Robinsons.
And this weekend as well.
Yes,
Not to confuse ourselves.
We've got Junior X30 Leo Robinson, who we saw with Mini X30 last year.
Yes, we did.
And we've got rookie Leo Robinson in Junior TKM for the Tim Wilson Motorsport team in Kart number 30.
It's a racer's name.
It's obviously a fast name. It's a Welsh flag there. First Welsh flag of the year. That would be on Sasha Bagley. That's Sasha, young Sasha. She's making her debut in the British Kart Championship this year. Seth Hathaway, a fellow in the Stilo crash helmet there, a fellow Welshman from down Pembroke Way.
Classic motorsport driver.
Yes, the grid is coming up very shortly. Say 18 drivers. 2 of the top 10 seeds from last year are back. Leon Frost and Olivia Jakins, the 7 and the 8. Lots of other drivers moved on. Aidan Mitchell is back. Also, we're looking for Dara McInerney, the E-plate holder.
I believe that was one here last weekend.
Something like that,
Something like that.
Dara's the one that designed his own crash helmet. Designs and paints his own crash helmets, is Dara.
Excellent.
So there we go.
Well, I wouldn't know the first place of designing a helmet.
Well, I mean, bit of colour.
Bit of colour?
Splash of colour.
Bit of paint. What sort of paint would you use?
Well, I mean, you got it's a reflection of your personality, Anthony.
Is it? I don't have a personality, so.
Oh, there we go. Mine would be very dark, and yours would be bright pink. There
Probably.
How's that?
Yeah,
How's that?
We'll go with that.
There we go. Looking in the eyes of one of our contenders there, just focused, waiting to go out on the circuit. That, I think, is the outside of the front row.
Yeah, I think it could be Patrick Leaf.
Patrick Leaf?
I believe it
Or
is.
Yeah, it's
Or
Patrick
it could be
Leaf.
a little further behind.
And
I'm
there's
not
the
too
number
sure.
51 cart just on the other side of things. So we're looking at Patrick Leaf. There's the number 51 cart of Jake Humphrey. Not that Jake Humphrey, because he does some TV presenting.
He does, yeah.
No. This is racer Jake Humphrey, and there is a glance at Stratford Corner. Now that's the direct drive Stratford Corner. The KZ2 Stratford Corner is about 100 metres behind the camera.
Yes.
But don't worry, the camera's going to turn round, so we'll see it in KZ2.
There's also a camera down there.
Is there?
There is.
Ooh,
Yeah.
Alpha live. But there it is. No, that's still the.
No, that's the KZ corner.
Is it? Is it?
So yeah,
That's the KZ corner. Okay,
Yeah.
fair enough. Very good. Very good.
Yeah.
And there was the KZ2 E-plate was also here last week. And we're going to see the KZ2 E-plate out in action. That's Dan Gould. He'll be there in action later on as well. There is a look at the entrance into not Hangar Ben, but that is down
Wilkins.
at Wilkins, named after one of the stalwarts, the late Tony Wilkins, who was one of the founder members of Shenington Kart Club, which has been in existence as the
1960.
1960. Yes.
Wow.
I know.
The
greats have driven here. Nigel Mansell's raced here over the years, along with all the current Formula One crop of Brit from the UK. Over the years, many famous names. But we're waiting there. There's the number 51 kart.
Yeah. Jake Humphrey in the 51 there, you could just see. And
there's our outside pole sitter.
Yes.
Patrick Leaf. Entered as a privateer driver.
Yeah.
Behind him there's Tyler Harris, and behind Tyler there you can just see, now there's Leo Robinson with the Union Jack on the top of his crash helmet.
Yep.
That's TKM Leo Robinson.
TKM Leo Robinson.
Yes, we're gonna have to differentiate between the two.
We are.
TKM Leo Robinson, X30 Leo Robinson.
Yeah.
Should we have a look at the starting grid?
Let's have a look at the starting grid, ladies and gents. First time of the year, why not? Let's do it. Pole position and the front row, the number 7, Leon Frost and Patrick Leaf, like we were saying on there. Darren McInerney and Tyler Harris will round out row number 2.
Row number 3, Jake Humphrey and Leo Robinson. Row 4, Ollie Rands and Aidan Mitchell.
Lovely stuff, look at that. Row number 5, Luke Bate and Joe Cheek. On that 5th row, Joel Hull and Olivia Jenkins will round out row number 6.
Row number 7, Johan Kalachern and Seth Hathaway, Luke Jarman and Sasha Bagley round out row number 8.
Row 9 and the final row of the grid, Oliver Bourne and Jack Stewart will give us our 18 karts out there. What are your predictions for this one, Heza?
Well, in true TKM fashion, they're going to be all together. There's going to be lots of slipstreaming, lots of good racing. Indeed, I don't think we're going to get a breakaway in this class at all. As the lights change to green, we're off and racing in 2022. Into the first 2 corners we go, and already we've got a spinner, and that would be the number 30 kart of Leo Robinson has gone off, and he's taken a few more with him. The number 18 as well of Luke Jarman, another one of our rookies. Meanwhile, Leon Frost leads us up to Stratford Corner on lap number 1 of this 10 minutes plus 1 lap race.
Yep, good start then for, well, the majority of the field. Obviously a bad start for a couple others as they go through. Then they come through the Bruno chicane. Out they go now, down Hangar Straight in towards Hangar Corner. Very fast section of track. You're fully pinned through this section. Really tricky braking zone into the Wilkins corner and the Wilkins complex as they go through chopping and changes in the mid-pack, but a clear breakaway as we go across the line. It's a very close group. Leon Frost leading from Tyler Harris. Patrick Leaf holding on to 3rd place. Darren McInerney in that E-plate is still there in 4th place. Dropped 1 position. The same with Patrick Leaf. Tyler Harris with a better start, getting up into 2nd place from that 2nd row, and you can see there down the inside comes Tyler Harris at the hairpin, gets it done as another kart's off.
The 57 car, that's Jack Stewart. So Jack Stewart, privateer driver on the EOS chassis, the plain white bodywork there, having a few problems now. Luckily, all the drivers involved in that first lap incident at Cafe Corner are back in the race. So we've got a full complement of 18 drivers still running, but as you can see, the lead group is getting thinned down slightly. We're down to about 10 or 11 karts up the front. There's a move at the back of one of the Tim Wilson karts making a move, possibly Olivier Jenkins in the number 8 making a move on Aidan Mitchell, but Tyler Harris continues to lead.
Yep, it's a good start, but like you say, leading, but not by much, because Leon Frost is right on that rear bumper. Now this is where we always see the moves happen. They'll tuck into the slipstream here. Are we going to see a dive? No, we're not, because you saw there the hand gesture, just that little hand gesture from Leon Frost, just saying, right, come on, let's go, let's not try and battle. We got 8 minutes left. loads of time. Let's open up a gap, see if we can break away. You can just see there Patrick Leaf holding on to third place there as they go through. You know, it's Patrick Leaf, one of the rookies this year, isn't he?
Yeah, he's one of the rookies. He's one of the Talco-supported drivers, entered as a privateer. But there we go. We're down to a group of 9 at the front as they come around Wilkins. This is lap number 3, fastest lap of the race so far. Olivia Jenkins, who now it's actually Joe Cheek, the Klassen Motorsport number 70. That's key. He's the back of the group, so he is pushing along, and he's got the slipstream of all the drivers in front of him. They're breaking the air and just giving him a nice tow as they come down Stratford Straight towards Stratford Corner. You go out the Stratford Corner. Now this is onto the back straight. This is Runway Straight before we head into the Bruno Chicane, which is named after Bruno Ferrari, the only driver to win 3 British karting titles in one day in history. So that's the Bruno Chicane. Now onto Hanger Straight into Hanger Corner, and now under the braking for Wilkins, which is a 2-part corner, the right and then the left out onto Park Straight. Just for those of you that are unfamiliar with the names here at Shenington, we go down Park Straight into Park Bend, which we're at now, then Cafe Corner.
Favourite corner room.
Favourite corner of the circuit, out of Cafe Corner, and then you're into Pitts Bend, which leads you back out onto Stratford Straight. Behind the banking is the Glider Club, and those gliders get very low.
They do indeed. Well, they got low yesterday only because the wind was blowing in a certain direction. They had to land in a certain direction.
Is that?
But, well, that's how aviation works.
There we go. Does it? Oh, there we go. I mean, I blow hot air all over the place. So, I mean, I have no idea about direction. Here we go. Then the top 4 starting to break away in 5th position. Joe Cheek, the number 70 kart, beginning to lose a little bit of touch.
Yeah, just a little bit. Not too much. As down the inside there goes the number 8 of Olivia Jenkins. Tries to get that move done. Fails to do so, slots back into position, loses a bit of time there, drops off those top 3 now, because you got to remember, it's still 6 minutes. You got to just be patient.
This is just the cat and mouse things, you know. And we've got people there saying, "Go on, Tyler." You've got this. That's Braden Hill giving some support to Tyler Harris. You've got some support for Dara McInerney as well from Rambling Gamer. Good luck to Dara McInerney. And Dara is down in 7th place, so Dara not in this lead group. But look at the driver in 5th place. That's number 70 kart of Joe Cheek. Now, he was about 10 kart lengths off the back, but he's got using that slipstream to just tuck down. He's now catching the number 22 of Patrick Leaf, who slipped to 4th position. And don't count out the drivers behind. Ollie Rands, the number 27, Dara McInerney and Jake Humphrey in 6th, 7th and 8th. They've still got a chance. And there's the number 22, Patrick Leaf, going for a move coming out of Wilkins, and it didn't quite work. Unsettles the kart, cost him a little bit of ground. Yeah,
just a little bit. You know, it's just the waiting game for this first half. Still 5 minutes to go. We're only halfway through the heat, so still plenty of time to get this done. Now, like you were saying, fast lap of the race on that one was Joe Cheek in the 70. He's had a great start to this race, up 5 places. Also, Oliver Bourne as well in 11th place, the number 34. He's up 6 places. Sasha Bagley also up 3. So there's plenty of moves happening through that mid-pack and down in the lower end of the field as well. So just keep an eye. And remember, when these start battling at the front, everyone else behind will close in.
They will, and here comes a move for the lead. Olivia Jenkins takes the lead. She passes her Tim Wilson Motorsport teammate Leon Frost, and Jenkins takes the lead. Jenkins, who started back on the 6th row of the grid, Anthony.
Yep.
Great early start, and again, this is experience, that little bit of experience. It's no coincidence that the 3 drivers that did the best in this championship last year are running 1, 2 and 3 already.
Yeah, it is great to see, isn't it? The sun is shining on them and they are giving us a great performance. First race of the day and first race of the year for the viewers at home as well, and they're giving us an absolute stormer. Junior TKM, always one of the favourite classes to race out there, purely because of the close action that they provide.
Yeah, we did have heat races yesterday for IAME and X30.
We did,
for Junior and Senior X30. The TKMs and the KZ2 didn't race yesterday, so we're seeing all their races today. Will get you fully up to speed into what happened in the heats in IAME Junior and Senior X30 later, before we see them for their repercharges, their pre-finals and their finals. But it's focused on TKM at the moment. Now, Leon Frost tucking in behind his teammate there into the slipstream coming out of Cafe Corner through Pitts Bend. Isn't making a move yet. They're going to try and push away a little bit. You can see Frost almost just, staying in Olivia's wheel tracks. They're not moving out, not making a move, looking over the shoulder. Their little hand signals which they're saying, come on, let's push away. 3 minutes to go. Not quite sure they're going to get away. Tyler Harris is still right there, and if Tyler does fall back a little bit, he's got the number 70 kart of Joe Cheek, that Klassen Motorsport number 70, to push him along. So we got a 4-kart battle. The key player, believe it or not, in the battle at the moment is the number 70 kart of Cheek. If Cheek can stay with Harris and keep pushing Harris, we'll continue to have a 4-kart battle. If Cheek drops away, he won't be able to push Harris up, and it will be a head-to-head between the two TWM drivers.
Yes, it will be, so we'll keep a very close eye on that one. Time slowly running out, under 3 minutes, plus that one additional lap is down the inside there. Goes Joe Cheek, and the number 70 gets it done at the hairpin and goes up into 3rd place. But now, of course, that's opened up a bit of a gap between the two of the groups that they've got here, so they've got to work together. But we know Joe Cheek has got the pace because he's at previous fastest time, and you can just see there smacking the steering wheel.
Tyler Harris not happy with
not happy at all.
No, he was not happy. He wanted Joe Cheek to help him there, and Tyler's now maybe a little bit concerned that he hasn't got the pace and that he is going to start fading back into 4th position. Another look over the shoulder from Frosty. Just to see where his nearest rivals are. Now, he knows that it's not done and dusted yet, so he's going to keep pushing Olivia all the way. Now, he's going to. I'm convinced he's going to push down Stratford Straight. We're not going to see a passing move yet, and we're not seeing Jenkins defend because Frosty now is in control of things, so he knows he's going to look over his shoulder again. There it is, just to see. Now, it's working. It's working. 2 minutes to go, plenty of time. This is lap number 11. We don't know how many laps it's going to go, but 2 minutes plus a lap.
Yeah, so you can just see in the back of shot, Tyler Harris has not dropped off. That's the main thing.
No.
Not dropped completely back. So, yeah, lost the position, got frustrated, got a bit flustered, calmed down, back out there.
Yep.
Now is clawed onto the back. You can see there what I say he's calm. Not fully calm down.
It's a relative term. It's a relative term.
A relative term. Yeah, obviously they're going to want to catch up. But as soon as Leon Frost goes from them, to which will he? I mean, we're only in a heat race.
Oh, we're in a heat race, but a win's a win.
Oh, a win is a win.
I can't see a reason why at this stage of the season Leon will want to sit behind. So while you look at the leaders, behind the top 4, I'll run through the rest of the field very quickly. 5th is Dara McInerney, 6th is Ollie Rand, Luke Bate is at the 7th, Patrick Leaf has slipped back to 8th, then Jake Humphries 9th, Aidan Mitchell rounds out the top 10, followed by Sasha Bagley, Oliver Bourne, Joel Hull, Seth Hathaway, Johan Callachurn, Leo Robinson, Luke Jarman and Jack Stewart. That's your running order. 1 minute to go.
Excellent. Good. Nothing's happened. You're all fine.
There we go. So we got the Class of Motorsport, that black and silver Class of Motorsport car. That's the ARC chassis that Joe Cheek is using. Now the two Tim Wilson Motorsport drivers, they're on the Birrell ART chassis. You see the red tubing on the chassis, and then you've got the Talco chassis of Tyler Harris. But it does look as though there's these two, the two teammates, working in unison.
Yeah.
The atmosphere between 3rd and 4th is a little bit tetchy, I have to say. Tyler
tense.
Harris is somewhat, he's somewhat aggrieved, I think, that Joe is not pushing him and that he passed him earlier on. But to Tyler's credit, he's now getting his head down and he is working with Joe to try and catch these two leaders. The gap is stable at about 0.7 of a second, no more. There's the battle for 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th and 9th. Behind them, led by McInerney. And you've got the orange cart that Aidan Mitchell all on his own in 10th. But there we go, so the clock has struck 0. Next time around, they will see the motorsport-timing.co.uk last lap board, courtesy of our good friend and colleague, Mr. Ian Rogers.
They will indeed. There we go. There's one plug.
One
plug we do is equals to 1 minute of dancing time we're allowed in the time. Yeah. When they play the music at the beginning of the weekend. So yes, I will enjoy that because PFI will be next the next round, won't it? So yeah, for the road tax classes. So I'll be enjoying that 1 minute dance that we're allowed. Oh, there's a move there down the inside. Goes Leon Frost, gets it done at Wilkins. Olivia Jenkins tries to fight back but can't quite do it. Now this is crucial because Olivia's now in the prime position to go for a move in the final lap.
And you know what? Leon Frost has timed that perfectly because he hasn't given Olivia any chance to really figure out where Leon's kart is strong. He's let Olivia lead all the way and now we've got less than 1 lap to go. So Leon's only got to defend once into each corner, which he's doing. The second, the 3rd and 4th place karts are closing right in. It's a 4-kart battle right to the end, but watch Leon hug those white lines now. He's got to defend, coming down Hanger Straight and into Hanger Corner, but there's a move for second, and that's given Leon Frost an incredible advantage as Cheek makes his move. Yeah,
Cheek makes the move. Tyler Harris comes through as well. Tyler up into 3rd place. Olivia Jenkins now down into 4th place as they go through, but Leon Frost now after that has got a nice advantage. 1 more corner to go out of the final heat of the day, and Leon Frost is going to take it for Junior TKM across the line. From neck and neck across the line, Joe Cheek just takes it from Tyler Harris. Olivia Jenkins crosses in 4th place. Luke Bate will cross in 5th place from Dara McInerney. The E-plate dropped 3 positions on that last lap, down into 6th place. Ollie Rands will cross in 7th from Patrick Leaf. Jake Humphrey in 9th place from Aidan Mitchell, rounding out the top 10. Sasha Bagley will finish in 11th place from Oliver Bourne, Joel Hull, Seth Hathaway, Yihan Kalachern, and Leo Robinson. Luke Jarman and Jack Stewart, who I don't think has crossed the line, but he will finish in P18. There he goes. Cool, perfect. Well, I think first race of the day, that was a pretty good one.
Yep, exactly. Now we talked about in the intro there about how speed is key. You need power, but you need to know where to defend, because without sacrificing straight line speed, Leon Frost did a perfect job of that. He timed his move to perfection, because yes, Olivier Jenkins didn't have a chance to suss out where she might have launched a counter-attack on Leon Frost. By the time, that she had been passed, Leon only had the 1 lap to go, so he only had to really defend once into the critical defending zones, which is Stratford Corner, and by the time they got to Bruno's, Olivier had been passed by Joe Cheek and Tyler Harris. So very smart driving there from Leon Frost, the opening win of the season, to the highest ranked returning seed from 2021.
Indeed, fantastic stuff there. Well, I think first race of the day done. Tick, get the pen. Tick
Tommy
that one off the list.
Saying Tyler Harris, support is Tyler Harris. So again, thank you for your comments.
Keep them coming in.
Sam Hawthorne says, missing the road tax boys, Anthony. Well, we're not going to be missing you next time at PFI, which is the 7th and 8th of May.
Yep.
So we're going to be seeing the road tax classes there. Welcome aboard once again to everybody on the YouTube live chat. There is a look at the Paddock area, the Parc Ferme area. Drivers coming in. There's the number 34 car in the foreground. That's Oliver Bourne. Started on the back row of the grid, but came up strongly there to finish in 12th place, privateer driver. And the staff here at Shenington, the number 61 car, that's Sasha Bagley. Well, Sasha, she finishes 11th on her British Championship debut for the Class A Motorsport team. Look at that. How did I know that?
Well,
because I've learned to read, boys and girls, over the winter. I've been a busy boy.
Oh, yes. Good stuff.
Oh, now there's, that's Leo Robinson.
Yeah,
that's Leo Robinson in the background. That's TKM Leo Robinson.
Yep.
Obviously. And
that's going to confuse me over today, I think.
Oh, it's going to be, yes. So we've got 2 Leo Robinsons. We've got 2 Leo Robinsons racing, but he's not racing twice. It's 2 different entities, both racing in 1 class each.
Yes, which is a first, I think, for us. Usually it's the same driver racing in 2 different categories.
So once again, also, this is going out live across the globe.
It is.
Please tell us on the YouTube chat, where are you watching us from?
Where are you watching from?
Let us know where you're watching us from.
And what time is it where you're watching? I'm always curious about the times around the world. I'm always like, because I could sit here and try and work it out. But I can't bother. So,
and I could try and work it out, but I ain't that bright.
No.
There's Ollie Rands, 7th place for Ollie. On his British debut, not a bad effort whatsoever. There's the Talco number 22 of Patrick Leaf. So again, we talk about, obviously very quick driver, Patrick, but lost out to experience. In that one, went backwards a little bit, but a good little finish, finishing 8th. Starting on the front row of the grid. Yes, indeed. Yeah, it is a tough old grid, and it just shows that you do need to get your elbows out a little bit. You can put in a quick lap in qualifying, no issues whatsoever. But it's the racecraft that's going to win you the race. Yep, and there's Tyler. There's Tyler Harris. Just the top drivers will go in through scrutineering. They come out of a different area, and they'll be put into those little pens, whilst their mechanics or take off whatever the scrutineer is asked to see. The scrutineers will say, I want to see X, Y, and Z off those carts to make sure that they are all legal. And we'll be back very shortly because it's TKM Extreme up next. It's the older of our 2 TKM classes. That'll be with us very, very shortly. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed, as Henry was saying there, TKM Extreme race 10 of the weekend, but their Heat 1 will be heading out onto the circuit in just a moment's time. They're all lined up on the dummy grid, but have not been released yet. Their start time for this race is 20 past the hour, so it is in a couple of minutes' time. Ooh. So we've got about 2.5 minutes. 2.5 minutes. To be precise. Oh, there you go. 2.5 minutes of chinwag time, ladies and gents. Get your comments in, get your questions in. Let us know where you're watching from. Mark Hilditch watching in Utrecht in Holland. Hello, the sunny town of Newmarket. Ooh. Irina Farrell's watching on the motorway. Is she coming here, or is she? Or is she in a traffic jam on the motorway, or is she a passenger? I'm hoping she's a passenger in a car on the motorway. Yeah.
well, there we go. Case Cole joins us. Good luck to everyone this weekend, especially Croc Promotion, all the way from Ireland.
And Paddock is watching from India. It's 2:46 in the afternoon out there. Oregon in the US now. That's Western states.
Right.
US, so it's not Eastern Standard Time, which is 5 hours behind. It is Pacific Coast Time, which is 7 or 8 hours behind. It may or may not be 2 a.m. here. But you know what? When it gets to 2 a.m. and I'm still awake, I'm not quite sure what hour it is either, I got to say.
No,
but good to
not.
have you on board wherever you are. Now, let's have a look at some of the personalities in TKM Extreme. There's Harvey Roth, the number 63. Now, hang on a second. Now, bear with me. Harvey's dad gave me some there. The 17-year-old Harvey Roth. Now, Harvey's dad always gives us some great stuff. He's sponsored by M2 Computing Limited, and he's given us there. Now, what is Harvey doing? He's at Chichester College studying a level 2 motorsport course. And then works at Brighton Karting, at an indoor karting circuit where we both started out in life.
Yes.
Yes. Though,
well, no, I didn't start in indoor. I started on outdoor. But there we go. I'll forgive you for that. I started
indoor karting.
Well, there you go.
Boring the tyre bale on the pit bend.
Spencer Lane, the privateer on the Talco chassis, and you can just see in the lovely orange. Yeah, yes, orange, yes. Gold, yellow, gold. Yeah, I don't know.
It's like a can of tango,
basically. It is. Or.
Not saying it.
No.
Not saying it. Well, wait there. The elixir of the gods.
No, it's
Shenington
Go on.
has Iron Brew for sale in the burger van.
You almost fell over when you saw that, didn't
wow.
you?
I mean, my cup of joy overflowed. There we go. There's enough of that. The elixir of the gods.
Oh. Why does everyone think I miss Rotax?
Well, I don't know. Do you? Anthony's missing all the road. Well, I mean,
yeah.
I mean, when we were road tax, you missed the IAME
Well,
drivers.
yeah, exactly.
But don't worry, Cole and Sam Hawthorne. We'll be back with you with the road tax drivers.
Yes.
The next round of the British Championship on May the 7th and 8th
yes.
at TF International.
We're IAME. We're TKM, and we're KZ this weekend, ladies and gents.
Yes. Hello to Matteo Tavarelli. That's a proper Welsh name, that is.
Yeah.
Here we go. The signal has just been given, and TKM Extreme are coming out onto the circuit. Let's have a look to see how they line up.
Yes, indeed. Chris Whitten and Adam Sparrow will lock out that front row. Lee Whittingham and Harvey Roth will round out row number 2.
Sam Johns and Ashton Cox on row 3. Isaac Marsh and Spencer Lane are on row number 4.
Michael Cornell and Kai Springfield will round out row 9 with Charlie King and Aaron Lask on row number 6.
Row 7, Jack Saunders and Archie Strong. Ben Watson and Megan Lawson go from row 8.
Row 9, Tom Johnson and Charlie Gromit. Row number 10, the top 20, Kim Bennett and Fen Chapman. I'll get that right.
You'll get that right. It's early,
it's early in the season. It's early in the day.
Yeah.
And you stayed at my house last night, and we all know how much you snore, so...
Well, I mean, people don't, but they do now. I thought I was very well behaved. You only had to throw 5 things at me to wake me up this morning.
It's quite funny.
Literally, you've been throwing things at me.
I did.
Across the spare room to wake me up. But none of that. Here we go. Lights are not green.
False start.
Oh, so we're going to have to... So Sam Johns is getting support. So we've got some returnees to the championship. It's good to see Louis Bevan, former competitor, and Sam. Very sad thing. Sam Johns is the only member of the last driver competing in the British Championship who was a member of the Landau Kart Club before Landau Kart Club went away.
Yeah.
And became another thing.
Became an international.
Yes, international karting. But so Sam Johns is the last member of the Landau Kart Club, still racing in the British Championship. Which there you go. Go on, Spadders. Adam Sparrow. He's in kart number 19.
Starting on the front row.
Yep. So we're going 2020 champion. 6th in last year's champion, but didn't want to use that number.
No, he didn't.
No, he was quite specific about that. He said, no, this is number 19. I haven't used number 19 for 5 or 6 years, but it was my original number. So there you go.
Which is fair enough.
Chris Whitten, number 5. Good to see Lee Whittingham back in the championship. Lee, number 34, top 10 driver in 2020. Had family issues last year, but he's back this year. Now lights are green. Now we're off and racing.
Yep, good start then from the front row. Chris Whitten gets an early breakaway, but Will Sparrow get that inside. A bit of a jostling there as a couple karts starts running wide, but everyone gets round.
And somebody, one of the Tim Wilson Motorsport karts there right at the back in trouble. That possibly could be Fen Chapman, or it could have been Charlie King. Now, Charlie King was the only driver that raced in juniors last year and has moved up this year. So he's the only junior graduate. But we've got Harvey Roth and Jack Saunders. They're in their second season as a senior. Oh, we've got two karts spinning off there. And that's the number 7. That's Spencer Lane. And the number 40 kart.
Isaac Marsh.
Oh, so again, two of the more experienced drivers.
Yep.
Having a little bit of a territorial dispute at Bruno Chicane on the opening lap. And it has meant that the lead group has sort of separated itself. The top 5 have broken clear. Now, Chris Whitten was very, very fast yesterday in practice. There was a few drivers there a bit concerned, thinking, oh my goodness, is Chris going to be able to get away at the start? Well, he's leading at the moment, but Adam Sparrow and Harvey Roth are in touch, and they're going to do their best to hunt him down. Now, what I would say is that if the drivers are concerned about how fast Chris Whitten is, in terms of they think on his own he might be able to break away, instead of slipstreaming, watch how they try and drag him into a pass. They'll try and get involved and sort of peg him back, get him into a group of karts, because if they think, oh, a one-on-one scrap, then he's got the pace.
Yeah.
So I'm going to need to manufacture a big group at the front of the field. Start line investigation for Spencer Lane.
Well, I don't think that was a start line investigation. I think that's for the Bruno chicane.
It was an incident, a lap 1 investigation. So we've got 5 karts at the front: Whitten, Sparrow, Roth, Whittingham and John. So there were 2 returnees, Lee Whittingham and Sam Johns. John's the number 27 kart are up there. There goes Sam Johns into P4. Now, they'll all be very careful, because they'll know, the whole grid will know that Chris Whitten has got the pace to beat at the moment. So we've got to be very smart. If we start battling, we're not going to, even working together, we might not catch them up. But Sparrow and Roth doing a very, very good job. Interesting to see how Harvey Roth, what's the word? How he maintains his composure. Last year he was quick, but he did ruffle 1 or 2 feathers with some somewhat aggressive driving, shall we say. So it has Harvey's maturity in the class, and already we're seeing him. He's not making a move, he's sitting and watching and waiting, which is good.
Yes, it is good. 7.5 minutes to go, plus that 1 additional lap. Adam Sparrow goes to the fastest lap of the race, 45.060. Pretty quick time, it's about a tenth faster than Chris Whitten on that last lap. But like you say, he's not going for the overtake, but it shows that Sparrow has the pace to potentially go for that overtake if need be. If he starts to see Chris Whitten starting to pull away, he's going to absolutely kind of lick the stamp and send it in a corner, just to prevent him from breaking away and bring him back into that group.
Yep.
Who's the 2 that are just behind there as well?
Charlie King and Ashton Cox.
Believe so, yes.
So King for the Tim Wilson Motorsport team, Cox for the Klassen Motorsport team. Then you've got Saunders in 8th, Lask in 9th, Springfield is 10th, Archie Strong, Ben Watson, Michael Cornell, and the rest: Tom Johnson, Megan Lawson, Kian Bennett, Spencer Lane, Charlie Gromit, Isaac Marsh and Fen Chapman. Yeah,
I think Fen was a bit slow out of the Wilkins corner there on the last lap. I'm not sure what happened.
Maybe a kart issue, or maybe driver missing his apex issue.
Yeah, not too sure, but yeah, it was a 52.6 last time compared to all the 45s that we're seeing for the rest of the field. So yeah, something clearly didn't go to plan. New
fastest lap for Cardiff's Sam Johns, 44.94. Sam, the last time Sam entered the British Championship, because we did the first round, I crashed, we'd done 1,500 quid worth of damage and went home.
Right.
Yes.
That's how you do it.
He's having a much better time of things so far this weekend.
Yes. Good. I'm glad. Into the hairpin.
Yeah, I'm glad for his mum and dad.
Yeah. Oh, dear me. There we go. Well, there you can see the clear breakaway then. The top 5, Chris Whitten, Sparrow, Roth, Johns and Whittingham. No moves as of yet. They're in the lull. They're just, again, being patient. Keep an eye on Charlie King and Ashton Cox as well. Like you say, they're closing in. Well, when I say they're closing in, they're keeping a gentle gap at the moment. They're not too close. They're at a good gap. As soon as this group starts battling.
Mistake from Adam Sparrow.
Oh, yeah.
Ran a bit wide coming out of Wilkins, just clipped the curb on the apex, and just look at that. The gap has gone from nothing to 3 kart lengths in the blink of an eye.
Yeah.
All it took was that one tiny little missed apex from Sparrow, and he's lost it. But luckily, he's got Harvey Roth right behind him to help push him back up towards Chris Whitten. Johns and Whittingham 4th and 5th. Johns in the 27, Whittingham in the 34. These 5 have got a 2.6 seconds in hand over Charlie King. Then it is Ashton Cox, Archie Strong, Jack Saunders and Kai Springfield, your top 10. 4.5 minutes to go. We have just passed half distance. There's the first change of the lead, and Harvey Roth to the inside at Wilkins. He takes 2 for the price of 1 and makes the move. Well, we said he was aggressive last year, which upset a couple of his rivals. Now he's got that aggression, but he's got tempered with a little bit more maturity in the class, and that was a very good move. But now will he start to defend? Let's have a look. Not just yet. Again, another sign of maturity. He's not instantly reverting to that sort of like, you know, junior mentality of like, right, lead, must white line it.
Yes.
No. He's sitting and waiting. You know, he's going to have to defend pretty soon. We'll see what Chris Whitten does. Chris Whitten has, you know, he's been at the front. Now he's got to attack. He hasn't defended. We haven't seen him defend. But now is he going to come straight back up the inside? No, even though Harvey Roth doesn't defend. Smart driving there from Harvey Roth. Smart. Yes, we've got the top 5 still nose to tail.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, good stuff from these drivers there. You just saw there as well, Lee Whittingham go a little bit defensive with Sam Johns. So they're you know, they're still at the back, but you know, they're closing in. What's the gap between themselves and Charlie King and Ashton Cox? Are they closing in? Yeah, they have closed in a little bit. So, you know, keep an eye on that gap.
It was 2.5 seconds. It's now down just over 2.
Yeah. So
3.5 minutes to go. Anything can happen.
Yeah.
Anything can happen.
Yeah. So keep a very, very close eye on it through the Bruno chicane. Again, just line of stern. No, you can just see that. He's really just trying to get as much out of that car as humanly possible. But look, they're all closing up and down the inside there. The 27. Yes, Sam Johns. Oh, 2 for 1. Look at that through Wilkins.
Another spectacular move there from we've seen from the Tim Wilson Motorsport team down at Hanger Corner. That'll be. You know, one for the video montage on Instagram at the end of the weekend for Tim Wilson Motorsport there. So this is going to be interesting now because, you know, Harvey Roth has got a rear gunner.
Yes.
You know, he's got a rear gunner. Now, I'm not saying that Sam Johns is not going to try and win this race with the plain white crash helmet there, Sam Johns. But Harvey Roth knows him and Sam will know each other. They obviously, he'll think to himself, right, okay, well, he looks over his shoulder. He sees his teammate behind him. Now, will Sam Johns spring a surprise and just go for the inside again? He's close enough to, but will he? He's thinking about it. He's thunk about it.
He did it. Yeah, no, there we go. So he takes the lead then to Sam Johns. Now, what is Harvey Roth going to do now? Because 2.5 minutes to go. Still plenty of time. Still lots of time to do it. They've also got that 1 additional lap. This will allow the 3 behind to close back in. Of course, you've got the 3 Talco karts, all line astern as well. They're all going to start probably working together to try and close back up to those Tim Wilson Motorsport karts. But let's see, down the inside there, Chris Whitten comes back into 3rd place. Sparrow now down into 4th place.
Watching in 5th.
Yeah. So it's all still chopping and changing. Oh, look at that. Charlie King and Ashton Cox, they're closing in.
The gap has come down from 2.5 seconds to 0.7 of a second between Whittingham in 5th and King in 6th position. Cox 7th, Strong 8th, Springfield 9th. Then it's Watson in 10th, followed by Saunders, Lask, Johnson, Cornell, Lane, Lawson, Marsh, Gromit, Bennett, and Chapman still out there.
Still a close grid all the way through.
You can't take your eyes off this front battle, however. Now, looking at that, Adam Sparrow and Lee Whittingham beginning to drop away a little bit. So Whitten has, and this is what Chris Whitten wants. He goes, if I'm not going to be leading, at least I want to have a clear track behind me so I can start, you know, making my move and not worry about if I move offline to try and make a pass, I'm not going to get monstered from the karts following me.
Yeah.
So we'll see if now will Whitten start picking them off one by one. Hanger bend seems to be the weapon of choice for most of the passing manoeuvres, but no one there goes Harvey Roth. Up the inside, retakes the lead. Sam Johns hangs on to 2nd because Whitten was thinking about it.
You could just see there, Sam Johns. He was going, come on, go, stop it. And Roth was defensive in towards turn 1.
50 seconds to go. This is going to bring them all back together.
Ooh.
What's the top 5? Could we see the 6th and 7th? Now, this is where Cox and King are thinking, right, come on, Harvey, defend, Harvey. This is what they want to see. And Johns retakes the lead, and Roth gets hung out to dry like the laundry.
Oh, yes, indeed. And now he's got those 2, Charlie King and Ashton Cox. They're right behind now. This is a group of 7 karts then for the race lead. 20 seconds plus that 1 additional lap. I think they've got 2 more laps in this.
Let's have a look.
Let's see. They're going to cross the line with like 1 second to go, I think.
Timekeeper's nightmare. There goes Whitten back to the lead. And Whittingham pushes Johns down to third rather, and Sparrow pushed him down to fourth. They crossed the line with 5 seconds to go. 2 laps remaining, Anthony.
Oh, dear me. They went very early then, didn't they? They timed that well, maybe a bit too early. We'll keep an eye on the groups behind. They also might close up. They're not that far behind, because look at them. One big, great pack there from 8th place down.
Kai Springfield leading the charge up the front, but Whitton has found his way back in front. Now will we see Whitton? That's an interesting one to say. Will we see Whitton just press the loud pedal and go? Can Whittingham, on his return to the championship, and what is a very, very special year in the championship for Lee and his family, will we see Lee make his return a winning one?
Here comes Whittingham. He looked to go to the inside there, but Whitton closed that door on the inside. We've done a complete swap around here now. It's now the three Talca, full switch around. Yeah, it was the 2 Tim Wilson Motorsport cars that were leading this one earlier on. Now a complete change. Final lap time, ringing the ding bell. Who is going to come home with this one? It's only heat 1 of their weekend, and it's absolutely fantastic what we're seeing here. Down on the back straight, in towards the hairpin then. Braro to the outside, trying to get second place, and gets hung up to dry again, and he's hit that curb, has to go defensive. Roth to the inside as they go into the Bruno chicane, and sideways and more, and that's Charlie King.
Oh, Charlie King and Adam Sparrow, up and over there, Sparrow. Oh, coming out of the chicane there, Charlie King just moved across to try and take the line. Sparrow was still there, and sadly, there was nowhere to go. But the checkered flag is out, and Chris Whitton takes the win from Lee Whittingham and Sam Johns. Harvey Roth finishing in 4th place. Ashton Cox on the red bodywork chassis comes home in 5th position. Charlie King in 6th. Adam Sparrow down in 7th. Then it's Kai Springfield in 8th. Ben Watson 9th. And Archie Strong rounding out the top 10. Jack Saunders, Aaron Lask, Tom Johnson, Michael Cornell and Spencer Lane were next. And behind them, Megan Lawson, Isaac Marsh, Charlie Gromit, Kean Bennett, and very shortly we should see the number 88 Kart of Fen Chapman cross the line to complete the race in 20th position. But again, Whitton timed that right, and his rivals conspired. There goes Fen Chapman across the line. But there's Charlie King. Now I wonder if Charlie King and Alan Sparrow, well, Adam just staring at Charlie. Now he's going to get out. We're going to have a word, I think. But, okay, so Charlie had made the move, but then Adam was still like half alongside, and Charlie did sort of come across to take the apex of the exit of the Bruno chicane with the Kart still on his inside. That's a very big sausage curb that you've got there, so Adam had no choice but to sort of run over the back of him a little bit.
I'm wondering if we've got the time to actually see it again, if that's possible.
So coming out of the Bruno chicane on the last voice, the first time we're going to summon the disembodied voices in our head.
Yes.
Coming out of the Bruno chicane on the last lap, the lead battle, which is where it all got a little bit fraught. Let's summon the powers of the disembodied voice in our head.
See if we can get it, because that would be jolly good. But yeah, you can just see everyone having a quick chat. Have we got it? Here we go. Right, okay, so this is going into the hairpin then on the final lap. So you can see Sparrow goes to the outside, cuts back in, loses that position.
Already on the defensive.
He's a
little bit frayed.
So it's the 19 and the 63 that you want to see.
Harvey Roth goes to the inside. He's made the move. And here comes Charlie King. Now, King is a little bit of contact there. He's ahead, but he's not fully alongside. And again, he squeezes Adam. Adam with his right-hand wheels on the curb. Nowhere to go. And apart from into King and over the thing. So there we go.
There you go. Is what it is.
Good replay. Thank you, disembodied voice in our head. That's also known as producer James.
Also known as, but it's this one. That's Megan Lawson and the number 36.
Disembodied voice is better. That's what the disembodied voice in my head normally says. Normally, the disembodied voice in my head is called Trevor. But today it's James.
Mine's called Steve.
Oh, that's very nice. You need to be special to be a commentator. So Megan Lawson, she finished down in 16th position. There is the all-black, that menacing-looking black car of Kean Bennett. He finished 19th, and but some of the contenders. There is the number 7 of Spencer Lane. So he didn't really recover from that first lap incident at Cafe Corner. Oh no, it wasn't. It was at the Bruno chicane.
It was at Bruno chicane, he
didn't really recover. So that's not a great start to proceedings for him. So looking across here, there's That's Isaac Marsh having a chat with his mechanic.
Surprisingly similar looking to Gus Lawrence.
Yes, same hairstyle. Yeah. Isaac Marsh, Gus Lawrence. You know, let's have a little look. Jake Robinson is looking forward to the KZ2 heat. So are we,
yes.
Jake. So are we. He's cheering on Bradley Barrett, who'll be starting from pole position. Sam Baker, keep an eye out for Jude Fernihau in Senior X30. Okay, Karting Dad giving it to Sam Johns. Arena Farrell, Landau is her home track. Well, Landau International Raceway, global epicentre of world's motorsport, birthplace of champions. You're welcome.
Is it though?
Well, I mean, Sam Johns coming back to the British Championship after 2.5 years away and putting it in 3rd place. I mean, need you say more?
Well, yeah, no, that's very true.
I mean, birthplace champions.
Yeah. The first round of the season, yeah, we don't know who's champion yet.
Well, no, but I'm just mean, potential. I mean, you know, you say that it might not be, but I mean, it's over the years.
Yeah.
Over the years.
Yes, indeed. So, next race coming up in just a moment's time. I believe their start time, you know, thinking about it, it's probably going to be 10:40, to which it is. So we've got a couple of minutes just before we head down there.
KZ2, 24 drivers, 24 drivers. I mean, we have got. We haven't got the champions from last year, but I tell you what we'll do.
Why don't we intro the race first?
We'll intro the race,
and then
we'll talk about it. Let's intro the KZ2 race, then we'll talk about it. How's that?
Sounds good.
Marvellous.
Now you can start talking about it.
Now you can start talking about it now. Look at that. So there's number 22 looking at your screen. That's James Glenister returning to the championship. He did a half season last year and not to become a new dad. Now there are 5 or 6 newcomers to the class that are under 18. There's the E-plates. That's Dan Gould. He won that at Shenington last weekend. One of the very, very strong Rush Performance team drivers. Looking back here, so I mean, we've got the 2018 champion Dan Kelly back in the championship this year. He is going to be starting this one from pole, from the front row of the grid, the centre of the front row of the grid.
Yeah.
But I mean, look at the new names. Okay, so we've got the O-plate winner Shane Daly, the E-plate winner Dan Gould. We've got the 2020 British champion, the number 3 seed Joe Charlton. We've got the number 4 seed Charlie Turner, the 5 seed Alan Kenyon, the 6 seed pole seed the Bradley Barrett, the 8 seed Lee Ward, the 9 seed Ashley Lewis, the 10th seed ex-BTCC driver Josh Price. And then you've got James Glenister, who's always a championship contender, former British champion Dan Kelly, and we haven't even got to the newcomers in the class yet. Tom Adams out of Rotax, a former double British double English champion in Rotax. Miles Murphy, the number 7 seed, is back. Caden McQueen, we've seen him win many races, has moved over from X30, well, he's into KZ2 on the Croc chassis.
Yep.
Morgan Porter, 2020 British senior Rotax champion. Del Boy Morgan in the number 48 kart is out. Lewis Halliday, Sam Ward is back in the championship. The Cup of Karting Joy in KZ2 overfloweth. Here's a look at the starting lineup.
Yes, indeed. Bradley Barrett and Dan Kelly will start on that front row with Lee Ward alongside. It's a staggered grid, so it's a
3x2 grid.
Yeah, it is
3x2 grid.
James Glenister will start the second row on row 2.
Alongside James Glenister on the second row is going to be Miles Murphy. Then on the third row we've got Dan Gould, Ashley Lewis, and Charlie Turner. That's row 3. So now we've got the 2 drivers on the fourth row of the grid will be Joe Charlton and Josh Price. When we get to row 5, Anthony.
Yes, it will be Caden McQueen, Alan Kenyon and Derek Morgan on row number 5. Tom Adams and Hannah Lang will round out row number 6.
So row number 7, the 3 karts on row number 7 will be Charlie Cole on the inside, Lewis Halliday in the middle, and Byron Kittle on the outside of the row.
Yeah, Morgan Porter and Robert Cronin will round out row number 8. Spencer Shinner, Sam Ward and Ashley Goodley will round out row number 9.
Row 10, the O-plates.
Yes.
After problems, more racing's Shane Daly.
Yes.
So, strap yourselves in. This is going to be the longer circuit. It's going to be the 1,200 metre circuit. 2 dozen, the biggest KZ2 grid of the British Championship.
Yes, indeed. So it's going to be absolutely fantastic, this one. I can't wait for it. KZ2, some of the fastest short circuit karts in the UK racing.
Forget the sum of the fastest short circuit karts in the UK. Graham Smith is shaking his head. I know, Graham. I know we do 210 national and we do other stuff there, but we do in this British Championship. These are the fastest.
These are the fastest. There we go. You can argue with us all day. There we go. But as you can see, lots of the karts just getting lined up there on the back of the ring. You can just see the 66 of Charlie Cole just getting into position.
The KZ2 got 94 miles an hour.
94
miles an hour. That's 3
before the braking zone.
That's 3 points on your license and a speed awareness course in anyone's book.
Right,
but not here. Here we go, and we're taking a little bit of time to get them into position. Number 6, Bradley Barrett, there on the left-hand side of your screen, top left, the Sodi Vitesse driver. The Andy Fearless Racing number 29 of Dan Kelly, front and centre of the front row. Lee Ward, privateer driver, the Irishman, in kart number 8 on the outside of the front row. Are we going to get a clean start? 24 drivers, you've got to get them all safely around the first couple of corners. Green flag waves at the back of the grid. 3 reds, 4 reds, lights are out, we're off and racing. It's a poor start from Caden McQueen, but they all miss him. They just about do. And at the front, it looks like the pole sitter and Dan Kelly have got away very well. Know it from the outside of the front row. It's the number 8 kart of Lee Ward that's made the best getaway as we head down towards Stratford Corner. This is where we get up to nearly 100 miles an hour before we hit the braking zone. Oh, there's 1 or 2 drivers there.
Oh,
problem.
Dear.
Oh, that is Hannah Lang, who has gone up and over one of the Rush Performance drivers. The getaway's okay, though. Hannah Lang in the MK Racing number 91 there, just missing her braking point. But it's the all-white car, number 8, Lee Ward. The Irishman leading from 1-2 of the Rush Performance drivers, and then Dan Kelly. Where is our pole sitter? I'm not sure of our pole sitter. Is that our pole sitter at the back? Is that Bradley Barrett, who got run over at the front after a poor start? It might well be, you know. No, Barrett's there in 9th. Let's have a look. It was Alan Kenyon, the number 5 seed, that got run over, but he's in the race. We're waiting for Hannah Lang to come across the line, or maybe Hannah has had to retire. So, breathe now at the end of lap number 1.
Yeah. Oh, wow. And someone went straight off their stage left, I think. Yellow flags are out. Not sure who that was, but someone absolutely flat out off the hairpin there. And there are marshals heading down there, and I'm completely unsure who that was.
Well, we've just told you that that's where the karts are doing nearly 100 miles an hour. Not a place you want to have a misbraking. The driver is up and out of their kart, though, and walking away. We'll have a little look. So Hannah Lang out of the race. And was that Spencer Shinner? I think it was Spencer Shinner in the number 55 Rush Performance kart there that had some sort of catastrophic brake failure, and you can see the very top of your screen, the tyres that have been dislodged. That is where the Shinner's kart has gone into them, and Shinner luckily walking away.
Oh, blimey, that is not where you want something like that to happen. But green flag comes back out, like you saw there. Spencer Shinner out of the kart, walking away, which is excellent to see. But yeah, scary stuff there in KZ2. Yes,
now we can sort of settle down and see where we are. Well,
yeah.
Lee Ward leads by 0.6 of a second from James Glenister in the number 22 Rush Performance kart. Then it's Dan Kelly in that red and white Andy Fearless Racing Birrell chassis. There's the top 3 on your screen. A slight gap back then to Dan Gould, the E-plate winner in 4th place. Miles Murphy, the Demon Tweak sponsored driver for More Racing, runs in 5th. Then it's Charlie Turner in 6th. Ashley Lewis is 7th. Joe Charles from the 3-plate is number 8th. Is P8. Then it's the pole sitter. The pole sitter Bradley Barrett is 9th. Followed by Lewis Halliday, Derek Morgan, Shane Daly up from the back of the grid to 12th already, has managed to avoid the carnage. Then it's Tom Adams, Byron Kittle, Charlie Cole, Morgan Porter, Josh Price, Robert Cronin, Alan Kenyon, Sam Ward, Caden McQueen, Ashley Goodliff. 22 karts still running.
Yes, right. Okay, so we're now watching your top 3 on screen. Lee Ward, James Glenister, Dan Kelly. Clear breakaway then from those drivers. Miles Murphy is there in 5th place, also closing up. Dan Gould and the E-plate also trying to close in. You can see Miles Murphy in the all-yellow Demon Tweak sponsored kart as they come through. 6.5 minutes to go then, plus 1 additional lap. Bradley Barrett with the fastest lap of the race, though. Bradley's still there in 9th place. He's closing in, obviously, our pole sitter. He knows he's quick out there. He knows he's got the pace. He's just going to have to try and work his way through there. Glenister has now taken the lead of this race. Lee Ward has gone down into 3rd, and it looks like Dan Kelly's now up into 2nd place. It is. So switching around all the way through the top section of this top 3 as well. That's allowing the group of 3 behind to close in. Dan Gould, Miles Murphy, Charlie Turner, they're all starting to close in. This is the closest KZ2 race I think I've ever seen. And there's 3 more behind them as well. We're talking about Charlie Turner and Miles Murphy and Dan Gould, Ashley Lewis, Joe Charlton and Bradley Barrett in that third group of 3.
Yep.
They're also closing in. So it's a very, very close group.
Yeah, Lewis Halliday, the privateer driver in the Energy Core chassis. There's a move down at the Stratford corner that looked like it might have been Charlie Turner going for a move on Miles Murphy down at Stratford. We'll look up. There's Dan Kelly up in the second place now. So Lee Ward is down in third. There's the Energy Course number 56 of Lewis Halliday in 10th position. The next car along after a little gap will be Shane Daly, but Shane Daly, we know how quick he is, the O-plate winner. He started last because of a problem in qualifying, not because of his pace. He is moving up there, and yes, you can see Charlie Turner is now ahead of Miles Murphy, so Turner elbowed his way through at Stratford Corner.
Yes, he did indeed. So he got that move done and the rest of them closing in. But I have to say, Glenister, Kelly and Ward, they are starting to open up quite a sizable gap now. It's about 1 second. They're still pulling away as they go into the top hairpin. And as they go through again, no overtakes there this time around. Again, it just shows how fast they're going into the corner. It's such a difficult place to make a timed and well-executed overtake. You've got to be such on the money there.
Dan Kelly thought about it, and you could see him coming into the centre plate. He was sort of like looking at the inside of the Bruno chicane, but then he lost a couple of kart lengths coming onto the hanger straight. So he's now back right up behind Glenister.
Yeah, 4.5 minutes to go, plus that 1 lap. Plenty of time left in this race. Line astern all the way through. Again, oh, look at that, just so quick out of Cafe Corner, aren't they? They just really get the power down so early, screaming it round this corner. Absolutely pinned as they go down into the hairpin. Looks like there was a little move there. Couldn't quite see who that was, but I think that was potentially the move for 4th place, so that was possibly Charlie Turner getting on Dan Gould.
There's a move a little bit further back as well. That was possibly Derek Morgan having a go with Stratford Corner, but the top 3 are stable at the moment. Glenister, Kelly, Ward, and then look at this 5-kart battle. Gould, Turner, Murphy, Lewis, Barrett, Charlton, and then Halliday. He's not out of this one yet. Halliday's got a little bit of work to do. Is Bradley Barrett now having a little look at Ashley Lewis coming into Park Bend there, but can't make the move stick. Three and a half minutes to go. You see Caden McQueen flash into the screen, and he's back up to 19th place. Just to go show you how hard. There's a move at the Stratford corner coming out. That is one of the Rush Performance drivers, possibly Tom Adams, passing Derek Morgan there further back in the pack. As Glenister in the number 22 kart, leading the 29 of Kelly around Wilkins. Up through the gears. Pole sitter Lee Ward doing a great job of hanging on in 3rd position after making that great start. Oh, and you can see how strong Dan Kelly is under braking, but then, of course, it does leave him a little bit susceptible coming out of the corner, but this is good, this is good. Are we going to see Kelly look to the inside now, coming into the break for Stratford Corner? Yes, we do. Dan Kelly takes the lead in a British Championship round for the first time in about 3 years. As Kelly, Glenister, Ward, the top 3 now, followed by Turner, Murphy, the 37, then it's Gould, the E-plate kart, then Lewis, the 9, Charlton, the number 3 plate kart, in 8th position. Barrett has slipped back to 9th with Halliday 10th, then it's Adams, Daly, Morgan, Kittle, Price, Porter, your top 16 at the moment. Alan Kenyon has recovered to 18th place, Caden McQueen is 19th, then it's Sam Ward, Robert Cronin, Ashley Goodliff. Spencer Shinner and Hannah Lang both out of the race, but both okay. And now it's Kelly under pressure.
Joe Charlton, fastest lap of the race, and that number 3, 44.30. 2 minutes to go, plus that 1 additional lap. Plenty of time. You can see the gaps are starting to open. Eyes are going to be on this top 3 battle, but as soon as they really start to go for it in these last sections, keep an eye on everyone behind. But still, Kelly leading the way, looking comfortable at the moment. Glenister, he was quick last year, was Glenister. You know, he's back this year with vengeance, and he wants a little bit more.
Exactly. Obviously, he was excluded for a technicality of his crash helmet at Rowra, but he was due to have his partner was due to have a baby as well. So he's obviously now new family man, but no less mean a competitor on the track. Here he goes again. This is where he was passed a lap ago, and he returns the favour on Kelly, this time on lap number 12. And Charlie Turner in kart number 4, 44.29 seconds. New fastest lap of the race. The more these 3 battle in the last minute, can Charlie Turner, and you can see Lee Ward looking over his shoulder just in case Charlie was thinking about making a move, or he's getting closer at least. Yeah. But we are now into the final 60 seconds of this KZ2 race. I said at the start of the season, I thought that this could be a classic year for KZ2. So far, one race in, it's not disappointing.
No, not disappointing at all. Less than a minute, like you say, plus that one lap down in towards the hairpin. Dan Gould, fastest lap of the race, the E-plate. Currently in 6th place at the moment. He's in that second group, but he will close in if these three start scrapping. They have opened up a little bit. Lee Ward's struggling now to keep up to the back of them. You can just see the back end of the car, the rotation.
Lee Ward's car got a little bit squirrely there, turning into Bruno, so maybe the back end beginning to get a little bit loose on Lee Ward's kart. But Dan Kelly, well, he's been very strong under braking, and you can see again, he's always, throughout his career, has been excellent under braking. And you can see with 15 seconds to go, so 2 laps remaining, Glenister has got to be mindful of Kelly's ability to outbrake him coming into Stratford Corner. Yep. We're going to go from 95 miles an hour down to about 20 in the blink of an eye. Here we go. Glenister's looking over his shoulder. The leaders go past, and there goes Dan Kelly.
Yep, Kelly to the inside of the hairpin, gets it done. Out they go then. That will suffer their exit just that little bit. Lee Ward will close in, and so will the drivers behind as well.
Yep, Charlie Turner's looking strong.
Yeah, he is indeed. Lee Ward was a bit tidier there through the entrance of the Bruno chicane as well. So looking like he might have a better exit as they come through in towards Hanger Corner, down into Wilkins. And you can see how tight they hold that inside line. Glenister still leading the way.
That's not a defensive line.
No,
that's the normal racing line.
Yeah.
Caden McQueen spoke about this on the Alpha Live podcast earlier on this week, which is also available on Spotify and YouTube, etc., etc. But he spoke about how a defensive line in direct drive karting is actually the racing line in KZ2. Here comes Glenister, though. This is the final lap, and he is keeping that inside door firmly shut, and now Kelly's the one under pressure from Ward, and Turner, with half a lap to go, suddenly catches the top 3. But Glenister, Anthony, looks strong. He's only got a couple of corners now to go, and it's Dan Kelly, the one who's under pressure, but they're running out of places to potentially make a pass.
Bad exit for Lee Ward out of the chicane. Now he's got Charlie Turner all over the back, but it can't be overturned by what's happening here at the front. James Glenister will come out of the final corner. Checkered flag goes out, and it's so close there at the front. Glenister will take it from Kelly, from Ward. What are the top 3? Charlie Turner holds on to 4th place. Great result for Miles Murphy. Great to see him back in the paddock. Up into 5th place. Dan Gould, Ashley Lewis will cross in 7th place. Joe Charlton crossing in 8th place. Bradley Barrett, after, well, not the best start of the race, finishes in 9th place. So have to have a chat with Bradley, see what happened at the start of that one. Lewis Halliday rounds out the top 10 from Tom Adams in 11th place. Shane Daly, what a result for Shane Daly. We didn't really talk about him much, but the O-plate up 12 places, now into P12.
Yep.
So what a result that was.
Irish eyes are smiling on Shane after a dismal day yesterday. Derek Morgan, Delboy there in 13th place. Charlie Cole, Morgan Porter, the top 15. I mean, this just goes to show. So Adams, 11th, Porter, 15th, McQueen, 19th. Just to show how hard it is to step out of a direct drive class. And
there's Miles Murphy.
There's Miles, yep. Now, Miles is going to be watching the Formula 1 later on because, of course, he designs and paints the crash helmets.
Yeah. For probably half the grid.
Half the grid, yeah. Sergio Perez, Lando Norris, George Russell, a couple of his clients.
To name some.
A few, talented man, and a bit of a good peddler as well. There's Lewis Halliday again. So, of all the drivers making their KZ2 debuts, having raced in X30 or Rotax last year, Lewis Halliday, the best place there, privateer entry in 10th position. Let's have a little look back. There's Shane Daly, just unzipping his race suit there. That's Bradley Barrett there. He's got the Grant. No, that's Tom Adams, right? He's got the Team UK shirt on. Of course, he represented the UK. There's Morgan Porter, the Kart Republic driver for More Racing. Morgan. There we go. That's Josh Price, of course. Jason Plato's teammate, former teammate, the British Touring Car Championship a few years back. Yeah. Jason Plato starting his final year in the touring cars today up at Donington Park, but you don't want to watch that.
No, you want to watch some karting.
I mean, talk about touring cars being the most exciting form of racing. We've had 3 races today. They got 3 races in touring cars.
Yeah.
I'll bet you've seen more overtaking. Oh, where's that? That's you see more overtaking in the first few races today than you would have seen in the touring cars, than you'll see in the touring cars. And the touring cars is very excited. Now, there's Mr. Cronin. Quick look there. So come on, Caden. Lots of. What's your guys' early predictions for KZ2 British Champion? Oh, we don't make predictions.
We don't make predictions.
No. It's going to be very exciting. That's all we know. Lots of people saying good luck to Caden McQueen. Lots of people. Reese Porter. Arena Farrell, OH Management. The grid building is way too complicated. Just 2 rows would be a lot better. I tend to agree with you, Omada. And again, Jake Robinson giving his thumbs up and a big muscle arm to Bradley Barrett. Mr. Greedy, like saying, come on, Byron. Byron Kittle, privateer driver, British Championship debut, 16th place. And there he is. You'll be happy with that?
You will. Yeah. Now, obviously, a lot of people out there supporting Caden McQueen. Obviously, this is Caden McQueen's first year in KZ2, and obviously, it's a big jump in from the X30s and everything like that. Having a chat with him, he's saying that, he's good. A lot of people supporting him, saying, he's just jumped into one and he's showing great potential.
Yeah, it's not going to happen overnight,
It's not going to happen overnight. One thing that Caden is saying that he struggles is his starts, and
we
just saw that.
Yes,
the starts are a struggle for him. It is a fine line of bogging down and absolutely nailing the start, but it's not a case of just stick it into gear, high revs and boot it.
No,
There's a little bit more to that.
As well, that this morning I was over seeing our good friend Ian Rogers in the timing building, and Caden was over there as well, and he was like looking at the start line marks. You say, right, I didn't even know 3x2 where I didn't even know where to line up. That's how new he is to the class. Now there's Tom Adams and his family. Now last night Tom's dad there, he posted a lovely photo of Tom and his siblings there, all here, the Adams family together. I think Tom's dad must be Uncle Fester.
Yeah.
No?
I'm glad you said that.
There we go.
But,
and there's Caden coming in again, and his dad Andrew. It's going back to the drawing board. Because again, the Croc chassis, first time we've seen the Croc, the Mad Croc in KZ2. So again, Caden, he's developing that chassis as well.
Yeah. And he's done fantastic work within the X30 chassis as well. He's done a lot of development.
And Rotax.
And Rotax, has Caden. So, definitely if you need a chassis developing, that's probably the driver to talk to, I would say. But an excellent start to the day for KZ2. More of their heats will be up later today.
There's Hannah Lang. Of course, her race lasted a few laps, but you can see she's okay.
Yeah.
You saw the remnants of Hannah Lang's tyre marks on the front of Alan Kenyon's car. Alan came back, he sort of recovered to finish in 18th position. There's Spencer Shinner. Now, he's one of the young guns. Les Latham would give us some information last night on the young guns. There's 5 KZ2 debutants under the age of 18 making their debuts in the class this year. Spencer is one of them. Now, obviously, the kart, what happened? Who knows? He obviously either missed his braking point, but he's out of the kart. He's okay, and he'll be back in action in the next one. Right. What have we got up next, Anthony?
Well, it's nearly time. Race 12, the repercharge, Junior X30. Ladies and gents, coming up next. Yes, so Junior X30. It's they're midway through their weekend already. They've already had their heats, haven't they?
I'm shuffling papers. Because what I shall do very, very quickly, actually, we have an entry of 47 Junior X30s. Gabriel Stilp, the IAME International champion from last year, won that race at Le Mans. He was pole position in qualifying, but let's have a look at the starting lineup for this race. These are the drivers that haven't made it through directly to the pre-final. It's going to be William Murtaugh and Henry Gregory on row 1, Sam Longley and Freddie Allam on row 2.
Row number 3, Jack Cunningham and Joey Brown. Row 4, Hayden Eldridge and Nathan Clifford.
Row number 5, Flynn McDermott and Kira Harris. Row 6, George Robinson and Ashton Wiggins.
Ashton, one of the happiest drivers in the grid. Omar Cindy and Jack Mowat on row 7. Thomas Wainwright and Morgan Moore will round up row number 8.
Row 9, Michael Rapsey and Chloe Chong. Then row 10, Dayton Coulthard and Daniel D. Bendidis. Daniel had a horrifying accident yesterday in the number 55 kart. He is okay. That right chassis that he was on was a write-off. But we'll get to that later on. So these are the drivers that haven't qualified automatically. The top 28 drivers after the heats have gone through. 6 places remain. Top 6 go through. Everyone else goes home. It's a false start. So a quick recap of what happened yesterday. Gabriel still pole position in qualifying. Macaulay Bishop won the opening heat from Brandon Carr and Leo Robinson. Then Stilp won the second heat from Fionn McLaughlin and the CIK Academy driver Henry Jocelyn. In the third heat, McLaughlin came back to win from Lewis Bird, driving for the new Optima Motorsport team, and Cameron Pratt-Thompson finishing in P3 in that one. Obviously, none of those drivers in this race, because the drivers that did very well are already into the top 28. So it's Murtagh, who was a cadet last year. Then it's Gregory, Longley, Allam, who was a Mini X30 driver last year. No Mini X30 this year. Jack Cunningham, Joey Brown, also Mini X30 graduates. Hayden Eldridge, Nathan Clifford, Finn McDermott, Kira Harris, an Anglo-Canadian driver who we spoke to on the Paddock show. Ashton Wiggins, Omar Sindi is from Saudi Arabia, and now the lights are no longer out again. So
we could have
inexperience, eagerness to get going. So again, ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be a 10-lap plus 1 minute, a 10-minute plus 1 lap race. The top 6 drivers go through to the pre-final and the final. 7th place on back goes home. But of course, even if you're running in 7th, you've got to keep pushing, because if any of the top 6 don't get past scrutineering, then they're excluded or penalised, and you go through as so. There is experience in the grid. I mean, not maybe at this level, but I mean, Murtagh was strong in Cadet IAME last year. Freddie Allam, Jack Cunningham, Joey Brown, Hayden Eldridge, all good in Mini X30 last year.
So there's plenty of talent
and
out
looking
there.
I don't think we've got Daniel De Benedictis out there. I think maybe he has not gone out there. Dayton Coulthard down at the back, making his British Championship debut, the son of David Coulthard.
I'm sure he's off
I'm
Imola at the moment.
I'm sure he's watching.
Oh yeah, I'm sure he's
watching. I mean, what else should we be doing?
Well, yeah, exactly. He's got this live stream on in the paddock.
Exactly. I mean, I'm sure he has.
Yeah.
He told me. In fact, he told me.
He told you.
He watches it all the time. Here we go.
There we go.
Third time lucky. Yes, we're off and racing in the repercharge for Junior X30. Murtagh, Gregory, Longley, Allam into Cafe Corner for the first time, and they all get round cleanly.
Look at that. First time of asking.
Now down towards Stratford Straight. It is the Fusion Motorsport number 25 of William Murtagh leading. So this is going to be new territory for Murtagh. Murtagh, a front runner in IAME Cadet last year, not used to being in a repercharge. So don't defend, just drive away. Oh dear, and there's the number 20 Kart. That's the new Optima Motorsport team.
Yeah, that's Flynn McDermott.
And Flynn went fleeing coming through that corner there.
Came back onto the circuit, almost collected Dayton Coulthard there as they go through. Chopping and changing. The number 27 gets down the inside at the Wilkins corner. Jack Murph for the Crop Promotions team. They cross the line. 9 minutes to go, plus 1 additional lap. William Murtagh leads the way from Henry Gregory. Sam Longley up into 3rd place from Jack Cunningham, also at 1 place. Freddie Allam's dropped 1 place into 5th as someone gets darted off wide there. Looked like
move. There's a move. Premium Karting's Henry Gregory. Number 71 takes over top spot.
He looked like he was happy with that.
He did look like he was happy with that.
Yes.
Don't celebrate too soon yet, sir, because you've now got the second Fusion Kart, the number 19 Kart of Jack Cunningham in 3rd place. So the two Fusion drivers 2nd and 3rd. Then you've got the Strawberry Racing number 23 of Sam Longley. So again, big teams, big names in this repercharge. Let's see if they deliver a big performance. And again, the more battling they do, the bigger that pack will get. And one mistake will spell disaster. There goes Longley up the inside. Then we've got a new leader. It's now, is that Murtagh back in front, or is it Cunningham?
I think that's William Murtagh, yeah. So it was just basically overtook on the start-finish line. It may have been a mistake out of Wilkins, but Henry Gregory's come back.
And Murtagh slits to 4th place.
Yeah. So it looks like Strawberry Racing's Freddie Allam's moved up into 2nd place as well now. He came from 5th place up into 2nd, I believe. Yeah,
now you've got a pack of 8 to the front. So Hayden Eldridge, number 41 Kart, that very distinct S8 Racing.
Oh, sorry, Sam Longley.
No,
completely getting
at the back of this group is Hayden Eldridge. Now he's that very distinctive, that sort of like black, orange, and yellow S8 Racing, the Fullerton chassis. He's the back of this group at the moment. Hayden and the 7th place driver, the Mick Barrett Racing number 66 of Freddie Allam. They're the 2 drivers that are not in the main events. But the top 6 are. Here comes Longley, but the more they battle, the closer the 7th and 8th place, stay. And then you've got people in 9th, 10th, like Jack Mowat, Morgan Moore, George Robinson, Ashton Wiggins. They're all thinking, this is great. We've got to keep pushing because they're going to close in. And then it's really going to turn into a blunt fight. 7 minutes to go, and we're not seeing, well, maybe now that Longley's in front, we'll finally start seeing a little bit of, sensibility at the front.
No. Jack Cunningham, the 19, takes 2nd place. And
That's Nathan Clifford,
Yeah.
third for the KR Sport team. Joey Brown
Rounds up into fourth, yeah.
fourth place there. Now Joey is in the number 11 car. Is that the new Optima?
I think it is, yeah.
Yeah, I'm trying to find out. I'm trying to go see who's behind that team. You know, they've got very smart, like purple, predominantly purple graphics. And oh god, they're side by side. One nose cone, a 5-second penalty. That's going to ruin the race for any of these top 8 drivers.
Yeah, they've got to be so careful. And are these curbs new here? Because they look fairly new.
I think they are. Let's have a little look. Where's the Oracle of Shenington karting knowledge, Graham Smith? He was here a minute ago.
Here, but he's not here.
But we shall ask him whether those curbs are new.
Yes.
New curbage here at Shenington. But long lead, the 23 Strawberry Racing Kart leads. Cunningham second, Gregory third, Alum is up to fourth. Then it's Clifford fifth and Joey Brown in sixth position. So William Murtagh, the second of the Fusion drivers, is currently not in the main event. He has slipped back to seventh. Jack Mowat is eighth, and ninth is Morgan Moore. 10th is George Robinson. Morgan Moore has just set the fast lap of the race. He was a happy champion this morning, was Morgan. Said, morning, Henry. And I said, morning, Morgan. And he is there, just coming through your screen in the light blue, the powder blue and white premium karting livery.
It's probably my favourite livery in the paddock. I think it is. I mean, they're all brilliant, but out of all the colour schemes, I like the blue.
Some are brilliant, some are a bit garish, some are, not to my particular taste, but you're not going to go in there. But I mean, I
like the premium karting livery. It's good livery.
Fair enough. Point well made. There is the MLC Motorsport livery of Ashton Wiggins, who runs in 13th place. Change for the lead. Jack Cunningham goes top spot. Henry Gregory takes over P2. Chloe Chong now sets the fastest lap of the race, and Chloe is down in 11th position. She is on the Dan Holland Racing. The Dan Holland Racing karts look very different this year because they're on the new Lando Norris chassis. So they've got a new livery, which, how do I say this just between you and me, Anthony? It's not as easy to make out as their old livery was. Yeah, I'm saying. But there we go.
It is.
That was just between me and you.
Yes.
That was just between me and you.
No one else could hear that.
No one else could hear that. We've got to change the lead, though. We can all see it. We can all hear it. Oh, and it's 3 wide for second. Henry Gregory now leads.
Yeah, this is interesting.
Here. That's a Cato Motorsport car.
36,
and it's Thomas Wainwright out of the race. So we're down to 19. Hayden Eldridge has gone off somewhere. He was in 8th. He's now down to 18th. Dayton Coulthard 17th, Kira Harris is 16th, Flynn McDermott is 15th, then it's Omar Cindy in 14th place, Ashton Wiggins 13th. Omar Cindy is 7 seconds off the race lead, and he's the first driver really not in and around this lead group. Look at them. Now there is Omar Wright just coming onto your screens there. Here's a move for the lead. Jack Cunningham, we've got 4 minutes to go. Anyone's guess. Joey Brown now moves to second for the Optima team, and that is Cunningham down to third. Fourth is Clifford. Gregory was leading. He's now down to fifth and almost on the bubble. But on the bubble is the Croc Promotions number 27 of Jack Mowat. Well, he was at the last corner. I think he might have lost the position. There's Mowat now defending. This is getting very, very, very leery indeed.
Yes. So we'll keep a close eye on all of these drivers as they go through. 3.5 minutes plus that one additional lap. Now, like we were saying, nose cone penalties are going to come into effect on this one. We're keeping a very close eye on one of the karts, though.
That's the number 19. That's the Xperit chassis of Jack Cunningham there. Maybe, well,
it looks okay.
We'll see when they come in at the end of this race what the the nose cone penalties say. But I mean, of course, you look at that down there. There's the number 57 kart of Ashton Wiggins in 13th place. The last driver. Oh, and there's a problem there now. It's 3 wide. That's not going to fit. That's not going to fit. Cunningham's in the middle of that sandwich. Oh, and that is going back across the track there. That is Joey Brown. From the inside to the outside there, Brown out of it. Cunningham was in the middle. I couldn't quite see who was on the outside of that 3-kart sandwich. Possibly Mowat, but if there wasn't nose cones penalties, there possibly will be at the end of this one. There is Mowat into the number 27 kart. He's into third place, but well, I wouldn't want to comment on who I think may or may not have nose cone penalties. Let's try with 2.5 minutes to go. Let's try and see on the circuit. We have now got a 5-kart breakaway. Longley, Clifford, Mowat, Cunningham and Gregory. There they are, the top 5. Mowat goes for second. Behind them is the real battle. That's for 6th position, the 6th and final transfer spot. And it's number 66, it's the premium karting, number 93 of Morgan Moore. in 6th position. Then it's Freddie Allen in 7th. There he is, the number 66, the Mick Barrett racing kart. And then you've got the MLC, the Jack Dex racing number 22 of George Robinson, the MS chassis. So that is 6th, 7th and 8th on your screen. There are the leaders once again. Clifford going through and picking up a place. That's Clifford into P2.
I would say real battle is right here, and it's shaking up there because down the inside looked like that was George Robinson getting the move done on Freddie Allen as they dive down the inside of Cafe Corner.
Oh, no, yeah, no, we're looking at Clifford saying, no, don't pass me, let's work together.
We're in the bubble. Let's go.
Yeah, and, oh dear. And Mowat gets spat wide there, so does Clifford. This is going to bring Morgan Moore. Here comes Morgan Moore to the inside. Here comes George Robinson. Mowat's going to be run out of it with 1 minute to go. Freddie Allen is there as well. There goes Robinson. So Robinson puts himself into what I believe is now a 7th place position. No, he's up to 6th. Mowat back to 7th. Michael Rapsey for the BMR Restart team is up at 8th place. Allen has slipped to 9th. Then it's Murtagh. What happened to William Murtagh? Down to 10th. Wiggins 11th. Chong 12th. Then Cindy, McDermott, Eldridge, Harris, Coulthard and Joey Brown down in 18th place. And I think Joey's the last kart still running.
Well, Sam Longley's been gifted this repercharge, really, hasn't he? So
who could you pick to go through? Or who do you think has got the edge? Well, there's Clifford. Now, Clifford is 4th. Let's have a little look. There on your screen, the number 27 kart is Mowat in 7th place. No, he drives into... Oh, he misjudged that one. That's Allen misjudging the move on Mowat. So Freddie Allen, the Mick Barrett racing driver, and Jack Mowat, they're now out of contention. That is going to move Michael Rapsey into 7th place. George Robinson for Jack Dex Racing in the number 22 machine is in 6th position. There's 1, 2 and 3. There's 4 and 5. George Robinson, look for the number 22 kart, the blue chassis with the sort of the... There he is coming through there. There's Robinson. Now, Robinson has got about 0.8 of a second in hand over Michael Rapsey in kart number 50 and William Murtagh in kart number 25 to make it into this race. There's Chloe Chong making a move. The clock has struck 0. They're going to hit the last lap board now.
Yeah.
Longley, Gregory and Cunningham, they are just about safe.
Yeah.
Provided they don't get a nose cone penalty, because the 5-second penalty will drop you from 1st down to about 12th in this race.
I mean, what can you say in this one? They knew the top 6 was going to go through, but they just kept battling.
Yep.
They just kept battling, and now they're just nowhere near that. And that is how you go home super quick, super quick. But we're on the final lap. Top 6 at the moment, looking comfortable. George Robinson just in the cusp. He's gained 5 places in this one. Morgan Moore gained 12 places in this one.
Yep.
But your top 3, absolutely fine. They're not going to battle. They're not going to worry about things.
Well,
we're through.
Not. Yeah,
well,
one corner to go. Here we go then. Sam Longley at last takes the race win in the repercharge, followed by Henry Gregg and Jack Cunningham. Morgan Moore into the pre-final, provisionally in 4th position. Nathan Clifford 5th, and George Robinson provisionally takes the final transfer spot in 6th position. If any one of those 6 have some sort of issue in scrutineering or a nose cone penalty, then Michael Rapsey in 7th will be the first one to capitalise. 8th for William Murtagh. There's Robinson. Now, we've missed the sort of the bumper checks, so we don't know if that's all gone through okay. But Chloe Chong in 9th. Then it's Ashton Wiggins in 10th. Cindy is 11th. Mowat is 12th. Eldridge 13th. McDermott, Kira Harris, Freddie Allen, Joey Brown, Dayton Coulthard, your finishers. Then it's Wainwright and D. Benedictis. So, yeah, let's have a little look. Morgan Moore.
He was asking what was the gap.
Yeah, oh, no, they've got to stay in their carts. They can't get out of their carts. Hayden Eldridge saying 41, I will not ask you again. Listen now, there we go.
Right, stay in your cart for me until I cleared the area.
So.
He was asking what the gap was. So
no, that's the phone you take the photo of the noses. Ah. No, he doesn't look like a driver that's just qualified for the pre-final. Well, I can tell you that he was 1.89 seconds. 5 seconds behind Morgan Moore takes you down to 11th.
Yeah.
And
another photo coming out.
Yep.
So
that's Chloe Chong.
Chloe Chong in the 18.
So was 9th. Michael Rapsey.
Is that another photo? It was
Okay, so hang on a second now. I mean, if you're only taking
half the top
yeah,
five.
yeah. So
Like,
hang on a second. There's the 49. Okay, so Michael Rapsey finished 7th. Now William Murtaugh, number 29. Did he get one? Did he go through with it there? Oh, Jack Mowat. Well, that was
to be expected.
That was to be expected after the incident that he was in. Well, William Murtaugh in 8th position. If he didn't get a penalty, and if visually what we're seeing is correct, and that they're having their photos taken, if they've got nose cones, we've seen Morgan Moore and we've seen Michael Rapsey take a penalty. So that's the 4th place finisher and the 7th place finisher. Murtaugh might just squeeze in here.
We'll have to see what happens later on, because obviously there's a lot more scrutiny that has to happen before we get an official results page after the heat. But
said you can leave your cart. Will you please sit down?
Well, no, they're the rules. So just sit down.
To stay in carts, yeah. So
no, they do it. This is being done so because they cannot until the whole field has been checked. Then they can be asked to relieve their cart, because of course, you know, drivers, we have seen in the past, now they can be told to leave the cart. Drivers in the past have tried to put their noses back in.
Yeah.
Which of course is a big no-no.
Yes.
So the best way to do it is to just keep theirs. Dayton Coulthard at the back there. So, well, welcome to the British Championship, Dayton. It's a learning experience.
It is indeed.
Shall we say that?
It's hard work.
Let's see what happens. We've definitely got a couple of nose cone penalties. Longley, Gregory, Cunningham, the top 3 going to scrutiny. So we didn't see those drivers, but Morgan Moore, Nathan Clifford, George Robinson provisionally the qualifiers. But I think Morgan Moore may have had a penalty. There's Dayton, and he's got the SWRD team, so the right team running Dayton's car. He's got a familiar Cross of St Andrews crash helmet. But there we go. Well, so sadly, we say goodbye to Chloe Chong, to Ashton Wiggins, to Omar Sindhi, our Saudi driver, to Jack Mowat, to Hayden Eldridge, to Flynn McDermott, to Kira Harris, to Freddie Allen, to Joey Brown, to Dayton Coulthard, to Thomas Wainwright. And we do hope that Daniel D. Benedittis is okay. He was okay afterwards, even yesterday, but maybe not feeling so clever this morning now once the bruising comes out, and the because so in one of the heats yesterday, coming out of going into Pitts Bend, another cart went into Daniel's cart and spat it into the tyre wall. The cart went end over end. Daniel was left sitting in the middle of the track in the cart with his throttle stuck open. Then developed a mind of its own and almost ran him over.
Yes, it was quite a dramatic one. I did see that one, but luckily he's okay and walked away from that one. But yeah, definitely he had some checkovers on that one. There's Jack Mowat, and as you can understand, visors down, doesn't want to
wants to remain.
You can tell by the body language.
Wants to remain incommunicado. And there, well, there was one of them was the assaulter, and one of them was the assaultee.
Yes.
Freddie Allen, again another driver that is not happy. But do you know what? The amount of incidents in that race, it was easily one of the most dramatic repercharges I've seen for a long time. Correct, Anthony. Now, let's have a little look at some comments. Good luck OH management. Good luck to Morgan and the premium boys. Well, one premium karting entry, Henry Gregory, is pretty much certain into the final. Then we got Michael Burke is back from Bathurst, Australia. G'day, Michael.
Good evening for there.
Oh, it's just g'day.
Yeah.
G'day. Here's my face.
Cool. Well, Heat 2, Race 13, Junior TKM is coming up next, ladies and gentlemen. Let's cut to that. Karts fire up. TKM heads out onto the circuit once again for their Heat 2. Here's how they're going to line up then for their second heat of the weekend. Leon Frost, after his performance earlier on, will start on that pole position. Patrick Leaf alongside Dara McInerney, and Tyler Harris on that second row of the grid. Jake Humphrey and Leo Robinson, the TKM Leo Robinson, on row number 3. Ollie Rands and Aidan Mitchell on row 4. Luke Bates and Joe Cheek on row 5, with Joel Hull and Olivia Jakins will round out row number 6 from Yehan Kalichern, and Seth Hathaway on row 7. Luke Jarman and Sasha Bagley will round out row number 8. Rounding out row 9 and the final row of the grid, Oliver Byrne Bourne, sorry. Oliver Bourne.
Don't get Bourne's identity mixed up.
Sorry, Oliver Bourne. I just missaid it.
Thank you. You missed DJ
Jack Stewart was on the grid. I understand what you said. Here we go. Racing. You commentate.
I will. Here we go. Lights are out. We're off and racing in Junior TKM's heat number 2. Leon Frost, Patrick Leaf, Dara McInerney, Tyler Harris. Now we're going to get a better start this time around. Yes, we do. We get them all through Cafe Corner cleanly and down towards Stratford. It is the 2 Tim Wilson Motorsport karts and McInerney on the inside, Frost on the outside though, holding on to the lead. And look at the exit speed that Frost has got. I mean, defending into the corner is one thing, but you lose so much exit speed and that costs you momentum. McInerney though has made a very, very good start. Once again, Patrick Leaf, after such a strong qualifying session, he's down into 4th place already. Tyler Harris is 5th. And Olivia Jenkins, we're going to wait to see where the number 8 kart is. The answer is she's down. Well, she's made the great start that she did last time, but I'm sure that she will be, in fact, looking at down
P14.
where she is P14. So she's actually lost a couple of places on the start, but watch for the number 8 kart to come storming through the pack like she did in race number 1.
Indeed. So, like you say there, breakaway from the top 5. 3 and 5. There we go. 3.5. 3 and a bit. There we go. 8.5 minutes plus that 1 lap. And like you say, Leon Frost, he had a good start to that race. He didn't go defensive into the first hairpin straight away. He took the outside line, sweeped around the corner, got so much extra. Diana McInerney has closed right in though. Jake Humphrey as well, all line astern. So again, these 3 working together, breaking away. All 3 teammates there, line astern. The 2 privateers just behind as well, Tyler Harris, Patrick Leaf. Also wanted to close it again, like they gave us an exciting race in their first heat earlier on, didn't they, the Junior TKMs?
Absolutely. Leon Frost was timed his move to perfection. We've got a Tim Wilson Motorsport 1, 2, 3 at the moment.
We do indeed.
Frost, McInerney and Humphrey. Then it's Harris, Leaf, Robinson, Cheek, Rands, Hull, Calichurn, Bate, Jenkins up to 12th. Behind Jenkins is Jarman, Mitchell, Bagley, Stewart, Bourne and Hathaway. But again, you can see that there's a great start, a great getaway at the front. Now, you can see Olivia Jenkins already start to making a move. So again, poor qualifying, but Olivia Jenkins, now we go, Dara McInerney. Is that the first time that Dara's led a British Championship round? Well, he's led about 3 corners of one now. Tyler Harris also trying to come through, 7.5 minutes to go.
Plenty of time left in this race. Leo Robinson with the fastest lap of the race. Number 30, currently in P6 at the moment. I say he's in P6. I think he's now in P4 after a double move through the hairpin. He is indeed, yep, you can see there. Don't know by his helmet, very distinctive helmet livery on the top there, very easy to spot. Tucking in there, Tyler Harris. Again, Tyler struggled, I think, in Heat 1. You know, dropped back a little bit, came back.
It's one of those things that he won the last race of 2021. Yeah. So, of course, his last memory of the British Championship was winning. And then you get drivers that have finished ahead of him in the championship moving on. So he thinks, right, I won the last round. The drivers that were ahead of me in the championship mainly have moved up.
Yep.
So I'm the best, I'm going to win. And then, of course, when you get dragged into battle, you can have a little bit of frustration. So again, you know, there's no divine right to win. I think as a young driver, he thought, well, why wouldn't I win? I won the last round. Yeah. And the main championship players, as Tyler goes into 2nd place, have moved up. So his mental attitude will have been, well, I'm going to win. Yeah. Simple as that.
Exactly.
Which is not a bad attitude to have at all.
No, that's it.
But then, of course, when you realise, oh, actually, I'm getting, you know, things aren't going to be as easy as I thought it was. You had that one race where a little bit of frustration showed through. But now we seem a little bit calm. We're seeing less hand gestures from Tyler in the kart.
Yes.
Yeah, which tells you that he's had a race to think, okay, that his team or his parents, his family have said, listen, calm down. You know, calm down. It's just a commercial. No, calm down and just, let's focus. You can win. It's not going to be easy, but you've got, you know, let's not get frustrated. Yeah.
Well, despite that late lunge there at the Bruno chicane on the last lap from Tyler, they've managed to close back up to Dara McInerney in 1st place. Leo Robinson has closed in to this top 3. Now a group of 4 with 5.5 minutes to go. Everyone hugging that inside line and down the inside. There goes Tyler Harris, and following is Leon Frost. So Dara McInerney from 1st to 3rd. Looked like he ran a little wide into the entrance and down the inside as well. Leo Robinson looked like he tried to go for the move, couldn't quite do it. He stays in 4th place. again with this happening, keep an eye on that big group behind is going to close in.
Yep, indeed. And someone saying there, Michael Burke mentioned that there's lots of karting going on in the UK today. But, you know, your attention is obviously fully focused on here. You know, you can look back on YouTube, the Alpha Live YouTube channel, afterwards to see the other events that are going on today. But this is the Premier one. This is where you want to be. This is what you want to be watching right now. And someone's saying, Sam Holden, when Sam Shaw racing? That will be in the Senior X30 pre-final, which goes out at 1 o'clock local time.
Okay, that was a look at some of the gliding club in the side of shot there. Obviously, just on the other side of that mound, there is a full runway with lots of planes and lots of gliders and all sorts taking off. You'll probably see a few of those throughout the day.
We discussed the glider club on the Paddock show last night, which will be replayed during the lunch break today. So you can watch that live. You can watch that, not live. You can watch the full Paddock show during the lunch break to keep you entertained whilst there is a break between racing here at the track. Harris still leads from Frost, McInerney and Robinson. Then a gap back to Joe Cheek and Olivia Jenkins, who are next line. In fact, Jenkins now back up at the 5th position. Now, Olivia Jenkins, I think, has passed. I mean, Shane Daly passed a load of people in his KZ2 heat. Olivia Jenkins did the same in this one. Under investigation, Johan Kalachern, Class and Motorsport number 28, who's running in 8th position at the moment. And I think the under investigation means that somebody on the circuit thinks he may have gained one of the 5 positions that he has in this race by methods that may be contrary to the official rulings. Possibly. Got away with that one. Here is Harris, and Harris leading that train of 4 karts with Olivia Jenkins closing in. Or before long, there will be a quartet of Tim Wilson Motorsport drivers sniffing around Tyler Harris's rear bumper.
Yes.
And with Joe Cheek in 6th position for Class and Motorsport, and then Jake Humphrey in 7th for Tim Wilson Motorsport, there could be a quintet of TWM karts, all poking around Harris's nether regions, shall we say, karting-wise. I think we got away with that one.
What?
5-second penalty for Johan Kalachern.
Right.
So he was a naughty boy.
Right, but for what? We don't know.
Not the Messiah, he's a very naughty boy.
Yes, but for what we don't know, there we go. No. So we'll find out when we get the official timesheets, the result sheets, because it will say what it was in there, and then it will give us a number saying what offence it was, and then you go in the big blue book,
the big blue book,
and you look to the page and go, right, it was that, and then it would still make no sense.
Yes, it'll be either driving in a manner incompatible with general safety, which is the Motorsport UK's route for hoofing someone.
Yes.
Straight off. Yeah. Basically.
Yeah. Yes.
Harris.
Or false start.
No, that's a 3-second penalty. False start, moving out of the tram line to start is a 3-second penalty. There we are, see? I'm not just a pretty face.
You're not that either.
I'm not just a hairy face. Right, Woods, Frost. Harris, Frost, Jenkins, McInerney, Robinson, Humphrey, Cheek, your top 7, Kalachern 8th. But with that penalty, that will push Johan down to 13th position behind Oliver Ball.
Inside,
There's a move.
There's Frosty.
And
well timed.
Yep, and again, Harris just doesn't defend it, and you can see, there's the difference. Harris isn't gesticulating, about being passed like he was in the first race. He's just like, okay, we're going to go dive straight back up the inside at Cafe Corner. Doesn't quite work. And that's going to leave the door open for Olivia Jenkins to take over P2. So, from 14th at the end of lap number 1 to 3rd, and Harris goes back to the lead, and Jenkins follows him through to 2nd. So, from 14th at the end of lap 1 to 2nd, halfway around lap 12, Olivia Jenkins, I was going to say man on a mission, woman on a mission.
Yep, indeed. Yeah, 1 minute to go, plus that 1 lap, and of course this will all count towards where they're going to be starting for their final later on today. There's no pre-final, there's no repercharge for Junior TKM. They will go from their 2 heats into their final later on today. And of course, the points that they've accumulated from today will determine where they're going to start from this one. Of course, the least points that you've got will determine where you start for your final. Leon Frost with 3 points is joint with Tyler Harris, also on 3 points. But I think with Frosty with the fastest lap, I think will start on pole.
And it's worth remembering, so heat points are not championship points.
No.
The drivers aren't scoring championship points in each race.
No.
The heat points, you get 0 heat points for winning, 2 for finishing 2nd, 3 for finishing 3rd, 4 for finishing 4th, and so on.
Yes.
And at the end of the 2 heat races, the lowest heat points on that scale, that decides who starts on pole position for the finals.
Yes.
There we go. Championship points is a different kettle of fish altogether.
Yeah.
They get dished out in the later on.
Yeah.
In the finals.
At the end of the week,
we'll bring those to you later on.
Yes.
Karting is a complicated beast. We will try and make it as simple as possible, but they have got two simpletons in the commentary box trying to explain it some complicated system. It's better off just describing what we're seeing on track. And what we're seeing on track was number 51, no, the 70 kart of Joe Cheek there, making a bit of a mistake going into Cafe Corner as he tried to get 4th place away from Leo Robinson. It's cost him a couple of places. He's dropped back behind Darren McInerney and Jake Humphrey, but we have 7 karts battling for the race lead, Anthony, as the clock strikes 0.
Yeah, they cross the line with about 3 seconds to go. Back down the inside there goes Joe Cheek, moves back up 1 more place. And gestures there from Olivia Jenkins just saying, come on, think, don't go for the move down the inside. And Leon Frost isn't going to go for the move down the inside. What Leon Frost is going to do is get a great exit from that corner, takes the wider line, is potentially going to go for a move on the inside here. Last lap board comes out. And Tyler Harris leads the way as they go in towards Cafe Corner. Absolutely no moves here, but expect something from Leon Frost in towards this hairpin. He'll have looked behind the shoulder. He does that all the time. He will have seen that the gap takes the wide line. Tyler Harris goes defensive. Look at Leon Frost, gets the switch back, times it perfectly, side by side with Olivia Jenkins, but puts his hand up and says, I can't get alongside.
Yep, so he slots back into line, you know, and again, smart move there from Leon Frost. He's going to think to himself, okay, I'm not going to win this one, but the best hope I've got is that if Olivia gets at the inside going to hang out, I can follow her through and finish second. But Tyler's not going to do that, and Frost is going to try and go around the outside and cut back underneath coming out of the final corner. Is he going to do it? The answer is no. Tyler Harris is going to hang on.
Yep, that was good stuff then. And again, that was smart driving because, of course, it's only a heat race. You know, they've probably worked out where I'm going to finish, you know, what points I'll get for where I'm going to start in the final later on. But, yeah, I think that was smart driving there from the top 3. Just, you know, keep it stern. Yeah, he tried to go for the move. You know, a better position always helps out. But, you know, just thought, yeah, I'll stay behind, hold on to that one. So Tyler Harris will take the win from Olivia Jenkins. Leon Frost, they will be your top 3, but what a race from Jenkins. 10 places gained.
Well, and considering she dropped down to 14th on the opening lap, even better.
Yeah.
So Tyler Harris takes the win, Jenkins and Frost 2nd and 3rd, and that is going to give Frosty, I think, provisional pole position for the final because he had the win in the first heat race, and it was a tie on points, the best finish of the first heat race that counts. Yeah. Jenkins and Frost. Then it's Leo Robinson, a great result for Robinson. After, you know, a bit of a poor start this morning, Robinson comes home in 4th. Then it's Humphrey in 5th. So a top, well, 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th for Tim Wilson Motorsport. Then Klassen Motorsport with Joe Cheek in 6th, followed by Darren McInerney. Johan Kalichern with a penalty will finish 8th on the road, but that will make him about 11th after the penalty, or 12th after the penalty has been applied. Luke Bate in 9th, and Aidan Mitchell rounding out the top 10. Joel Hull, Sasha Bagley in 12th, Ollie Rands, Luke Jarman, Patrick Leaf, Oliver Bourne and Seth Hathaway are next. Jack Stewart rounding out the field. There is the number 95 kart of Luke Bate. Getting out of his kart, there's number 28. That's Johan Kalichern, the Klassen Motorsport entry there. The top 3, again, the top 3 go through into undercover area, so they will have their nose cones checked in there, and then they'll be brought into the pens. And dad, oh, there we go. So sorry, it's
nearly fell over.
Olivia's dad almost falling over the back of the cart there. We didn't catch that one live on air, honest, Mr. Jenkins. So James Greer supporting Tyler Harris there. Yes, so it's good to see. Let us know who you're supporting. We've got 2 races to go before lunch. TKM Extreme and then KZ2 for their final heat races. Now we know that in TKM Extreme we've seen plenty of support for Spadders, Adam Sparrow.
Oh yeah.
And in KZ2 we've seen plenty of support for Bradley Barrett and Caden McQueen. But if you're supporting another driver, or if if you race on the chassis that the other drivers that in this race are racing on, then let us know who you're watching.
Now, ladies and gents, if you are watching the live chat or live stream on YouTube or anything like that, and you can see alongside that the comment section is there, but you can't commentate because it says subscriber mode only. All you have to do is hit the subscribe button. It doesn't cost a thing.
No,
it doesn't cost a penny. It is completely free. You have to have a YouTube account, I will say, but that's that.
Most people have got that.
Yeah, most people have got that. It's free to create a YouTube account. Hit the subscribe button. Doesn't cost you a penny, and you get notified whenever we go live.
Right.
And you can comment on the streams.
Now I know.
There we go.
Well, thanks for that.
You're welcome.
So now that's the like and subscribe button. That's the red button, is it?
The red
that
button.
says subscribe.
Yes.
That's SUB. subscribe.
Yes.
That one.
Yes.
Okay, so you press that one.
Yes.
That allows you to comment.
Yep.
And then anything that Alpha do,
Yeah.
or all top quality stuff, of course, especially this British Championship and the Alpha Live podcast that me and you host. Yes, you can watch. You're told, so you never miss a thing.
Never miss a thing. There we
Never
go.
miss. There we. Do you know what? Thanks for that, Anthony.
You're welcome.
Appreciate that.
You're
Really. Emo because of tillits. James
Right.
Wera.
Yeah.
Right,
Well.
Okay.
There we go. So.
Join the fun, everyone have a chat. There we go,
There we
exactly.
go.
Thank you, Michael Burke, all the way from Bath, Australia. There's Mr. Bourne,
Yep.
again on screen.
Yes.
And there's Tyler.
It's Jason Bourne.
No, it's Oliver Bourne. Don't get Bourne's identity mixed up.
I like that one.
And there's the scrutineering team. There's Olivia Jenkins. She's going to be, not surprised. She looks quite happy with her morning's work. There we go. She's going to be absolutely spitting feathers, though, that she messed up qualifying.
Dear me. Well, good stuff. This is real world karting, ladies and gents. We're joining us on the live chat, not esports karting. We know how hectic that can be.
Oh, okay. Esports.
What?
Esports. What's tell me. Esports.
Yes.
Internet. I thought that was I. I thought you spelled internet with an I, not internet.
I don't know what the.
Email karting.
Email sports.
You're just typing really quickly. type, saying, oh look, oh dear, there's a plane landing. Thank goodness me.
Not on the track.
No, that's one of the planes that take with an engine that takes the gliders up, and then you just glide down. I'm not convinced by this gliding malarkey.
Yeah.
Yeah, no. Right, there are your top three.
Indeed. Sorting out cheesy Craig.
Yeah, he's Leon Frost. I mean, third place. There we go. There's the top, and there's the top three all having a chat about how things went. All rather civil looking from a distance. But we've got 2 races to go. What time is the next one on? It's TKM Extreme. That's due to start at 11:40, which is in
about a minute's time. So that's why you just heard the klaxon off in the background there,
beep,
which is,
beep, beep.
and then 2 minutes after that,
we're giving Jason down on the circuit there, our roaming cameraman.
Yes,
we're giving him a bit of a workout. He's going to get his steps in today.
Who are they talking about now? Right, okay, fine then. But, ladies and gentlemen, the senior version of TKM is about to head out to the circuit. TKM Extreme, race 14 of the weekend, Heat 2, coming up next. There is a very close look at the eyes of Adam Sparrow, the man who's starting on the front row in the number 19, who has got the seeded number of number 6, didn't want to run it.
Yep, didn't want to run it. There's the number 40 Kart, Tim Wilson Motorsport entry of Isaac Marsh, also known as Gus Lawrence's stunt double.
Yep.
Yeah, there we go. And now someone's opinion, here we go, it's a footballing question, Nancy. We know how much you love your football.
I hate football.
Opinions on Sean Dyche?
I don't have one.
But don't you?
No.
After 10 years at Burnley, keeping it in the Premier League, and then getting sacked with 8 games to go in the season. Although they did have a good result, the other day. They got a win. It's either them or Everton to go down in my book.
The ladies and gents are not here to talk about football. They're here to talk about racing.
All right, okay, no problems at all. I think it's a race to the bottom. I think Burnley will stay up. Personally, I think Burnley will stay up. If 606 don't want me, that's fine. There's Michael Cornell, old school crash helmet, number 33. Now he's running number 33 this year. Now he normally runs 85, this Michael. There we go. There's the number 32 car on your screen, Jack Saunders. Saunders. Now you will see on the grid all the drivers have their photographs.
Yes.
I'm thinking one of the last drivers in the entire paddock
to
have their photo taken was Jack Saunders.
Yeah.
Late to the party, but he's there eventually.
Finally.
So, there is our sponsor. So this is the Wera Tools British Kart Championship brought to you by Alpha Live. Here we go. Starting grid. Chris Whitten, the race 1 winner, and Alan Sparrow on row 1. Lee Whittingham and Harvey Roth on row number 2.
Row number 3, Sam Johns, Ashton Cox on that row. Isaac Marsh and Spencer Lane will round out row number 4.
Row 5, Michael Cornell and Kai Springfield. Row 6, Charlie King and Aaron Lask.
Jack Saunders and Archie Strong on row 7. Ben Watson and Megan Lawson will round out row number 8.
Final 2 rows of the grid, Tom Johnson, Charlie Gromit, Kian Bennett and Ben Chapman. They are your 20 starters.
Heat 2, of course. Their first heat earlier on today.
Oh, look at that. Oh, there we go. Sean Dyche is... can we boot Henry off for 10 minutes for that discussion mention of football?
Yes,
Sorry,
yes, we can.
This is my Sean Dyche impression. We had a good game today.
Oh, I've got a mute button. Oh, how fantastic is that, ladies and gents? There we go. Perfect. Here we go then for the racing start there. TKM Extreme, false start. They're going round again. So we've got a bit of breathing time then before they head back for their race start. But yeah, fancy thing, that mute button.
It's a game of two halves. Yeah, it's a game of two halves.
There we go.
No, there we go. There we go. Sorry, MDT Photography. I'm just in font of all knowledge.
No, just not about the wrong things.
Yeah, well, that's true. That's fair.
Have fond knowledge about racing, karting, motorsport, all of that. You keep that other sport that only requires one ball.
We were going to, discuss about how to get more interaction there. You challenge the beard of knowledge about motorsport.
Yeah, you're looking a bit like Father Time there.
I am Father Time's catching up with me more than most. But yes, no more football-related impressions or questions. Even though I think Bernie should stay up. Even though it's a travesty they sacked Sean Dyche.
No more.
Sorry, Sean. It's a great game. Love that.
He doesn't have an off button, do you, Henry?
Yeah, well, I have.
Got a mute button.
You pressed it, yes. There we go.
I still hear you in the commentary box. There we go.
Here we go then. Go on, Anthony, take it away.
Yep, here we go, into the tram line. Much better start this time. Green flag's out. We're off and racing. 10 minutes plus that one lap in towards Cafe Corner for the first time. Everyone round a little bit wide on the outside there. Bit of chopping and changing, as it looks like that was either Harvey Roth or Sam Johns getting high and skywards. Breakaway at the top three, absolutely sideways, a little late on the brakes there for the number 5 of Chris Whitten. Absolutely pinned round there, holds on to the lead. Harvey Roth goes up into second place. Big Spadders now down into third. Coming through Bruno Chicane, there's Charlie King coming through the inside. Now, Bruno Chicane was where Charlie King had that
incident with Adam Sparrow in the last race. Much cleaner first lap for the Extreme drivers than we saw in race number 1. Of course, first race of the season, they dusted a few cobwebs off.
Yep.
Chris Whitten will try and make his escape like Steve McQueen in the film.
Yes.
On a bike. Not on a bike and not diving over things. Yes. Harvey Roth, Adam Sparrow, Sam Johns, Ashton Cox, Isaac Marsh, Kai Springfield, Spencer Lane, Aaron Askin, Archie Strong rounding out the top 10.
Indeed, good start there. And a bit spread out, no lunges for the time being. Looking pretty comfortable. Expect that to change.
Yep.
Expect that to change.
I've got to say, I've been impressed by the number 58 Kart of Ashton Cox. Class of motorsport driver, but in the red chassis, not with the black and silver class and livery. He's doing very well. There goes Harvey Roth up into P2, passing Adam Sparrow. Oh, two class and karts tripping over each other there down at Wilkins. But this is what the drivers were worried about, Chris Whitten getting away. Now in race 1, Adam Sparrow was able to stay in second place for most of the first half of the race and keep Chris right with him. That move from Harvey Roth has cost them both a little bit of ground. Can these next 4 drivers, Roth, Sparrow, Johns and Cox, work together and push back up to Whitten, or will Whitten do what is normally not possible and break away at the front of a TKM Extreme race?
Well, put it this way, Sector 1 from Harvey Roth was a 10th faster than Whitten. Sector 2 also just under a 10th faster as well. And look, closed right up. So Whitten's not got the waft in this early start of the race. Maybe due to tyre pressures, the tyres could come in a little bit later on in the race. We'll yet to see that. But at the time being, he's not managed to break away. And this top 5, super close. Well, I have to say, the top 5, the top 10 are super close at the moment.
Because Springfield, Lane, Strong and Lask are all there, and a change the lead as the one of the gliders comes into land, and I've got to say Roth landed that perfectly there going into Stratford Corner to take over the race lead, and this could now turn into a race-long battle because Whitten was past the first race but then managed to get himself back in the lead when it counted, that it mattered most at the end. Now Sam Johns is going to try and follow his teammate through into P2. You've got Sparrow there in 4th, then it's Cox, Springfield, Strong, Lane, last. Now Lee Whittingham is down in 11th place, the number 34 Kart. There he goes, flashing across your screen there. He's sort of out of position compared to where he was in race number 1. And here comes Sam Johns.
There we go. Sam Johns. Oh, there we go. Oh, who was that? The 37? Was that the 97?
That was Kai Springfield almost getting involved there. There's Springfield in that blue and white livery. Again, 10th in last year's championship, but using his preferred number as well. Yeah, now Springfield in the first heat that we had earlier on was kind of in that sort of mid-pack further behind. This time, he's right on this lead group. I say that he's just going to be nerfed out slightly wide there by the number 7 of Spencer Lane. Yeah, and this is the first time we've had to see Spencer Lane as well. Yes. Spencer Lane was involved in an incident at Bruno's at the first lap. So we didn't see his true potential in Heat 1, did we? Now we are seeing the number 7 Kart show what he can really is capable of. And again, so you say that the wonderful thing about TKM is that every time drivers leave the class, either to go to X30 or Rotax, something like that, you know, they're replaced instantly by new drivers that can challenge. It's remarkable. Again, close engine parity. You know, only got a grid of 20 this year, so the numbers in seniors is down slightly on last year, but the action is no less spectacular as Witten tried and failed on this occasion. But look at there's the number 50, Ashton Cox. Yeah, really strong performance there. He's got the no graphics kit on his car. Now that's probably because you can see Ashton, he's a bit of a bigger lad than most. So again, we're going to, graphics kits weighs a few grams. Yeah. So we're going to trim it off. And there's Witten. Now, Chris Witten seems to be able, every time he loses the position, he looks like he's capable of retaking that place with ease. Yeah, he really does. He's got some good pace, good track skills out there as well. Oh, little wide there, Harvey Roth. Little wide out of the Bruno chicane. He might struggle going into here. He holds that inside line, but then down the inside comes. Seamless. Yeah, absolutely seamless. Chris Witten takes the race lead back, but that was a mistake. Straight back at him, though. Oh, Johns, and fair play to Sam Johns. He kept it pinned, and now Witten finds himself on the outside line for the entrance to the cafe corner, losing another place. So Roth back in front of Witten into P2. Sam Johns leads again. Yep, indeed, chopping and changing. Witten back down the inside. Yep. Seamless. Exactly, and nobody else seemed to be able to do that. No. It takes everybody else a good lap or two to sort of battle their way back into position. Witten just is able to just move out, mirror signal maneuver, and find a place. Even when the lead, here we go, he's looking. No, Sam Johns was, Johns didn't look like he was defending, but he did defend. Coming to the first half of Hanger Corner, he stayed inside just for a moment, and there goes Witten, though. He waits for another couple of corners. Roth into second place, is he? This could be critical if Roth and John stay side by side, but they don't. No. Slots back into third place, but then, again, it's allowing everyone else behind to close in. Well, there's a top 13 back to Michael Cornell, separated by 2.5 seconds. We're on lap number 9 with 3.5 minutes to go. Doesn't get much better than that, ladies and gentlemen. It doesn't get better than that, does it? As they go through again. Look how close they are. All of them. No moves there this time into the Bruno chicane. Obviously, it's a very tricky corner to get past on the Bruno chicane. You can do it, but you have to really commit to it, and you have to hope that the other person has also seen you try and do it and avoid as well in the meantime. So it's definitely a two-player game. Ashton Cox, now he's on a Gillard chassis now, and that is that's going to be a new Gillard, which is an OTK product, but it's still great to see the Gillard name back in in karting. So here's a trivia question for you, ladies and gentlemen, and I won't give you the answer. So on the chat, the Gillard chat, Tim Gillard's name came back into karting. Tim Gillard built British Championship winning chassis, World Championship winning chassis in the UK for many years. At the end of 2020, he retired, and the Gillard name went away. In 2022, OTK brought back the Gillard name as part of their brand. Who was the first driver to win a major karting event on a Gillard chassis in 2022? Hint, I was commentating on it. There you go. On a Gillard chassis. So have a guess and bring that. Oh, we've got someone off there, sir. But let me know who you think that was. The name will surprise you. Oh, if you think of your answers on the chat, and I shall tell you in a few moments' time, in 2.5 minutes' time, at the end of this race. Good. Let's focus on this. Yes. Get thinking, boys and girls. Witten, Johns, Cox. And then Roth, Whittingham, Lee Whittingham into 5th. Then it's Archie Strong, last lane down to 8th.
Oh, pulling off.
Oh dear, who is that?
That's
is
27,
Sam Johns. Uh-oh, that was a chain. Now, oh, look at that, Sam Johns trudging away.
Yeah.
And,
there's another kart going slow.
That's a number 66 kart of Charlie Gromit, the precision racing driver. And, someone telling me, I think, Mr. Cox is one of Tim's last built chassis. So, the Gillard that Ashton Cox on isn't an OTK Gillard. It's an old school British built Gillard from Tim's fair hands himself. Now, right, so there we go. There's a reason for the underdog to cheer. Thank you very much, Mr. Cox. But still, who on the new Gillard, the OTK Gillard, who was the first driver to win a major kart race in that class, on that chassis? No, I'll tell you later.
Okay,
we've got 55 seconds to go. Michael Cornell.
And I was wrong.
Whitten, Roth, Ashton Cox, Lee Whittingham, Lask, Strong and Lane.
Right.
And now things have calmed down a little bit. 40 seconds to go. Yeah, Whitten has got that breathing space that everybody else was worried about.
Yeah, I mean, he's got the pace now, hasn't he? I mean, compared to the first heat, obviously it was very close, and like you say, Spowders was able to, keep it. Yeah, he's way down the order.
Way down the order, back down
where
in 14th position.
Yeah, that's not where he wants to be, really, is it? So,
no.
14 seconds left on the time. They'll have 2 laps left. They'll cross the line before that timer strikes 0. So, last lap board won't be out this time around. It'll be out this time now as they cross the line. Yeah, I think it's been a pretty fairly calm race at the moment. Harvey Roth there, he's still under pressure from Ashton Cox, and like I say, Ashton Cox is
storming. I'm very, very impressed. He hasn't taken. But he's now forcing Roth to defend. So the lead that Whitten has gone. The lead is now being decided, and for the first time now, Ashton Cox is really putting the pressure on Harvey Roth.
They've taken a lot of curb on the inside there at the entrance.
Lee Whitten, the 34 kart is there, but that was plenty of curbing.
Yes.
That was chiropractor style curbing. That was,
Yes. Yeah, trip to the dentist.
Yes.
A lot of curbage. But, yeah, no, it's definitely been a different style of racing this time around. I think from last time they calmed down a little bit there. That was Jack Saunders going down the inside of Isaac Marsh. That was for 10th place at the moment. Final lap board is out. And at the moment, closest battle on circuit is probably those top 2, Harvey Roth, Ashton Cox. As Harvey Roth's gone defensive now. Yeah, defensive, and now the rest of the group behind, they've seen that, and they've also gone for it. You would have thought they would have stayed line astern to see if they could catch up, potentially.
Lee Whittingham's got his hands full here with the number 93
so.
of Aaron Lask, the number 7 of Spencer Lane, the 97 of Kai Springfield, the number 16 of Charlie King, all in that group. But Chris Whitten's going to make it 2 wins out of 2. And Easy does it eventually, cross the line, so Whitten takes the victory, and second place Roth by a 1/10 of a second over Ashton Cox. Lee Whittingham in 4th, Aaron Lask is 5th, Spencer Lane is 6th, 7th for Kai Springfield, and 8th for Charlie King. Michael Cornell comes home in 9th, Jack Saunders 10th. Michael Cornell, he's doing karting the right way. He's got all his, family event in the van, got the kids there, enjoying things. There's a group of them out. I think Kai Springfield's out in the same part of the paddock with him, finishing in 9th place. Jack Saunders rounds out the top 10 of Archie Strong, Isaac Marsh, Adam Sparrow, Ben Watson, Kean Bennett, Megan Lawson, Tom Johnson, Ben Chapman, and sadly Charlie Gromit and Sam Johns failed to finish. So the answer to the question of who took the first major win on the new OTK Gillard was in the Florida Winter Series, the Rotax Florida Winter Series, which was held at the Orlando Kart Center. It was a 4-round championship, and the Rotax Max Masters champion on the Gillard chassis, winning the first big event, was none other than Brazil's Antonio Pizzonia, ex-Formula 1 driver, who got his ticket to the Rotax Grand Finals on the Gillard chassis number 2. from the OTK line.
Well, the second one.
The second one.
Oh.
There we go. And yeah, so Antonio Petunia Jr., ex-Jaguar Williams Formula 1 driver. There we go.
There we go.
No one got it, sorry. Oh, look, there's some, there's a sensible person in an aeroplane with an engine.
With an engine.
And a not sensible person in a glider with no engine on a windy day. Now look at them, I mean, oh gosh. Need my tablets just looking at that.
Absolutely terrifying.
And you say, so, watching at Silverstone. Now, Mr. Cox Racing is watching from Silverstone. There's an event on at Silverstone, isn't there?
There is.
There's some sort of event. Mini racing? Master racing?
There's minis, yeah, I think it's MSV. I think
MSV, some sort of club racing.
Yeah, yes, I think it's MSV are there this weekend, so...
There we go. So there we go. That's the first, you know, you challenge the beard of knowledge on one karting question.
Yep.
Already, nobody has had an answer for me.
No.
Well, no one's got an answer for me generally.
No.
But yeah, so I think the next question, you've got to try and let's engage the viewers. There we go. There's Isaac Marsh, you know, who will reappear later on as Gus Lawrence.
Yeah.
We'll get
I can't wait for, like, obviously, the ladies and gentlemen at home, if you don't know what Gus Lawrence looks like, obviously quite similar to this, quite similar to that. But when Gus Lawrence does come out, you'll see how the two do look quite similar. When we were doing the photos over the last 2 days for the driver profiles.
Should have been over 1 day, but they were slow, and it took 2 days, wasn't it? Yes.
Yes, yeah. But we did say it's like looked like Gus Lawrence. Like, yeah, I hear that a lot. So there you go. You're going to hear it a lot in this broadcast as well. There we go.
It's the Formula Ford United Championship at Silverstone. There we go. Well, good luck there. And here is some more. There's Alan Sparrow again. Oof, not happy with that one. Didn't see what happened. Didn't see why he hadn't got the pace in that one. And there's number 44 car. That's Keon Bennett. Just exiting stage left. Now that's the new RSR team. Ooh, RSR. That's something I've got to find out who's behind that. There's poor Sam Johns. Now, let's have a look. I can't see a chain hanging down on that cart.
Maybe an engine seizure.
That I would have liked to see a chain hanging down.
Yeah.
For budgetary reasons.
Yeah.
I would have preferred to see a chain hanging down. So, who's going to win at Immolation today? Ooh. Well, we can't talk about that.
We can't talk about that.
Well, we can.
Well, we can.
We're not going no spoilers.
Yeah.
No spoilers. But I mean, Imola today. There's another race going on.
No one cares about it.
Well, I mean, I think the driver in the red car is going to win.
Well, maybe.
Maybe.
TKM's done for now. They'll be back after the lunch break with their finals. Race 15, Heat 2, KZ2. I try my hardest to keep it professional in this commentary box, but the loose cannon of Henry, you make it difficult.
But I'm excited. Look, we had a great race in the first one.
We did.
24 drivers set to go in heat number 2. It's the last race before lunch.
Yep. Which is my favourite part of the day, to be fair.
I mean, if that's not anything to get excited about, I'm nearly out of Scottish carbonated orange drink.
Thank goodness.
Well, I mean, that's what the lunch break's for.
Well,
rehydrate, and recarbonate.
He can't even speak anymore. Oh, brilliant. There's the number 17 of Tom Adams, starting on row number 6. And the Rush Performance car, it's got Hannah Lang alongside. Now, of course, in that last one, Hannah Lang was involved in that incident with Alan Kenyon, wasn't it, with the number 5? Yeah.
Yeah, there's Sam Moore. Sam Moore, what a mean kart race. I mean, let's say mean. He was an absolutely superb KZ2 driver in his day. There's Shane Daly. So, man on a mission. The O Plate winner, Shane Daly. From the back of the grid, again, one of those things, ruining the fact that he obviously had some sort of problem in qualifying that put him in the back of that long grid.
That is a big grid.
Now, again, this is the kart is 3x2, 3x2, not 2x2. So the grid graphics are going to be slightly misleading for this one, just because, well, KZ2 is an anomaly.
Yeah.
An anomaly.
I love how you can say that word, but you can't say rehydrate.
Rehydrate, no, that's me.
I can't even remember the word that you said.
Hydronate. I was trying to say hydrated carbonate, recarbonate, and hydrate. There we go.
There we go.
So we got Mr. Greedy supporting Byron. Byron Kittle, who did very well in his debut in the British Championship. Now there is the Spencer Shinner kart, which is good to see back the number 5, the 55 after his failure early on. Morgan Porter, let's have Jason there taking us up the grid. You've got the number 48 kart there. That's the Derek Morgan's kart, privateer driver on an MS chassis. And engines are fired. Off we go. There's the E-plate of Dan Gould being released. There goes Alan Kenyon, the black liveried Sodi kart. Not part of the Sodi Vitesse team. That's Bradley Barrett's outfit. And there goes Shane Daly. Daly Synergy kart. So it's a Synergy chassis in the KZ2 for more racing. Now, here we go. The grid.
Yes.
Row number 1. Bradley Barrett on pole, Dan Kelly in the middle, and Lee Ward on the outside. Row 2, James Glenister and Miles Murphy.
Dan Gould, Ashley Lewis and Charlie Turner will be the 3 karts on row number 3, with Joe Charlton and Josh Price on row number 4.
Row 5 sees Caden McQueen on the inside, Alan Kenyon in the middle, and Derek Morgan on the outside. And row 6 sees Tom Adams and Hannah Lang.
Charlie Cole, Lewis Halliday and Byron Kittle on row 7, the 3 alongside. Morgan Porter and Robert Cronin on row number 8.
Row number 9, Spencer Shinner, Sam Ward and Ashley Goodliff are back on row number 10. But watch the O-plate, more racing, Shane Daly. How high can he go in this one? Well, watch now for the key thing is the new drivers: Lewis Halliday, Caden McQueen, Tom Adams, Morgan Porter. Watch them. So you've got Halliday at the start. Halliday Adams in the 17, Halliday in the 56, Porter in the 46, McQueen in the 42. Watch them at their starts. It's going to be hard. It's a birthday cake now. For those who watched the Paddock show last night, Mrs. Shaw has brought us a bit of birthday cake in the commentary box. It's Sam Shaw's dad, Big Rob. The big man himself, is hit the half century today. Happy birthday to Rob Shaw. And we'll be investigating that birthday cake later on.
During the lunch break.
Yes, we will. But yeah, let's see.
I had birthday cake the other day as well.
Louis from Chaos Sport.
Louis from Chaos Sport. He's 39 years young.
Oh. How come he looks older than Rob Shaw? No, I'm only joking. Louis, because you're very big and you're very strong, with lots of muscles, and you'll beat me up. But okay, right. So again, now we're going to look at the back of the grid. So we're going to find. So Caden McQueen, the 42, he had a poor start in the first one. We got Derek Morgan, the 48. He's new to the class. Can he get away? Tom Adams, the 17. Look for his start, because this is going to be the new drivers. There's the 56 of Lewis Halliday as well, the 46 of Porter. Watch them at the start. Will they get away cleanly? It's almost as important, because these cars accelerate so much, so quickly. It's almost more important to see the middle and the back of the grid than the front of the grid. You know the front row starters are going to get away cleanly. But it's the concertina effect that happens if one of the newcomers to the class doesn't get a clean start. Green flag in the air. Let's watch and see. Oh, look at the front, Anthony. You check out the newcomers. Lights are out. We're off and racing. It's a good start from Bradley Barrett, who holds on to the lead, but they all somehow get away. But one of the Rush Performance drivers struggling.
Yeah.
Into Cafe Corner, Barrett leads.
Yeah, it was the 22 of James Glenister who had a bad start there. He got swallowed by the pack and has fallen right down the order here. Absolutely line astern as they whiz past the first corner, straight down into the second. Is everyone going to get round okay this time around?
Hold your breath. Yes, they do. So Glenister, one of the contenders for victory in the first race, already at the back of the pack. And it's Barrett who made a cock-up of his start in the first race. He's made a good start this time, and he's leading. Ward second and Kelly third.
Yeah, Lee Ward was very, very sideways. He came into the Bruno chicane very hot there, and nearly didn't stop for the corner, but manages to keep it under control. So they cross the line. Barrett leads from Ward, Kelly, Murphy, Turner, Gould. Then it's Lewis, Price, Charlton, Morgan, Lang, Kenyon, the top 12. Adams, Cole, Kittle, Halliday, McQueen, Daly, Porter, Cronin, Ward, Shinner, Goodliff and Glenister.
Glenister, I don't think Glenister has
I don't think he's crossed the line.
So James Glenister out of the race. That's a disaster, because Glenister was, finished the top 3 last time, but out of the race early doors this time. That's going to be a big, big hindrance for him to try and make progress in the final. Barrett, Ward, Kelly. Oh, and there is Lewis Halliday running wide there. Lewis Halliday, Morgan Porter. They locked horns in Rotax, but they're going a lot quicker now. Don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, at the end of the Stratford Straight, before they hit the Stratford hairpin, these carts are doing 95 miles an hour.
Yeah. Blistering speed. So confirmed that James Glenister has come into the pit lane. That kart has retired from the race, so the bad start may have been mechanical issues, and that kart goeth no further. Bradley Barrett under pressure here from Lee Ward. Lee Ward looking like he was going to go for a move on the outside here, slotted back to the inside, and they will stay in position. But Barrett, much better start this time around. Charlie Turner, you're pointing at?
No, it's Miles Murphy. Miles Murphy and Charlie Turner, 4th and 5th, very, very close as well. The 37 of Murphy, the 4 of Turner. Then it's the E-plate of Gould and the 9 of Ashley Lewis. All really close in contention as they come into Hanger Corner and down towards Wilkins. But 2, 4, 6 in a line. Barrett, Ward, Kelly, Murphy, Turner, Gould, then Lewis, Charlton, Josh Price, Hannah Lang up into the top 10, Kenyon 11th, then it's Morgan, Adams, Cole, Kittle, McQueen, Daly, Halliday, Porter, Ward, Shinner, Cronin and Goodliff. 23 karts separated by 7 seconds at the end of lap number 4. 7.5 minutes to go. There is one of the Rush Performance drivers making a move down into the hip, and I think that might have been Turner or Gould. Was it? It was maybe Gould trying to pass Turner. They're still side by side. And it does look as though it's the E-plate. No, it's Murphy defending 4th place from Turner. You've got the 3 Rush Performance karts chasing the Demon Tweaks more racing entry of Murphy. And it's allowing the top 3 to just ease away, with Lee Ward now assuming the lead and Bradley Barrett dropping to 3rd place. So Ireland leads with number 8 Lee Ward, but for how much longer?
Joe Charlton tried to move down the inside into the Wilkins corner there. He tried to go for 7th place on Ashley Lewis. I don't think he managed to get it done, but showing that he's got the pace. He set the fastest lap earlier on in the race. The new fastest lap, though, goes to Dan Kelly, the man in 2nd place at the moment. He is showing great performance here in that top 3. They are breaking away, like you said, Henry, just ever so slightly from the drivers behind as they battle. Kelly's
taking the lead. Kelly, and I'll be very careful how I pronounce this, Kelly is the master braker. He is. There's going to be nobody later on the brakes than Dan Kelly, trust me. And he's just proved that there. So now can Dan Kelly pull away? He's on the Andy Fairless Racing Birrell Art chassis. Now, Andy Fairless Racing the Birrell AR, that's the package that Ryan Cannon won the title with last year.
Yes. He could forget that season, but as he goes through.
Ward and Barrett, 2nd and 3rd. Turner still runs in 4th. Turner's past Murphy now, so Miles Murphy drops to 5th position. Gould, Lewis, Charlton, Lang and Kenyon. So Josh Price and Hannah Lang. So the MK Racing team and the Formula K chassis of Hannah Lang, new fastest lap of the race, 44.64 seconds. So Hannah, she's got a teammate there for one of the first times in her career there with Sam Ward, another returnee to the championship. Sam's down in 21st place at the moment, but he's been away from karting for several years, so he's getting back into it, and as well as adapting to a new class as Charlie Turner in kart number 4, closing in on Bradley Barrett. Murphy in 5th position. There's Murphy, and then behind Murphy's the E-plate of Dan Gould. We're looking at the number 3 kart, Joe Charlton. That's the 2020 British champion on the Energy Core chassis, and he's been challenged by the number 91 of Hannah Lang. Turner sets a new fast lap of the race halfway through this one. Good to see that Spencer Shinner is still out there. He's down in 20th, but he's having a good thing. And look at that. Now, Shane Daly is up in the 16th position, but behind him, McQueen, Porter and Halliday all battling. Oh, yellow flags down at Stratford hairpin there. Couldn't quite see who that was, and it may have been Miles Murphy. Miles Murphy may have stopped down at Stratford corner. The yellow flags are waving.
I don't see him in that top pack.
Now, did he have a problem? Now, was it a mechanical problem, or was it a braking tyre barrier related problem? Well, we'll soon see. There'll be a camera down there when the drivers come around next time. Hopefully we'll see Miles out of his car standing in absolutely okay. Let's find out. 4.5 minutes to go. Kelly, half a second in front of Lee Ward, who is in turn another half a second in front of Bradley Barrett, who has got Charlie Turner right with him. Then that gap that Miles Murphy's car used to be in is now filled by Dan Gould in 5th, Charlton in 6th, Lang 7th, Lewis 8th, Kenyon 9th, Price 10th. Then it's Adams, Morgan, Cole, Kittle, Daly up to 15th, McQueen, Porter, Halliday, Shinner, Ward, Cronin, Goodliff. 22 drivers still in. There's Dan Gould, the E-plate champion. Again, he won that E-plate. That's the English champion here a week ago. Here's the number 48 with Derek Morgan going through. There's Shane Daly, the O-plate, just flashing across the screen. Lewis Halliday in the Energy chassis. But Dan Kelly coming under a little bit of pressure. Lee Ward, last time around, 44.36 seconds. That's the new fastest lap of the race. 3.5 minutes to go. See, absolute cornucopia of colours here on a sunny day in Shenington. British Karting Championship is back in full swing. Not great for those of you suffering with any sort of hay fever, however.
Yes.
As Lee Ward continues to work on the rear bumper of Dan Kelly's kart. We're on lap number 10. Out of Cafe Corner we go. Up towards Pitts Bend, Park Bend rather, and the Stratford Straight. There's the 56, the 55 going across your screens there. That was Spencer Sheny in 19th position. But here comes Kelly, then all white, Lee Ward. Then orange and black Sodi Vitesse livery kart of Bradley Barrett. It's great to see that we've got, so Dan Kelly on the Birrell ART. Then we've got the number 8 kart of Lee Ward on a Synergy chassis. In third place, Bradley Barrett on a Sodi kart, and the Charlie Turner on a Maranello in fourth place. So 4 very, very distinct, distinctly different chassis up the front here in the British KZ2 Championship, showing that variety is indeed the spice of life. And Charlie Turner in fourth place on that Maranello kart for Rush Performance, just sets a new fast lap, 44.34 seconds. And there they go, up Hanger Straight now. That's runway straight into the Bruno chicane. And Joe Charlton on the Energy course and Hannah Lang on the Formula K chassis. So the top, they're 5th and 6th. The top 6 have got 6 different chassis on display. Great stuff.
They're having a much better race this time around, aren't they? Heat 1 wasn't in their favour, was it, for Hannah Lang and Joe Charlton? They struggled a little bit, but this time around, much better as well. Lee Ward, he tried to go for the move there into turn 1. Struggled there.
Lee, that's the thing, because Dan Kelly is so good late on the brakes for slow speed corners. Lee Ward's thinking, okay, I've got to try to do something at a higher speed corner where Dan Kelly hasn't got such an advantage on the brakes. But Lee Ward has got that kart dialed in, that all white Synergy chassis. For privateer entry. Again, he's out in the back of the paddock. He's around the Michael Cornell, Kai Springfield sort of area, part of the paddock. Yeah, a real old school, lad and dad sort of family van, chassis in the back of the van, easy up awning at the side of it.
Oh, yes.
Showing that you can still do it, ladies and gentlemen, in that fashion and be successful in the British Championship. There is Charlton, there is Lang. This is Hannah Lang's best drive in the British Championship that I've seen in many years of commentating on Hannah. She's doing a fantastic job, top 6 running. Then it's Lewis, Price, Gould down to 9th, Adams up into 10th place, Charlie Cole, Alan Kenyon, Byron Kittle, Shane Daly only 14th. So this is 30 seconds to go. We're not seeing all the overtaking manoeuvres yet, but this is intense racing. The top 4 are separated by 0.6 of a second. Somebody else brings their kart into the pits beneath us. I think that might be Ashley Goodliff in the number 34 kart. He was running down in 22nd position and now he's out of the race. So 15 seconds to go. It's Lee Ward who's back in front. So I missed where Lee Ward made the move there. Sorry about that, ladies and gentlemen.
I missed it too, don't worry, Henry.
Kelly down to 2nd. Barrett, now will Kelly respond at the braking for Stratford Hairpin this time around? Will there be an instant response? We look at the rest of the field go through. Down towards Stratford. We wait. No, Ward still in front. Kelly 2nd, Barrett 3rd, Turner in 4th. Out of Bruno's. Onto the Hanger Straight. Next time around, it'll be the last lap board. And Ward does defend.
He's wrestling with that car quite a lot, isn't he?
Yeah, he doesn't want to let the car run out wide on the exit. He almost like diamond in the corner off there.
Yeah.
Very Sophie, and again, he's defending. Dan Kelly was very good in the braking there for Cafe Corner. Let's have a look as we look at the rest of the field going through. It's Ward, Kelly, Barrett and Turner on the final lap. Any one of 4 can win. Oh, but Lee Ward's made a really good exit to Stratford Corner there. Dan Kelly, I think he might have made a move, outbraked himself ever so slightly, and Lee Ward has capitalised. But look how much Kelly closed in through the Bruno chicane. Look at that. Now, we go down the Hanger Straight one more time. Dan Kelly's got one more opportunity, but Lee Ward is surely going to defend into Wilkins. Yes, he does. And Ireland's Lee Ward will take victory in the second KZ2 race of the day by 11/100ths of a second, ladies and gentlemen. Barrett in 3rd, Turner in 4th. Then it's Joe Charlton, Hannah Lang. Well done. Top 6 finish for the MK Racing Formula K driver. Then it's Ashley Lewis, Josh Price, Dan Gould and Charlie Cole for the Jade Racing team, rounding out the top 10. Adams in 11th, Kenyon 12th, Kittle 13th, Daly only 14th this time. That's Morgan Porter, Derek Morden, Spencer Shinner, Caden McQueen, Lewis Halliday, Sam Ward and Robert Cronin, your finishers. And there's a problem there at the end of the race. That's a collision between the 26 of Robert Cronin, and I think that Morgan Porter may have stopped and Derek Morgan may have run into the back of Morgan. So what happened there, we don't know, but certainly damaged the rear bumper of Morgan Porter's kart, and I'm sure that there's damaged the front end of Derek Morgan's kart.
Well, that will look bad when it comes to the nose tone check.
Yep, there'll be a penalty. It doesn't matter when it happened. It's an unappealable penalty. There's Alan Kenyon, the number 5 car. There's Sam Ward getting out. Caden McQueen chatting with Shane Daly. There, Shane managing to get up into the top 14. There's the number 56 of Lewis Halliday, the E-plate holder. Halliday and Caden McQueen were battling, and they were battling for 15th and 16th, and then they finished 18th and 19th, and I got a feeling Halliday was having this photo taken of his drop nose cone, so something may have happened there. Who knows? I don't want to say anything. Don't want to be presumptuous in any way, shape or form, but you look at the evidence presented to your eyes and you make an assumption.
It's Dan Gould taking his helmet off, and where did Dan Gould finish that? The E-plate, I mean, 9th place for the E-plate, the fact that he won the E-plate here last weekend. Yep,
and 9th, he's going to be disappointed with that. There was a bit of a thumbs up there from number 88, Byron Kittle, and plenty of people giving Byron some support online. But I mean, the E-plate, the English Championship, obviously a major event.
Yeah.
But this is the big. There's Hannah Lang, so a top 6 finish for Hannah.
Great result.
Yep, drove extremely well, especially after overcoming that earlier incident where, has to say, she made a mistake, missed her braking, drove over Alan Kenyon and retired on the opening lap. So to come back strong in that one, so she'll be pleased with that. Although, you've got to say, it shows that this is the British Championship, and everybody brings their A game to the E-plate, but everyone brings their A+ game to the British Championship, and because it's the British Championship, and that's why there's there's from MK Racing there. That's happy there. Seems happy. A bit of a smile there. You go. There's a smile. Top 6. Oof. That was all right. There we go. Yeah, it was all right. Well, we've got to get it done in the final properly now. There's Joe Charlton's kart. Good to see Joe back with us. Again, that number 3. That chassis was waiting a long time to get that energy chassis last year.
Stuck in Italy, wasn't it?
It was stuck in Italy,
customs.
And there's Tom Adams. Tom Adams, 11th place finish there for Tom. Got to be pleased with that. You've got Adams, Porter, Morgan, McQueen, Halliday. They're coming from, they're used to winning normally, winning top 3 all the time. Now you've got to be pleased with a top 10 finish in this year. There's Charlie Cole, the number 66 kart. Again, Charlie, one of the youngsters in the class. Really good performance for him for the Jade Racing team, finishing in 10th place. There goes the number 44 Mad Croc entry of Caden McQueen. And there's the Sam Ward's number 63 Formula K kart going through. And there's the opener Shane Daly having a chat with Caden still. Going at the end of there. There's the comp kart. There's Sam Moore giving us a wave. And the comp kart of Robert Cronin for more racing. Well, Anthony.
Yeah.
That rounds off this morning's action.
It does indeed, doesn't it?
Now tell us what's going to happen now.
Well,
tell him.
We're going to have lunch.
Yes.
We're going to enjoy some cake.
We're going to have some cakes.
Yes, we're going to enjoy some cake.
Thanks to Mrs. Shaw.
For the viewers at home, you have got the Paddock show from yesterday evening to
joyous.
view now. Yes,
joyous,
lovely time. And as we're eating birthday cake, you'll see why we're eating birthday cake. Because you'll hear the beautiful tones of everyone in the premium karting tent.
Yes,
they will indeed. But I won't spoil it too much. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a short lunch break now. We'll be back at 1 o'clock for race 16, Senior X30 for their pre-final.
Ooh. and welcome to Shenington. It's the first Paddock show of the 2022 Motorsport UK Vera Tools British Kart Championship. Henry Baudet, Anthony Jordan with me as always.
Always.
We've had one day of heat racing and qualifying here today.
Yep.
The live stream goes tomorrow morning.
It does,
You'll be watching this either tonight, in which case it will be tomorrow morning, or you'll have already seen some of the racing and you're now looking at time travel, Back to the Future, something like that.
Yeah,
That's okay.
Yeah, it's fine.
175 drivers are here. Let's have a little wander around the paddock. We've had several races so far today. It's been very good, hasn't it?
It's been a pretty good day. Yeah, the rain held off. It looked like it was a bit touch and go.
I mean, you can see our new garments here. Some very tasteful new garments, but they are required today because it is a bit blustery.
It is a bit breezy, yeah, but you don't have to worry about that.
I'm going to worry about that. My hair looks absolutely fine. Well, maybe this bit of hair is a bit
it's questionable.
Okay, let's have a look around the paddock, shall we?
Let's go for it. We're back.
We're outside. I know we're back. Calm down, man. You're not even telling me to calm down, but no, we're back. Let's go and speak to Oliver Rowland Motorsport. There's drivers running away from us already. Now, the IAME Cadets, they've had 3 heats today. Jacob Ashcroft, come. So this young man, you won your first race today, didn't you? How did the other one go? Because you were starting at the front. Good day?
Yeah, it was a good day. In the third heat, well, my second heat, me and my teammate just pushed off and we got 1 and 2.
Yeah, so you and Henry Domain have won all the races so far. So you're looking good for the pre-final tomorrow?
Yeah, we hope to do the same in the pre-final tomorrow, push away and hopefully win.
Now, last year, let me get this right, number 8 seed last year. So there's 4 seeds coming back this year. You know, yourself, Kit Bolofsky, who's the number 10 seed. You've got Henry Domain and George Edgar as well. So you're one of the favourites for the championship, aren't you?
I think so. I think I have a good opportunity to win this year.
Okay, great stuff. And now you've got to say, though, Jacob's dad, Barry, he's half the man he used to be. He's done really well over the winter. He's like, he's on the fitness buzz, isn't he? He's trying to keep up with you. He's done really well.
Yeah, he's been losing a lot of weight recently ever since a trouble that we had on New Year's morning.
Ah, yes, the trouble. Well, he's given it all to me, I'm happy to say. But yeah, he's doing... We can't call him Big Barry anymore. He's not quite as Big Barry, but Barry Ashcroft there. Going to be a championship winning mechanic this year, do you reckon?
Hopefully.
Maybe. We'll have a look. Well, let's have a little look inside the Oliver Rowland Motorsport awning. Do you want to tell you what, Jake? Come and show us around a little bit. What's going on in here? Lots of hard work. There's Noah Baglin.
Who's who?
Smile.
Who's
Noah. Noah. What happened to your head? What happened to your hair? It's a different colour.
Does it look good?
Oh, it's looking on point. Looking on point.
Thank you.
There we go. That's all that matters. All that matters. Here's Henry Carter. Great first name. You'll go far in life with a name like that, Henry.
Yeah. Today's been a bit like on and off, but tomorrow's a different day, so we just keep on chipping away at it. So that's how it works.
So you can keep on chipping away, DJ.
Yeah,
keep on chipping away.
Exactly.
Oh, now look at this. Here's a collection of carts. So this is the 3 cadet heats. 3 winners out of here so far. 12 drivers in the Oliver Rowland Motorsport awning. So 37 drivers, 12 in here, 12 are in Fusion.
Yep.
Last year, the top 14 places of the championship taken by these 2 teams.
They were indeed, yeah.
Can anyone beat them? We've got drivers from Jamie Green Racing, we've got drivers from Crop Promotions this year, SWRD, we've got some privateer entries. Can anyone beat them? You can see the number 74 cart there, Mr. Newstead. Now, Austin, where's Austin?
He's right here.
Where's Austin?
Fresh out of Bambinos.
Right, do you know something, Anthony?
Go on.
There's one driver in this paddock who has never, ever, ever lost a British Kart Championship meeting. They have won every single one they've entered. Do you know who that is?
He's right in front of you.
He's right in front of you, is he? Austin, you said you won 4 out of 4 as a Bambino last year. You're making the big step up this year. You've got big man Gill on the tools. How are you looking?
Good.
Are you going to make it 5 wins out of 5 tomorrow?
Hope. Maybe.
Maybe. Okay, so what's it like coming up? Okay, so last year in Bambinos, okay, you were the king of the hill. Now you've got you're the youngest driver here, aren't you? How's it like fitting in?
It's really good because I'm joining a new team and it's a new community.
Now, what's Mr. Rowland said to you? Has he been good sort of coaching you?
Yeah.
Excellent. So 5 out of 5 for potentially for Austin Newstead. Let's have a look. How did you finish? Let's have a look at the in the last heat. You didn't race in the last. Oh, you didn't finish in the last heat. Oh dear. Was it Mr. Gill's fault?
Nah.
It wasn't. It was your fault, was it? No. It was someone else's fault. Exactly. Listen to him. It was Gilly's fault in the last one. There we go. Well, you listen to that man there. He knows what he's talking about. He might not look like he does, but he does.
Yeah.
Okay, there we go. There we go. Right, so a move up here. So what, yeah, I mean, yeah, Austin Newstead, Bambino was untouchable last year.
Yeah, completely.
Going to be
well, you're saying it. I mean, himself, Cole Patterson,
and Colby
absolutely neck to neck at PFI.
Yeah, so we're just looking at some of the hard work going on behind the scenes here. There's looking at Blair Smith, another fine Scotsman, young Blair. Bambino's 2 years ago. Now he's here in the main IAME class. Henry Carter's kart, Joe House's kart. You know, really, really good. But this is, you know, this is good stuff. This is, isn't it? You know, you're looking at the work going on. One of the things they're pleased to see is that there's no kart on the jig. That's a good sign.
That's a good sign. At the end of the first day, yeah, for karts on a jig, it's all gone wrong. Yeah. I just want to have a quick chat with this one over here, purely because there's a bit of an identity crisis going on. We've got Croc Promotions toolkit, KR Sport jacket with an Oliver Ola Motorsport car. What is going on here? It's like a full...
Where is he, Mr...
What's going on here? I mean, it's multicoloured.
Well, I'll tell you what, why have we not got a kit yet? Why have we not got all the right kit yet?
I have no idea.
You have no idea. You just pedal the thing, don't you? You worry about all the other stuff, yeah? Okay, how was your first day?
Quite good.
Great. Okay.
Second heat was good.
Second heat was good. Well, let's have a look at the second heat. Let's have a look there. You buy my mobile telephonic device, which I've learned to use this year.
Well, good.
You know,
good,
right?
Good.
Where were we in the second heat there?
Not the second heat. I mean my second heat.
Your second heat.
Yeah,
You in heat. Now I've got to move this again. Come on now. Right. Let's have a little look. This is great TV. This is. You know. There we go. Right. So there we go. How did we do? We were doing very well there, Kanish. Yeah, very good. So, okay, so you're your third season now in the British Championship because you're with Paul Munn Racing as well.
Yeah, my third season.
Now that Paul Munn's racing teams, that's gone away now. So you come over to Ollie Roller Motorsport. You know, you fitting in well.
Yes, it's a good team.
Excellent, excellent. But we got to find Ollie. I did see Ollie. Ollie was scarpering out the back that way. So the campaign to get Kanish his own race suit by tomorrow starts now, okay?
Yeah.
Okay. Good. Right, well, let's go and find out. Look at this collection.
Yeah, I know they follow. They're like meerkats. They just...
Like meerkats?
They don't go away.
Oh, that's all right. You what, sorry?
I get called the meerkat in school.
You get called a meerkat in school. Why is that? Because you go...
Yes. Probably the wrong choice of words.
Like on the adverts?
Yeah.
No, we're not sure. We're not sure.
I don't want to interview on my hair.
Right. I tell you what, we're going to ambush. We're going to ambush Ollie Rowland now. Ollie Rowland is up here with Toby George and Anderson Chilcott up here. So Ollie, we've got a problem. This is back there. We've got a serious problem. Right. Kanish Grau just done a brilliant drive, top 5 in his last heat. You haven't got a race suit.
I know, yeah. His dad says he can't have one.
Dad says he can't have one? No, he didn't say that. He said that you deliberately...
He's saving on tyres and he's even saving on suits now.
Oh, you see, he's fibbing. He said that it was your fault completely. And I told me to come and sort it out.
Yeah, well, yeah.
All right, very quick. Okay, well, you've had a great day. 3 wins out of 3. Happy days. Good start to the new season.
Absolutely, yeah. I think, the boys have done a great job. I think everybody showed good potential. So we're looking good for tomorrow and hopefully we can bring it home.
Right, no problem at all. We're going to take all your drivers now and have a wander on the paddock because they're just following us. But don't bring them up. There we go. Right, so there we go. So the campaign to get Kanish Grau his own race suit is in full swing. There we go, Anthony. Steady on.
I have to say, you absolutely ambushed him there.
What's that? Get my wallet out. Oh, I went to the pub last night. That's my problem. Right. Well, let's go down here. So there was a big day for Ollie Roller Motorsport.
It was, yeah. So I just feel really sorry for Ollie because you just absolutely ambushed him there. All the other mechanics, they all squeezed back past you and said, I want none of this. They were straight out of that.
Well, no, I mean to be fair, so Ollie, obviously, you know him as Formula E driver now, ex-Williams Formula 1 development driver. Yep. Gives an awful lot back. I think
he really does.
Starting the team, you know, it's obviously a big team, but he really is giving a lot back in terms of the sport, which is great to see.
Yeah, it really is. To see such a big name in motorsport actually be here at the Paddocks, first round for the British Champs as well. And it is a great, yeah. There's a word I'm trying to think, and I just can't think of it.
Now, it's good, is what it is. Good. Good.
Yeah, we'll go with good.
Big day for Ollie Roller Motorsport. Big day for premium karting as well. Now, we saw Sam Shaw win last year, but this year they've got, as you can see, awnings looking very busy. Sam is down there at the end of the paddock. He's up to seniors now. But we've got Alfie Garford. So Alfie Garford, last year's junior TKM champion.
Yep.
Now come across to X30. He's disappeared somewhere. I can't see Alfie anywhere. Mr. Garford Senior, how's Alfie? What's the transition like? How's he going?
Yeah, good. Yeah, we've been with the team ever since the start of the year. Moved into X30. We're finding we've got a different load of competition to try and beat now. So yeah, it's up to him now.
I was going to say, because Alistair Cresswell, who was racing in the junior TKM last year, said that he's moved up to senior X30. Yeah. He goes, the drivers are just so much more aggressive. You know, so in TKM, when there was a gap, a driver would go for it. In X30, when there's half a gap, the drivers. Does that sound right?
Yeah, absolutely. That. Yeah, it's different mentality, I suppose.
Mental being the right word.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Now, DJ's found someone over there. DJ's found Sam Shaw. So there was a big day for premium karting, not because Alfie's moved up as well, but
Sam Shaw, yes. What a day you've had. I mean, talk us through it. I mean, the weather conditions today have been, well, they've been all right. I mean, it's a bit chilly, a bit windy. How's it out there with all the wind, actually?
Yeah, it's all right. Obviously, with the wind, it means the toe's a lot more strong. So, like, you have to be behind karts a lot more. So it makes it harder when you're in front of karts, but not too bad, the conditions.
Yeah, it's been all right, hasn't it? And I mean, kart's still looking in one piece. It's not on the jig, so I think you've ended the day well.
Yeah, all right. It was really poor qualifying, so I had to come from the back in the heats, but I managed to get through to 9th in both of them, so I'm starting 9th for the pre-final, so hopefully it can improve.
Now, for me, I prefer always being behind drivers when I'm trying to overtake. I never like being at the front. Do you prefer coming from the back, or do you prefer being at the front? I'm sure you prefer being at the front.
Yeah, it's good when you come through, but also at the back, it's a lot more carnage and stuff, so it's a lot harder to get through at the back. At the front, usually you find it's a bit cleaner and stuff, so it's all right.
Challenging, not carnage. Challenging is the word you want to use.
It's challenging coming from the back, but if you make it through, it's all right.
Good, excellent. Sam Shaw, well done. Thank you very much. Best of luck for tomorrow. Obviously, we'll be keeping a very close eye on you. Kart's looking lovely. Lando Norris karts this year.
Yeah, we switched over to Lando Norris kart this year, so it seems to be working well at the moment, so hopefully carry on.
Don't forget to do one thing, though, for me. Smile.
I'll try to.
Good. You're here to race, you're here to have fun. That's the main thing. Where's Henry gone?
I'm over here. Hello.
Excellent.
Hello. Well, I'm glad that we've had a chance to speak to Sam, because this is Mummy Shaw. How are you doing, Mrs. Shaw?
Very well, thank you.
And I said it's a big weekend in the premium karting awning, isn't it? Because it's a big weekend, because the big man himself is hitting a big number. Are we not correct?
Yeah, halfway to 100.
So, Big Rob Shaw hitting the big 50. There he go. Happy birthday! Now I think the mic is on. Should we say happy birthday to him? Come on, should we sing happy birthday together? Ready?
No, let's not sing it. Okay.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Big Rob. Happy birthday to you. Hey! There we go. Sorry, he's going to kill me. I'm going to leave now because he's going to batter me. So,
yeah, probably.
Sorry. Good to see you guys. Thank you, Moose. Cheers.
I'm loving the savage comment. Halfway to 50. Halfway to 100. Sorry.
Halfway to 100. But you know, they're again. It's a good laugh. They're a nice bunch. You know.
Yep.
He is literally going to batter me later on.
Yeah, well, yeah, tremendous. I'm glad I'm not you.
Well, you say that all the time now. I mean.
Yeah.
So the paddock at Shenington, it's a two-part paddock. So we're in the outer paddock. We're just going to walk past. Now, of course, we've got the IAMEs, we've got the X30s, we've got the TKMs, and we've got the KZ2 gearbox classes.
Yep.
So 6 classes, 175 entries.
Yep.
Really, strong in some classes. No mini X30 this year.
No.
We've got nearly 50 here. Now KZ2 is going to be one of those classes. Here's a man, Tom Adams, KZ2 convert. He was trying to dodge it. Tom Adams.
I generally was.
Okay, there are 24 KZ2s this year. Brilliant. You've got drivers moving over from Rotax from X30. You're one of them. How is it?
Definitely a lot faster. I'm enjoying it at the moment. Obviously, the racing's a lot different compared to Rotax with obviously you have to deal with the gear stick and then the starts as well, which are a lot harder.
Yeah, but I mean, you do. I mean, you're with Rush Performance. You know, are you finding that the racing is? How do I say this? Is it a bit more respectful?
Well, we'll find out more tomorrow. The pre-races we've been doing, it's definitely been a lot tougher. But yeah, because we've got nose cones this weekend and we haven't had them before in the pre-round, so maybe that will deter some of the nasty driving.
Some of the nasty driving. Okay, fair enough. Sorry, Tom. There you go. You thought you were going to escape. You couldn't.
Make sure you interview Brad. All right?
Make sure you interview Brad.
Well, yeah, Bradley Barrett. He's right here, isn't he?
We haven't had any racing for KZ2 today. We've had time qualifying.
We have, yeah.
So we may as well go and speak to the pole sitter in KZ2, the aforementioned Mr. Barrett.
Yep.
He's hiding over there.
No, he's not hiding. He's coming up for a chat. Here he is.
There we go. Yeah, well, Sodi Vitesse on pole. Job done so far?
Yeah, not bad. I think qualifying went well. Got a clear about traffic, and yeah, we hooked up a lap. I think still more in the bag for us, but I'll take P1 all day.
So this is the thing now, because last year, Bradley and Charlie Turner, they were the first two drivers, I've got to say, in quite a while, to sort of move straight out of like direct drive classes into gearbox. Now, you got a number 6 plate, Brad, but you got a win. Charlie took the 4th place of the championship. Yeah. But this year, you're now joined by Tom Adams, Caden McQueen, Morgan Porter, Del Boy is out there, Sam Ward's come back into it. There's a whole host of drivers copying you last year, but also you've got ex-champions like Dan Kelly coming back. There's a real split now between the veterans and the newcomers. How do you think that's going to play out?
I think the racing is going to be very, very competitive tomorrow. At Shenington, it's a tough track to race at as it is. Long straights, nice toe behind, and yeah, Dan Kelly, the likes of Dan Kelly, James Glenister, he was close last year, but obviously stuff happened and he didn't manage to finish the season. So yeah, I think it's going to be a very good season.
Now, is it fair to say that it took you a little while, a couple of meetings, to get used to the different type of racecraft that you were used to? But you did that on a grid of like 17 or 18 last year. The newcomers this year, they're trying to do that on a grid of 24. That's going to be maybe some fireworks first couple of rounds?
Yeah, well, the start of last season, we were still getting into it. I think I did one pre-race before the British Champs, and I was not prepared at all. I didn't realise how much there was to it, to get into it. And yeah, I think for the newcomers, good luck to them. I think it's a lot to learn. And I think the veterans are still getting to the grips of it, because it's tiring. Yeah. I haven't been in the seat for about a month, and this morning, first session, I was like, feeling it already. So yeah, I think no one realises how hard the KZ is to drive, and I think now you're looking at the grid and it's like separating the top 10 is like a 10th. Top 3 like a 10th, and yeah, it's close.
Excellent, I can't wait. Can't wait.
Thanks,
Bradley. Good luck tomorrow.
Cheers, Bradley. Like I say, absolutely fantastic to hear that, the challenge that it's going to bring for some of these drivers. And, we see it, speaking to Caden. Caden was part of our podcast.
Yes, if you wanted to watch the Alpha Live podcast on Spotify or YouTube or Facebook, you can.
Yeah, or Amazon Music.
Our Amazon Music?
And Apple Music.
And Apple Music, really? Okay, that's great.
It's on all there. Yeah, we did Shifting Gears.
It was
Shifting Gears.
I coined the phrase. I mean, eloquently titled.
Yes, eloquently titled.
Now, speaking of champions,
yes,
we've got a 2020 TKM Extreme champion here.
We do, yeah, Mr. Sparrow.
So TKM Extreme, so the last year's champion, James Pashley, he's moved over to X30.
Yep.
But the 2020 champion, Adam Sparrow, now he's, okay, I've got a problem.
Right.
I've got a problem with you. God. Right, so, last year you finished 6th.
Yes.
Disappointed, I know,
yes,
but still 6th, a national seed.
Yes.
Why are we not running number 6 this year?
Well, it's a combination of different things. We haven't run the 19 since a long time.
A long time. Okay.
Yeah, 2014, I think, the last time I used number 19. So we thought we'd give it back a go, and we just thought it was a little bit of a downgrade going from the number 1 to the number 6. So.
I mean,
so you thought 1 to 19 was even better?
Well, I mean,
it's my own number. It's the number
right,
I've been racing since I started juniors, and I've also been doing a bit of car racing as well, which I'm running there as well. So
because you were saying about that, you've got a bit of car racing.
Yeah. Well, it's basically TKM racing, but a car.
There we go. That's a great advert. That's a great advert for it as well. So you've had a couple of drivers move out of the class, but you've got a couple of drivers come back in. Like I know Lee Whittingham's back, Sam Johns is back in the class, so there's still some really, really strong drivers, aren't there?
Yeah, well, there's always going to be battles at the front until TKM keeps going. There's always going to be battles at the front because it's the nature of the class. Yep. Close engines, and yeah.
Excellent. Well, good luck.
Thank you very much.
No problems. Let's keep on wandering.
Yeah, keep on shimmying. How long have we got left? Oh,
Let's
we've got about 7 minutes left.
7 minutes?
7 minutes.
We've done this entire show in the outer paddock. This is and I just noticed, have they closed the gate on us?
Well, no, there's a small gate there to the side, but we're fine, we're fine, yes.
Well, let's have a little wander down here. I mean, again, it's a nice evening, being a bit blustery,
It's been weird with the weather, because, like we say, it has been so windy. It's been great for the gliding club next door to the Shenington car. They've been flying over the circuit all day.
Flying over something that they
landing on the circuit,
just the other side of the circuit. My word, sometimes they get low.
Yeah, they do. It's absolutely terrifying.
Would you ever go gliding?
I love flying.
Right.
But
yes.
to go in something that hasn't got an engine.
Yes. The only direction it's going is down.
Down. Yes.
And if there's a problem, you can't flick a switch or press the accelerator pedal to go up.
No.
Or is that, you don't press the accelerator pedal to play one of my other bands. The lever. Or
Yeah,
something.
lever. Yeah. I mean,
Okay.
Summit to like a.
Yeah.
I'm sure there'll be aviation experts watching this. I'm sure, going, what on earth are they talking about? They have no idea.
Well, we don't know what we're talking about when it comes to karting, let alone aviation and flying.
Borderline anything. I wing life at the moment. So, yeah, it is what it is. But like I say, yeah, walking through, scrutineering bays are here and here. Well, they were doing main scrutineering yesterday, was in there, but the scrutineering is in there.
So there's the scrutineering is underneath there. Now, of course, first of 12 events this year. The British Championship this year.
Yeah.
12 events, 11 tracks.
Yeah.
No, 10 tracks.
10 tracks,
9 or 10 tracks. A lot of tracks, 12 events.
Number of tracks.
11 classes.
Yeah.
7 months we're going to be doing this for.
Yeah.
You know, we end in October.
Yeah.
400 drivers.
Yeah.
You know, 175 today. So at the end of the year, we're going to have 11 more British karting champions.
We are indeed.
A lot of newcomers to the class, you know, a lot of newcomers to the championship. Yeah, plenty of rookies, but a lot of drivers still in the series that the viewers at home will be familiar with. You know, they're getting to know the personalities. Now, one thing I do, I know we were doing this last year.
Yeah.
But of course, what are we missing?
What are we missing?
Masks.
Oh, yes.
I know. We don't have to stay away like this,
yeah,
you
we
know.
don't have to,
which means I can give you a cut like this. Yeah. But no, I mean, it makes a difference. You know, there are no more restrictions. People can bring all their families and friends back to the circuit.
Yeah.
Which they couldn't do last year. So we're going to see a lot more of the drivers themselves. Uh-oh.
You're being eyed up.
Uh-oh, being eyed up. Someone wants...
Go on. Head over.
Let's just go and have a little look. Oh, we're in the John. This is Mr. Tom Grice.
I just want to say, you brought this on yourselves, guys. You brought this on yourselves.
You were looking at my beard, weren't you?
Yeah, it's lovely, isn't it?
Stroke the beard. You love the beard. Okay, so how's Caden doing at Gearbox? How's his first day gone?
James has just given me some money to come back and do Senior X30, so just debating whether to do it or not.
Oh, and with Grice Power, obviously.
Yeah, obviously. Tom said he's going to give me 3 engines and everything. Yeah. So.
Oh, hang on, we missed that.
3, yeah.
3 free engines from Grice. Yeah.
Whatever. No, it's been alright. Hard work. It's too heavy to keep pushing up the hill.
It's too heavy at your age. You'd be alright, though, wouldn't you, Tom?
No, it's too heavy for me, I know.
Oh, fair enough, fair enough. Well, obviously the business side of karting is going on back there behind the scenes. Cheers, guys.
We're on the wrong side.
We're on the wrong side, That's the first one of the year.
It is.
Stroke my beard.
No.
Go on.
Absolutely not.
Go on, you know you want to. Ooh, you love the beard. There we go. Who's he? Oh, yes, he is.
Mr. Roger.
Now,
Hey!
during the course of the year,
Mr. Timing himself.
we talk about how wonderful all the facilities are with Motorsport-Timing. Here is Mr. Motorsport, Ian Rogers. How are you, sir?
Very good, thank you, very good.
How was your day in timekeeping? You know, lots of buttons going beep, 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 beep. Was that basically it?
That's basically it, yeah.
That's what you do, isn't it?
No dramas.
No dramas, no dramas. But everything that you see on the live stream in terms of the timings, the graphics, obviously the graphics are alpha, but everything that Ian does is fantastic. The combination, it's like the dream team.
Exactly
It's like the 92 men's basketball team. It's like the dream team. Alpha Motorsport Timing UK.co.uk, something like that.
Something like that, yeah. Motorsport-timing.co.uk.
There we go.
There we go.
There we go.
Excellent.
Ian, you like the beard, don't you?
Not really.
No, no one likes the beard, Henry.
Always a bit.
See you later. I'll be in that timing booth yet tomorrow, and I'll be going, right, can I have all the grids, please, for this one, this one, this one, this one, this one?
All the grids, all the
Wrong
grids,
side
all the grids.
again.
Sorry,
Wrong side again.
so the
We're gonna get
karting
run
version
over.
of Ant and Dec. Oh, there's people trying to leave the circuit now. Rookies, here's one. Here's Kira Harris.
Kira Harris.
Hello. We haven't spoken to a rookie yet. Come this way. Don't. Come here. Now, several things. So, okay, the Anglo-Canadian angle. Okay, so we got a maple leaf as well. How has your first day in the British Championship gone?
It's gone alright.
Yep.
We've just been lacking a bit of pace, so we're just trying to get stuff sorted for tomorrow.
Okay, so it's junior X30, isn't it?
Yeah.
And in with the big boys and girls, you know, sort of thing. It's a really, like, nearly 50 drivers on the grid. You know, it's very, very tough, isn't it? You know, but I noticed you're out there. You was keep holding your own mid pack.
Yeah.
Yeah. What are your hopes for this weekend?
Hopefully for a top 10 finish.
No problem at all. Now tell everyone, tell all the viewers who they're going to be watching tomorrow. What are you going to be looking for?
Number 21 in Junior X30.
You want to tell me your name?
Kira Harris.
There we go. Hey, we're learning. It's first time. Good luck.
Thank you.
There we go. That's the first sort of dive bomb that we've had on some poor unsuspecting member of the paddock. So yes, Kira Harris jumping in there.
Quite a few. You do
Formula
that to quite
K.
a few.
There's Lewis Mackey. Manny June Mackey's Lewis Mackey not racing here this weekend. There's Sam Ward back in the British Championships for the first time in about a million years. How's it going, Sam?
Not bad, going okay.
Jump back in at KZ2, why not?
Yeah, difficult qualifying, but yeah, with the practice, we had good pace in practice, just couldn't quite get the qualifying lap together, so try and bring some pace back up for the heats.
Now, back in day, you were up there with the likes of George and Lando in British Cadets, you know, and things like that. Took a bit of time, many moons ago. Took a bit of time away from the sport, you know, earned some money, and have come back into KZ2. You know, just in the few years you've been away, how's it changed? How's this paddock changed?
There's a lot more teams around now. It's definitely changed. You know, there's so many more awnings and people involved. I think the grids are higher than there was. There's more classes as well. So it's definitely grown from when we were last involved. But you know, it's still a great form of racing compared to, you know, I've done some cars in the interim as well, and it's always nice to get back in a kart, and how close the racing is phenomenal. It's really good.
Brilliant. Thank you very much, Sam. Right. DJ, who have you found? No problem to you, Sam.
Well, I found someone who switched from TKM to X30. Mr. Cresswell, how are you today? You looking good?
Yeah, I'm doing good, yeah. Yeah, you're looking good too?
Yeah, cheers.
Yeah,
yeah, no, they're swish, aren't they? Yeah. What do you think of the colour?
I like it, yeah.
You like it, yeah. Kind of matches you. You go in the trackies, tops and bottoms there. But how was your day today?
It was a bit of a disappointing day. We had a good qualifying and a good second heat, but we had a nose cone in the second heat, and the first heat crashed out a bit. Got a bit rough in X30, so it wasn't too good in that, but we definitely got the pace.
Now, why did you get a nose cone?
I don't actually remember. I think
the old excuse. I don't remember.
I think someone reversed into me, but I can't really. Yeah.
I don't believe these have reversed, but we'll brush past that. Oh dear me, messing around. Well, they'll all be laughing and giggling until one of them falls over and then they can't race tomorrow. But there we go.
I know.
It nearly happened as well. But yeah, Chris. Now, why the move?
Well, I think I didn't really want to go the same speed, which is like extreme. I wanted to go a bit faster. And the battling in senior X30 is completely different, and it's a lot harder. The driver's standards are way higher, so I just wanted a big competition and a lot of hard racing.
Yeah, I mean, pre-finals and finals are up tomorrow. How are we feeling? How are we finding Shenington in the X30 car? Is it a bit different to the TKMs, like driver-wise?
Well, yeah, you definitely have to drive it different. Driving compared to all the other drivers drive different, more aggressive, but it's not too bad. I've settled in quite well. It's only my third time out here in senior X30 and sixth time ever in X30, but good. Yeah, I'm confident. Hopefully.
Excellent. Excellent. You got the pace, you got the waft. Yeah, looking for a good day tomorrow. But yeah, cool. Excellent. Henry,
well, I'm stuck between Charlie and Harvey. Charlie has just called Harvey a bandit.
Right.
But Harvey has said that Charlie is not as interview trained as Harvey is.
Who out-qualified who? Really?
Yeah, who did out-qualify who?
Me.
Harvey.
What can I say?
Out-qualified Charlie.
Stole my setup.
Stole your set?
Yeah, stole it completely.
It's the same setup. You can't slow
We messed up big time on the setup.
You made a slight. No. You can tell that. Oh, Charlie, you can tell that Harvey's. You didn't make a massive mistake. You just said, "Oh, listen, we went in a certain direction on setup for qualifying, and it wasn't as spectacular as we thought it was going to be." No. So now we're going to go back.
Yeah.
That's the politically correct way of saying we absolutely screwed that one up.
Well, yeah, we're coming from 11th, but I'm sure I'll give Harvey a race. He's starting at the front.
He's starting at the front. Okay, so there we go. Yeah, that's right. Give him something. Now you're the only driver moving up from juniors to seniors this year. I believe so. How's that been?
It's been all right, to be fair. We've been up the front, winning a few races, been competitive. Good.
Marvellous. Right, you've got to go and get him tomorrow because he's mullered you on that one. Sorry.
I'll get him, don't worry.
Good. Well, there we go.
Yeah,
that's nice.
Good stuff. Shots fired, banter. Good stuff to see.
Yeah. Almost people falling over and dying
on
in the thing.
I'm sure someone's got something to say about that a bit later on. I wouldn't like to be them in the morning.
Right.
But I think we're out of time.
I was going to say, look at my mobile telephonic device.
Yeah, we're in the first Paddock show.
Look at that. The awnings. It's the British Championship. We're back. So, Anthony.
Yes.
When do people tune in tomorrow morning? For those of you watching on YouTube tonight.
That's an excellent question. 11:45.
9:45.
There we go.
We would have missed the first 2 hours of amazing commentary, wit and banter, and some great racing. 9:45.
Great racing, yeah.
Great racing, yeah, great racing. Give or take the talking bit.
Yeah.
9:45 tomorrow morning. Alpha Live, the Wera Tools Motorsport UK British Kart Championship. We're at Shenington. It's 2022. The season is starting. We cannot wait. Can't wait to have you on board. Let's go racing.
to our competition to win a HRX branded race suit, a Fens driver website, and a Drift Limits driving experience in a McLaren GT3. Just like this one.
Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, after the lunch break to Shenington Kart Circuit in the heart of the UK, just outside of Banbury. It's the lunch break is over. Pre-finals and finals are coming up in just a moment's time. Anthony Jordan and Henry Burdett.
Hello.
In the commentary box.
Yes.
How was your lunch?
It was good. I had cake.
You had cake?
I had cake and iron brew.
I had cake too.
It was lovely cake.
It was
Thank
lovely.
you to Premium Karting. But
yes.
that was sort of like the aperitif. And here is the main course. This is the entree being served on a silver, well, it's a multicoloured platter of karts.
Platten.
Platten karts. There we go. There we go. The GP plate of Harry Platten. This is the first time we're going to see the senior X30s. Michael Burke is asking how is the cake. It was a very nice cake. The icing was very light.
It was.
Very sweet. Fluffy. Yeah. And the sponge was incredibly moist.
Yeah. And the jam was raspberry jam.
It was raspberry jam. There's Isaac Marsh. I mean, sorry,
No,
there's
that's
Gus Lawrence.
Yes. Very similar.
So the first time we're going to see Senior X30 in action today. Now, grid numbers are down. Everyone is in the pre-final. There's the birthday boy. There's Rob Shaw, centre screen there, just bending down the blue jacket.
Halfway to 100, as
his wife said.
Yeah, as his wife said.
Not us. We didn't mention it.
No.
As his wife said. Yes, we are good to go. There is Jonathan Paler and Moose Hingham from Premium Karting centre stage. One of the Lando Norris, it's one of the Dan Holland drivers, but it's the Lando Norris colours now.
Yes.
Which, as I said, it makes him a little bit harder to spot than the old Dan Holland, but lovely livery nonetheless on the karts.
Just a bit of a darker blue, isn't it?
A bit of a darker hue of blue. Yes. So yeah, we're going to be. There's the BMR restart team, Harry Platten. Now, last year on a Xenon chassis, but now on a Tomy kart, I believe.
You are correct.
I'm correct. There's the number 3 of Thomas Fleming. So the highest seeded returning driver. No Clayton Ravenscroft this year. He is here. He's worked for KR Sport. We're going to see Clayton, racing selectively this year. Thomas Turner not here this year, but Thomas Fleming, the highest seeded returning driver. There is a number 59 kart looking at on your screen. That's Oliver Greetham. The S8 Racing team. They're getting bit of a difficulty getting that Fullerton chassis working yesterday, but hopefully there. And there's James Pashley, the number 52. So double TKM Extreme champion, always a privateer. Now he's running with the Jade Racing team. Jade Racing, everybody, they guided a certain Danny Curl to 2 British Senior X30 titles in 2019 and 2020. There is Marcus Littlewood, the teammate to Pashley in the number 11 kart. Always remember Marcus Littlewood with the Spirit of Senna livery kart, but he's obviously running for Jade. There's the Jack Dex Racing number 53 of Jude Ferneyhout. Now, a couple of people said watch out for Jude potentially as a race winner in this one.
Right.
So a quick little glance at the results from yesterday's. Aaron Walker won both heats yesterday. Very impressively indeed. So Aaron for Strawberry Racing will be starting up top. Thomas Fleming was fastest in qualifying, but then from Harry Platten and Walker. But then in race number 1, Walker won from Marcus Luzio and Platten with Gus Lawrence in 4th and Bart Harrison in 5th, Bart's first season as a senior. And then Walker beat Fleming, Harrison and Lawrence with Harvey Ryby in 5th position in the second heat race of the day. So 27 drivers in total, and they're out onto the circuit now. It's about time we saw a starting lineup, Anthony. How about that?
I think we should see that, yeah. Here it is then. Aaron Walker, Gus Lawrence starts on the front row. Bart Harrison and Harry Platten round out row number 2.
Row number 3, Marcus Luzio and Harvey Ryby with Oscar Joyce and Brad Pennell on row 4.
Sam Shaw and Tom Fleming on row number 5. Jude Ferneyhout and Callie Atkins on row number 6.
Row 7 is Marcus Littlewood and Archie Tillett, Sam Heading and Oliver Greetham them start on row number 8.
Row 9, Louis Johnson Cool and James Pashley. Row 10, Connor Clifford and Nat Thomas.
Row number 11, Ewan Wilson and Alistair Cresswell, coming over from Junior TKM.
Yep.
Brandon Templeton and Harry Cottrell.
Gary Edwards and Alex Moody round out row 13, and on row 14, Alfie Baxter-Davis, the 33rd spot on the grid.
So this is going to be a 12-minute plus 1 lap race. It's the pre-final. Let's see if we go first time of asking. No, we don't. So we're going to go around again on a beautifully sunny day here at Shenington, Oxfordshire and Banbury. And I've got to say is that I had to go and get some of the grids from our good friend and colleague, Mr. Ian Rogers, over in the tyre building.
Yep.
The one thing is the paddock, the paddock and the parking area is full because spectators are allowed back. And you can see there on the camera shot, you know, crowds of people up on the banking, and it's great to have spectators back at the circuit.
Yes, indeed.
Yes.
Oh, dear.
Well, I mean, the next round, for those of you that are in the UK, the next round is at PFI on the 7th and 8th of May. Now, we're live on Sunday, the 8th of May.
Yeah.
PF International, come along.
Yeah,
You're allowed. Spectators are welcome. We want to see spectators there. We want to see you while you're spectating to have the live stream on your mobile telephonic devices. Of course, without a shadow of a doubt.
Yeah.
But why come I not and see this live and in full Technicolor in person? Oh, and there's a problem there for the number 10 kart. And is that going to go? No, I was going to say Gus Lawrence, as the O-plate kart.
It was the O-plate, yeah.
Yeah, so Gus Lawrence just not getting the kart going out of Wilkins there. Now, this afternoon, what have we got? We have got 3 pre-finals. They're the next 3 races. Then we've got 2, 4, 6 finals. So 24 races. We've got 2, 4, 6, 8, 9 races to go. 9 races to bring you this afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. As always, please comment in on the Alpha Live YouTube feed. Now, on the Facebook feed, the Wera Tools British Championship Facebook feed, there have been comments that Siobhan Turney watching Rob Dodds.
Yeah.
Rob Dodds School of Karting, you know, commenting in saying good luck. Lots of family members commenting in on that. We can't see that live in the commentary box, sadly. But we know that, yeah, there's plenty of people watching on the Wera Tools Facebook page as well. This is the Alpha Live YouTube channel, and it's the number 15 Strawberry Racing kart of Aaron Walker, Gus Lawrence, PF International Karting, on the front row. This result will decide the starting lineup for the grand final later on this afternoon. 27 senior X30 drivers. Lawrence's kart does pick up coming out of the final corner. Now the lights are green and we're off and racing. And Walker takes a good leap from the inside of row number 2. Bart Harrison for Mick Barrett Racing. Got to say, that's a very, very smart livery kart there. The Mick Barrett Racing kart. It's a special Mick Barrett Racing livery. A deference. Oh, and a big problem. Oh, Cartier missed. Pashley, the number 9 kart, is up in the air as well. That's Archie Tillett.
Sam Shaw was there.
Sam Shaw was involved in that. There's a premium kart. Now, the good news is they're all getting going. But, well, we'll have to pick the bones out of that one. I wonder if there's going to be an action replay of that at some point. We'll let the race calm down, then we'll go back and look. But Harrison's up in the 2nd place, behind Walker. Then it's Lawrence in 3rd. The GP plate of Harry Platten is in 4th position. And then it looks like Marcus Lucio and Bradley Pennell. So the leaders all got through unscathed, but it's behind this group. Well, Jude Ferneyhouse come around in 7th. Fleming is up to 8th. Joyce down to 9th, Greetham is 10th, while it was Marcus Littlewood, Carly Atkins, Harvey Ryby, Ewan Wilson, James Pashley, Sam Shaw and Archie Tillett, who were all involved in that incident. Luckily that they're all okay, and I'm looking down, so we've got the number 71 kart of Ryby coming into the pits, the number 52 of Pashley coming into the pits to retire. Not quite sure if Archie Tillett has gone through, or I think he has also retired. So we've lost 3 karts, and there is a move by the number 22 of Bradley Pennell up the inside of Bart Harrison. And Harrison's lost a couple of places now in the early stage after a great start. He is dropping back now in first-year senior drive, but it's Walker, as he's done all weekend, for Strawberry Racing, leading quite comfortably with Lucio for the Dan Holland Racing team. Now, Lucio, he's got the Tony Kart race suit on, but he's obviously on the Landon Norris Dan Holland Racing kart. And then the O-plate, Gus Lawrence. And Lawrence has got his teammate Pennell behind him in 4th. Then it is Harry Platt in the GP plate. And Jude Ferneyhouse for Jack Dex Racing on the MS chassis up into P6 or 7 now. Good stuff.
Yeah, all going fairly well then for the front of this field then. Under 10 minutes to go. Let's have a look back at then what happened on that first lap incident then. So it was coming out of Cafe Corner.
Yeah,
it was kind of mid-pack, really.
You can see there now with three wide. The kart's come back into view now. There's a couple of drivers exit stage left. Oh, James Pashley went up
took
and
a big
over
hit on that one,
the front of the number 61 kart of Louis Johnson Cool. Also, Archie Tillett getting airborne as well on the outside. Harvey Ryby was involved in that as well, so you can just see there that the drivers that in the starting, well, in about the 6th, 7th, the 8th row were all sort of caught up in that one. It allowed the top 6 to get away, but now those top 6 are being closed in on by the likes of Fleming in 7th, Fernhow in 8th, Oscar Joyce in 9th, and then Connor Clifford up into 10th position. So Clifford has gained 9 places, Greetham has gained 5, Alex Moody's up into 12th place from 26th on the grid, and there's a change, Anthony.
Yeah, change for the lead. Looked like Marcus Luzio managed to get the jump on Aaron Walker. Walker looks like he's gone down into 3rd place now, as Gus Lawrence also through into 2nd place now. Chopping and changing, that's allowed the rest of the field to come out. The fellow PF International karting driver of Brad Pennell in the 22 is also latched onto the back now. That group of 3 who were breaking away have now closed this group up and are now Linus Stern as back down the inside there goes Aaron Walker. Couldn't quite get the job done. Oh dear, that was a very late move there from Brad Pennell into the cafe corner, and I think he done it.
He did. You think right, Anthony, and he has done it. Now we've also lost Sam Shaw, has retired, and Carly Atkins, the Croc Promotions driver, the Jamaican driver in kart number 41, has also retired. So we're down to 23 runners. Tillett being 23rd, Wilson 22nd, Littlewood 21st, and 20th is Louis Johnson Cool. Nat Thomas was also involved in that incident as well. So drivers making good progress. Oh, there's the Brady Pennell getting his elbows out, and Gus Lawrence getting shoveled wide. The lead group is 9 strong, and they're all tripping over each other, coming onto the start-finish straight as we begin lap number 7. But Brad Pennell has the race lead, Anthony.
Yeah, now you have to remember, ladies and gentlemen, this is a pre-final, so the finishing order of this one will determine where they start for their final later on today. So yes, it is understandable that they are all trying to get as many positions as they can or be at the front, because that is where they'll start later on in the race. It's not a repercharge. It doesn't matter. There's no one going to be losing this one. Everyone who's racing in this one will race in the final later on, pending any kart breakages.
Yes. So, well, Walker in 2nd place. Now, of course, Aaron Walker, he led both heats, won both heats. So now he's got to attack rather than defend. Bart Harrison, you can see now Bart Harrison. Oh, there comes Walker. Walker back to the lead at Park Bend. Now, Bart Harrison there, he's got the sort of a blue and gold liveried Mick Barrett racing kart in deference to one of his sponsors. And again, but still with the Cross St George on the top of his crash helmet, they're very distinctive crash helmet there for Bart Harrison, just checking over his shoulder. Gus Lawrence now in 4th position, will be feeling slightly aggrieved because he did get muscled a little bit wide. For those of you that remember back to last year, it was coming into this corner that the final was decided in a slightly rambunctious fashion, I think is safe to say. Good to see that Mr. Dove from Karting 1. Oh, and there's a move. Well, Bradley Pennell, he's had his Weetabix this morning.
He has, hasn't he?
He has indeed, because he's...
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, he's going for moves left, right and centre, really. If he can smell a gap and see a gap, he will park that kart right in it. So, yeah, keep a close eye on Brad. You know, he's doing well now. He's leading it, so he doesn't have to do any more of those. But, you know, Aaron Walker likes to come back at him at the first corner. So, you know, we'll see that move maybe. Let's watch Brad Pennell's line as he comes into the final corner here, because, again, you want to hold it quite tight on the inside.
Yep.
And he does so. He kind of puts it in the middle of the track. Yeah.
Well, so we've got 5.5 minutes to go. We're already being pretty defensive into the last corner. So this kind of tells you which way this race is going to go. Mr. Dove from karting1.co.uk, yes, pointing out quite correctly that Jude Fernhow on the MS chassis amongst a sea of OTK products of various different colours. Of course, the Tony Kart, being the Tony Kart, the Lando Norris kart, etc., all from the same factory, just same tubing, different colours.
Yes.
But not the MS chassis, from the Czech Republic is the MS. Jack Dex Racing has been at the forefront of MS chassis racing in the UK for quite some time now, showing that you don't have to be on an OTK to be running at the front, and they've got a good driver with Jude Fernhow. He's the tail end of this lead group, as there goes Aaron Walker through for the race lead. So Walker now leads, Pennell 2nd, Harrison 3rd, then it's Lawrence, Luzio, Fleming, Platten, Joyce. Get to Oscar Joyce. Look at the number 95 premium karting Oscar Joyce. He's got a very interesting NASA panel on that kart. The design of which he's drawn himself, but he's going to be selling as an NFT, whatever that is, to help sponsorship. I don't know what NFT. Yeah, there's no something or other.
Yeah.
Chance of me understanding that. But I haven't got a clue. But apparently it's a thing. NFTs are a thing. You can make money off them apparently, and he's going to be selling that as selling them to help raise sponsorship, something like that. Interesting, very, very interesting. The first time I think a karter has done that type of thing to try and raise sponsorship dollars. That's Oscar Joyce, the number 95. And looking at the back of the pack, though, now joining in, Sam Heading in 11th. Oliver Greetham is in 12th, Alistair Cresswell 13th, Harry Cottrell 14th. So we've got about 15 drivers now in this league group. There's Jude Fernehow just moving to the inside there in the number... Well, can't see there, but you've got some of the S8 karts that are doing well today. Obviously, they like the sunshine, those S8 karts. There is Oscar Joyce. There's that NFT on the nose cone of the number 95 kart there from Premium Karting that Oscar will be hoping to use to fund his racing this year. Warning flag for Aaron Walker.
Interesting.
Yeah, but obviously that's not a penalty. That's just someone saying, look, we've seen you in action, Aaron, and we'd like you to just tone it down a smidge.
Yes.
A smidge.
Just a smidge.
A smidge. Now, but 3 minutes ago, we're defending every single step of the way, and this is why the league group is so good. There's Marcus Luzio now to pass Oscar Joyce, or maybe he's trying to get a better look at that NFT on the front of his car to see if he wants to make a bid on it. Maybe, who knows. There is the S8 Racing Fullerton chassis of Harry Cottrell and Oliver Greetham, 13th and 14th, so they're doing much better today than they were yesterday. Alistair Cresswell up into 12th place, the number 33. Look for the number 33 Tim Wilson Motorsport car. Alistair, runner-up in last year's Junior TKM Championship, but he's moved across to XC. His team have come across with him, so the team are learning. There goes Alistair across your screen there. That familiar, you'll be familiar with the Tim Wilson Motorsport livery from the TKM classes, but now they're trying out X30 as Aaron Walker retakes the lead as clean as a whistle. How long for, though? Not quite sure, because Bradley Pennell has already shown that he is not averse to getting his elbows sharpened. Oh dear, and
that's a failure.
That's Marcus Luzio out. So the new Lando Norris kart cries enough.
Yeah.
I'm not quite sure what on that kart cried up. Maybe a chain. Who knows?
Well, it was something very quick because it's just pulled straight off the circuit. It was just like, yeah, it's not going anymore.
Might have been a chain then.
Yeah.
Yes, we can't hear the ping of a chain coming off from our point of view, but I mean, there's also Connor Clifford for KR Sport having a good run. KR Sport, of course, championship winning team last year with Clayton Ravenscroft, and Clifford in the number 14 machine up into 9th place here.
Everyone taking the inside line there as they go in towards the chicane. Platten on the outside in that GP, side by side with Fleming. Fleming tucks in behind as they come in. There's Bart Harrison, Gus Lawrence just behind him now as well. Pennell still there in second. Walker, big look over the shoulder there from Walker. Just seeing if he can take the wider line as they come into this section. He does. And going through, and again, just nothing really between them at the moment, but Walker's holding on to it. Now, this is good. Is Pennell just waiting, though? Is he waiting for that opportunity? Just sussing out, where is Walker really struggling? Where is he really struggling around this track?
Exactly. That's just what he's doing, because, you know, it's going to be a bun fight from here on in. There's no chance that anyone's going to break away with a minute to go. And there we go. So now Walker defending. Now, Pennell's going to get a good run. He's going to get a good run, but he backs out of it. He didn't want to get his nose at the inside of Walker coming into the Bruno chicane. He's going to get a good exit, though. Onto Hanger Straight is Bradley Pennell. Walker checks again. Here comes Pennell. Oh, that's in the hanger corner. That's a risky move. But again, does he throw Walker off his mark? Now, Pennell has got enough of a gap behind him to try and size up Walker for a move coming into the first corner, into Park Bend. Is he going to dive to the inside? He swings out wide. No, but 30 seconds to go. You can see Pennell definitely staying aggressive, but there's not a lot to do if Aaron Walker just defends solidly right around the inside of the track. It's very, very tricky for anyone to pass him, but Pennell is certainly trying. Is he going to try the crossover move now? This looks good. This looks good. Has he got the waft down the back straight? He's going to keep his nose in. No, he's not.
Had to back out of it. Second warning just went out for Aaron Walker as well in the 15. Not sure if that was just a replay of the first one, just to make sure he definitely saw it.
Or excessive defending.
Maybe.
These drivers are told, look, no defending from the word go.
Yeah.
Especially here at Shenington. You see the circuit layout. It's one of those things. Now, Harrison is third. Lawrence is fourth. Platten is fifth. Walker defending the inside line. Now we're on the final lap. Now Aaron Walker's got to defend compel or high water.
Yep, definitely so, because Brad Pennell is trying literally everything he can to try and get past. Here we go, switches to the outside. What a direction change that was, and he tucked back in. Nearly got caught up by Bart Harrison there. Tries to get alongside, he just hasn't got the pace out of the corner, has he?
No, but he's chasing, he's trying, but now Pennell's got a problem because if he swings out wide to try and do the crossover move, Bart Harrison is going to stick his nose at the inside and grab second.
Yep.
So this is going to be Pennell's predicament, and
it looked like he was
Bart
doing it
Harrison
there.
almost thought about it, but Aaron Walker continues his undefeated start to the season in the Wera Tools British Kart Championship by winning the Senior X30 pre-final from Paddy Pennell by 0.09 of a second. But Harrison is third, Gus Lawrence is fourth, Harry Platten is fifth, half a second separating the top five, Anthony. That's not bad.
That's
going
not
at all,
bad, is it?
No. Sixth for Thomas Fleming, seventh for Oscar Joyce, Sam Heading in eighth, then Connor Clifford, Alistair Cresswell rounding out the top 10.
Note the two top fastest time.
Yes, 42.6, identical. Outside the top 10, Harry Cottrell 11th and Oliver Greetham 12th. Jude Fernyhough down to 13th, and his teammate Alfie Baxter Davis from 27th up to 14th. So good result there for the second of the Jack Dax Racing entries. Then it's Marcus Littlewood, Alex Moody, Brandon Templeton, Nat Thomas, Gary Edwards, Louis Johnson Cool, and Archie Tillett. Sadly, we lost Marcus Lucio, Ewan Wilson, Sam Shaw, Carly Atkins, Harvey Ryby, and James Pashley. And yeah, the camera phone of doom strikes number 14, Connor Clifford. And that is nose cone. And let's have a look. Oh, Alice Cresswell, you're good to go. Oliver Greetham, yep, you're good to go. And Archie Tillett, well, Archie Tillett started the race going backwards in the air.
Yeah.
So it's unsurprising that he has suffered from the camera of doom. Marcus Littlewood, likewise. I hope she's got enough memory on her phone.
Well, yes, taking quite a few photos here.
Yes. And there's one of the premium karting entries, number 61, Louis Johnson Cool. All right.
Yeah, not too bad.
Yes, thanks, Louis. We're all right. How are you? Not so great, I'm guessing. Although, well, 20th. Yeah.
And a nose cone.
The number 88 kart of Alex Moody, the Cato Motorsport entry. Let's have a look. Is his Moody going to be good or bad after this photograph taken? Looks okay.
Yep, looks good. Yep, so
okay,
thumbs up's given.
Nat Thomas in the foreground there in the Burrell Art race suit. Just having and there's Gary Edwards on the outside. So Nat Thomas having a look around. There's the two Jack Dax Racing teammates. The number 31 of Alfie Baxter Davis. So he did well to move up from 27th to 14th. That's not a bad effort from Alfie.
Yeah. So, well, they finished line astern in that race as well, didn't they?
Yeah, so I mean, I've got to say, obviously, there's the main players right at the front: Strawberry, PF International, Mick Barrett, BMR. But then, the underdogs of the class: Tim Wilson Motorsport, S8 Racing, and Jack Dax Racing. All solidly from 10th to 14th, and in with a real chance. And now we're looking back and seeing there's talking to the clerks of the courses there, saying, look at that, there's Archie Tillett's kart. And of course, such a shame we didn't get to see what the number 9 seed could do in that race. His race was over before it begun.
Yeah.
Almost. I have to say, what a birthday present for Rob Shaw.
Yeah.
Happy 50th birthday. Here's a broken go-kart for you to fix, Dad. Thank you. Right, next up is the next race. And it's going to be IAME Cadet.
It will be.
Ooh.
Yes, indeed. IAME Cadet, race 17, pre-final of the weekend here at Shenington. There is a look at Jesse Phillips, the number 26, who will be starting on the second row, 4th place for this pre-final. And as you can imagine, probably processing quite a job ahead in this one. Obviously, IAME Cadet's had it's had a fun-filled weekend. We've not seen any races so far today from IAME Cadet. So, Henry, I'll unmute your microphone as it was currently in the fan while you were down there.
Right, I see. Okay, well,
wind noise.
Qualifying went to Kit Bolofsky from Jacob Ashcroft and Jenson Graham. In Heat 1, Ashcroft won from Graham and Jesse Phillips, with Riley Cranham in 4th place. The second heat went to Henry Domain ahead of Graham, Bolofsky and George Edgar. Cranham again coming home in the top 5. In the last heat of the day yesterday, it was Domain and Ashcroft. They pushed away, like Jacob said in the Paddock show, and they got the top 2 finish with Jesse Phillips and Bolofsky for the Kanish Rao. So Kanish, without his Oliver Rowland Motorsport race suit,
you ambushed Oliver Rowland
on his
well.
debut with the team, though, he finished 5th yesterday. So that was the heat results yesterday. There is a look in the eyes. That's focus for you. Absolute focus. Now we've got Duncan Haller giving Jacob Ashcroft some good luck. Good luck, Ethan Woodward from Susan Woodward. I'm imagining that'll be a relation.
Yes.
Yes, I'd imagine so.
Not sure what relation is. Let us know.
So in the eyes of Jacob Ashcroft again. You know, the number 8 seed. Starting on the second of the grid, so yeah, the Oliver Rowland Motorsport. So this is Oliver Rowland and Fusion Motorsport territory. This is.
This is, yeah. They always give us one heck of a battle.
But you say that there are more drivers. There are more drivers. There are drivers from the Croc Promotions team coming into Cadet for the first time this year.
You got Jamie Green Racing as well.
Jamie Green Racing. We've got drivers from SWRD.
Yep.
And we've got some privateer drivers as well.
Yes.
And you say, can anybody beat the big 2 teams? Well, it's difficult. It's not impossible though. Remember 2020. Macaulay Bishop and Paul Munn Racing, anybody?
Yeah, definitely.
It can happen.
It can be done.
But as I'm saying that, let's have a look. Let's have a look at the starting lineup there. We've got the first non-Fusion and ORM driver on the grid for this one is Edward Haynes, 2020 Bambino champion, 18th, 17th rather.
17th.
So,
yeah, it's understandable, but that it's difficult to do.
That's Jenson Graham. Again, Jenson is his 3rd season in Cadet, the number 27 Fusion Motorsport driver. Now, we haven't had a chance to say it, but it's a nice sunny day, so what visors are they using, Anthony?
Iridium.
Iridium visors. Word of the day. Look at that iridium visor.
Oh, yes. We like a good iridium. Well, it's your favourite word, isn't it? Iridium.
What's your favourite word?
Well, I'd say it was more your favourite word.
I like iridium.
Yeah, it's a good word.
Like recarbonate. Here's Jake Walker, the mechanic of George Edgar. Again, George is a family member, Johnny Edgar, sadly having to step away from the FIA Formula 3 Championship for the time being while he battles Crohn's disease. We hope Johnny is well and recovering from that. Good to see Johnny back in the kart. But there's so there's George, the latest member of the Edgar family racing dynasty.
Well, you got Jessica Edgar as well.
She's just moved into
GB4.
Motor car racing.
Yeah, GB4.
Motor car racing. There we go. And so there's the O plate. There's Johnny Edgar. No, George Edgar. Waiting to go. Now we wait. This will be a full capacity 34 strong grid.
Wow.
There's a look, a long look at the British Open champion. So this is the O plate. What is the O plate? Well, there's one meeting. It's the British Open.
Yep.
Every year, like in golf.
Yep.
You know, like that. It's the British Open. It's open to any driver with a license in that class.
Yep.
And the winner gets to use the 0 plate for the next 12 months.
Had the pleasure of commentating on that last year, where George won that at PFI, and I think it was the first O plate for IAME that's been in. Not
at LARA for a million years.
But about a million years, yeah. It was.
But the Edgar family have won 1 million O plates.
Yes.
And but it doesn't matter whether it's at LARA or not. But
No.
there's something about the O plate and the Edgar family that just that mesh together.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes, indeed. It's the 22 of Kanish Rao just behind, like you say, not sporting his ORM race suit, but like you say, I think you did ambush Oliver Rowland in his truck. You fully ambushed him. He wasn't ready. It was like a deer in the headlights.
I didn't ambush him. I merely used my journalistic integrity to ask a question. That's all. That's all.
Let's have a look at the
starting lineup. Yay! Henry Domain and Jacob Ashcroft on row number 1. Jenson Graham and Jesse Phillips on row number 2.
Kit Bolofsky and Riley Cranham will round out row 3 with George Edgar and Lewis Islin on row 4.
Row number 5 is Kenish Grau and Wales' Sky Parker with Archie Levitt and Antonio Mikowski on row number 6.
Teddy J. Porter and Ethan Woodward on row 7. Noah Baglin and Aaron Richardson will round out row number 8.
Row number 9, Edward Haynes and Blair Smith from Scotland, Henry Carter and Will Green on row number 10.
Laith Khan and Austin Newstead, Bambino champion from last year in the British Champs, starts on row 11 with Jenson Jones and Henry Clark alongside.
Row number 13, Jensen Ackerman and Harley Hodgson Wells, Harley Musk and George Howes on row number 14.
Kazra Kamyab and Jensen Chalk on row 15 with Jonty Renstrick and Colby Patterson, also a Bambino driver.
Ethan Weldon and Joseph Smith round out the field. They'll go around again. Ethan Weldon, the nephew of the late Dan Weldon. So we've got the David Coulthard son racing with us this weekend. The nephew of the late Dan Weldon also with us. Looking down the thing, looking down the side. So we've got privateer drive. I mean, obviously, you know, Fusion and Oliver Ola Motorsport, two of the premier teams, not just in British karting, but in worldwide karting. But you've got privateer driver number 43, Edward Haynes. You've got Will Green for the Jamie Green Racing team on a Tony Kart chassis. You've also got Croc Promotions, Jenson Jones on a Mad Croc kart. Henry Clark is a privateer. And then Jenson Chalk and Jonty Restrick are also privateers. Ethan Weldon for the Croc Promotions team, and Joseph Smith, the Simon Wright Racing Development driver on the white chassis.
Yes.
Is it the right chassis? We're going to find out. I hope so. Well, yeah, it's always good. Variety is the spice of life, as we say. Everyone else on the Synergy kart. Sadly, we've lost Sukmani Kera, Jarlath Sayer. They didn't qualify for this race, but the lights are green. We're off and racing, and already we've got 5-6 wide. One of the Fusion karts spinning there, and somebody coming back across the track. That was the number 77 Oliver Rowland Motorsport kart getting caught up there, George Howes. And that was Jenson Chalk and the number 33 kart out of the race. The privateer driver, Billy Albone, is looking after Josh. Oh, and we've got one driver trying to go up the banks to see about the gliders, but decided to come back on the racetrack and carry on with his go-karting for the time being.
There we go, through the Bruno chicane, then they go for the first time, and everyone getting round it. Breakaway with the top two, yellow flags out in the final section of the track, so potentially a breakdown in that area. Well, yes, and there is a kart.
Centre of your screen, and that is Jenson Chalk, privateer driver number 33, and he's on the Synergy chassis, but out of the race, sadly for young Jenson. Jenson Ackerman, also, he was the driver, the Fusion driver that spun around at the start going into the first corner, so he is down at the back of the group. We've got 33 karts still running, and it's Jenson Graham and Kit Bolofsky 1-2 for Fusion Motorsport, then Jacob Ashcroft and Kenish Grau 3-4 for Oliver Rowland Motorsport, with Jesse Phillips 5th, Henry Domain down to 6th, George Edgar, Archie Levitt, Teddy J. Porter, Sky Parker, your top 10.
There we go, so obviously these races a little bit longer now, 10.5 minutes plus that one additional lap left to go. You look here at your race leaders, the 27 of Jenson Graham and the 9 of Kit Bolofsky slightly breaking away. It's Fusion Motorsport 1-2 from Wiley Road Motorsport 3-4. Jacob Ashcroft and Kenish Grau in that position, and as they go across the line, again, lap times, Jacob Ashcroft with the fastest lap of the race, 50.47 in third place, so starting to pull a gap. But like you say, it is a... Oh, dear me. And that's not gone right for the right kart.
No, that's Joseph Smith perched on a tyre barrier.
Yes.
Not the way so. I mean, obviously he's okay. I'm not quite sure whether he got there of his own free volition or whether he was helped on his way to that top of that tyre barrier. I would hazard a guess he was probably assisted somehow.
Yes.
But it's only the pre-final. He can get that kart repaired and go out for the final later on. Top 4 now beginning to break clear. It's Graham, Bolofsky, Ashcroft and Rao, and they're side by side. Further back there's the number 88 kart in the midst of that tussle. That's Archie Levitt just behind Scotland's Blair Smith in the number 45. And really this is again, of course, all the Oliver Rowland Motorsport karts looking the same. There's the first of the green and white Tony Kart chassis, and that is the Jamie Green Racing number 54 of Will Green down in 20th position. Edward Haynes, the number 43, there's a privateer entry. quite sure what chassis he's on. We'll keep an eye out for the number 43. There he is, going through there, the sort of red, sort of the dark orange and black and white. We've got a change of the lead, however.
Not change for the lead, I don't think. Well, actually, it was changed for the lead. Yes, it was. Yeah, Kit Bolowski's taken the lead, and Jacob Ashcroft in that number 8 has got up into second place. Here comes Jenson Graham, though, straight back through turn number 1. Can't quite do it, stays behind. But, yeah, chopping and changing. So, Jacob Ashcroft, fastest lap of the race earlier on. So, he's got the pace out there.
Yep.
And he's now found the place.
Yeah, and Kanish Grau, again, in 4th position. Now, Kanish Grau is easy to spot because he hasn't got the Oliver. So, but Oliver's doing us a favour.
Yeah.
He's helping make Kanish Grau easier to spot because he hasn't got the race suit. So, we can see the grey race suit there is Kanish Grau in kart number 22. In that 4th position, there's 6 kart breakaway. A quartet of Fusion karts and a duo of Oliver Rowland karts as Jacob Ashcroft now makes a move for the lead. He did that coming out of the Bruno chicane. Graham into 2nd, Kanish Grau into 3rd, is he? Yes. Now Edgar and the number 9 of Bolowski side by side for 4th. Edgar comes out in front of that one, Bolowski down to 5th, and that means that Jesse Phillips, the number 26 Fusion kart, is the back end of this lead sextet.
Yes.
That's sextet. Then it's Henry Domain, Teddy J. Porter, 7th and 8th, while Cranham and Blair Smith rounding up top 10.
Well, there you go. That just shows the IAME train at its best on that one. As soon as Kit Bolowski kind of left that sort of train area, got nerved out wide, and then he could not find a way back in and had to drop all the way back in those positions. So that just shows that, you know, you really have to try and stay in that train as best as possible. And as soon as you break the toe, that's it. It can all go Pete-on very quickly.
Yep, the NASCAR Cup Series are at Talladega Super Speedway tonight.
Oh yeah,
and this
absolutely
this is. But again, it's slipstream train racing, and yeah, if you get hung out to dry like the laundry, if you get moved offline in this is this is slipstreaming and bump drafting, or just drafting. You know, not use the B word, but at its absolute finest in kart racing. And even though they're chopping and changing positions, they're not losing as much ground as you think, because, you know, they're able to just do it in such a way that they don't affect their overall straight line, the overall pace over the course of what happens. Ashcroft now leads, Rao having to defend from Bolowski in 5th position. But it's like a cycling peloton in the Tour de France, you know. One peels off and goes to the back. The front runner, the leader peels off and goes to the back, and then eventually works his way back towards the front very quickly indeed. As Ashcroft leads Graham to the inside at Wilkins. Ashcroft thinks, okay, let him go, tucks back into 2nd place. That pushes George Edgar offline a little bit, and he loses 3rd place to Jesse Phillips. Kanish Grau now back to 6th position, the back of this lead group with Bolowski. Okay, he was leading a lap but a bit ago, then he went back to 6th, and now he's moved back up to 5th. Then the 2 Oliver Rowland Motorsport karts following them is Henry Domain and Teddy J. Porter, and Domain in the number 5 kart, Teddy J. Porter in the number 66. They are keeping a watching brief, trying to close in and trying to... Oh, and Ashcroft almost 2 wheels off the circuit on the inside there, trying to make the move. He's got to be so careful, though, because if he defends too much, he's going to spoil his straight line speed. And now the hand signals. Jenson Graham going, no, think.
Yeah, not wanting people to go for a move, and that opens the door up to 3rd place potentially, and almost going into the back there of Jenson Graham and Jesse Phillips. So Ashcroft having to now drop back, and, you know, that just shows that he wanted to go for the gap. The gap was there. Obviously, they went for the wider line, you know, the top 2 did Graham and Phillips, but yeah, they just cut back across, and then he had to hit on the brakes and completely miss the apex there. And yeah, that's how...
Warning flag for Jenson Graham, yep.
Yeah, that's how quickly it can go wrong when they're so close to each other, because, you know, racing fast out here, and I always say it, racing fast when you're out there is, you know, difficult but easy to do when you're by yourself. But when you're in a pack of 8, 9, 10 karts, line astern, all on the same pace, you know, it's so difficult to go into the corner all on the same braking zone, all of that without
you always have to be
piling into each other. Yeah,
what your rivals are going to be doing.
Yeah. And it is an absolute nightmare.
We've now got 4 Fusion karts at the front of the grid, at the front of the field rather. Graham, Phillips, Edgar and Bolowski. And then we have a quarter of Oliver Rowland karts, Rao, Ashcroft, Domain and Porter. Then it's Cranham, Smith, Parker, Islin, Baglin, Henry Carter and Austin Newstead rounding out the top 15. Edward Haynes, down to 16th position now. Then it's Harley Musk, Laith Khan, Archie Lovett and Ethan Woodward, the top 20. Jensen Ackerman, Will Green, Aaron Richardson, Harley Hodgson Wells, Ethan Weld in your top 25. Kazra Kamiab, Roman Kamiab's younger brother. Then Colby Patterson, George Howes, Jonty Restrick and Anthony Vikowski are your top 30, with Jensen Jones and Henry Clark, the last two runners. We've lost Joseph Smith and Jensen Chalk.
There we go. Still plenty of action to come then. 3.5 minutes plus that one lap. Still 32 of them running. Like you say, yeah, only those two that we have dropped out of this race. Battles all the way throughout. There is the number 5 on your screen. That's Henry Domain and Riley Cranham in the 18, just having a good little scrap. They are in 7th and 8th place at the moment. Noah Baglin with a warning flag, though. So, you've got to watch out. But Kip Polowski in the number 4 with the, or in 4th place in the number 9 with the fastest lap of the race. Here is the battle for the lead. It's closed up again now. It did open up quite a bit a couple of laps ago. Yeah, it's closed up once again.
Together.
It has, yes. It's like a what's that instrument called again?
The concertina thing.
Yeah, accordion.
The accordion effect.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, that.
The accordion effect. Like a slinky.
Yeah.
A spring slinky. And there's a move. And that is Jesse. No, that's George Edgar. Of course, George Edgar won this round last year at the opening round of the 2021 season, so certainly knows how to win. And if you're looking there now, Ashcroft and Kanish Grau, they've got a little bit of work to do, because those 4 Fusion carts have got a little bit settled now at the front of the group. And Ashcroft, in fact, is beginning to fall away. So Kanish Grau is the only Oliver Rowland Motorsport bullet left in the holster at the front of this field with 2 minutes to go. It's Edgar from Graham in the 27, then the number 9 of Bolofsky and the 26 of Phillips. And there is a move, and that's George Edgar's turn now to get shuffled to the back of the pack. He's going to lose 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and possibly 5th as Kanish Grau comes through. And now Edgar's going to have to work with Kanish Grau to catch the top 3.
Yep.
So 1 minute I'm your enemy, the next minute I'm your friend. I'm your frenemy.
There we go. Perfect. 1.5 minutes to go then as they come through Cafe Corner. Absolutely streaking past the camera there. Jason, our cameraman, on camera duties at that corner. They whiz through back down the main straight, coming through. And again, like you say, they're going to have to work together. Do you reckon Kanish Grau's earned his race suit after this performance, I think?
I mean, well, yes, he has. But also, he's being very distinctive, you know, and not in a team race suit makes it easier to spot.
It does make him easier
to spot. And so you're never going to get him mixed up with his teammates. So, you know, there's arguments for and against, as Bolofsky makes his argument for winning this race by taking the lead. And Jesse Phillips goes with him. Jensen Graham back to 3rd. And now you can see Edgar in 4th. And Rao is just shoveling Edgar along as fast as he can, with Jacob Ashcroft in 6th position, trying to get back on terms with the leaders. 45 seconds to go. This is lap 14. And still 0.2 of a second cover the top 3.
Yeah, absolutely nothing between all of them. I mean, it's such a busy grid, is IAME Cadet. They always give us great racing. Great racing now, and look at that.
Yeah, you can see Jesse Phillips doesn't want Kit to defend. He's like, why are you defending? Don't defend. So this is complete roles reversed from the previous race, the Senior X30 race, where Kit's saying, no, don't worry about it. Just go, push on, is what Jesse is saying to Kit. But Kit's going, well, I'm not sure if I trust you just quite yet, Mr. Phillips. 10 seconds to go. And, of course, you know, Kit knows if he doesn't defend now, he's not going to lose 1 position, he's going to lose 5.
Yeah, that timer with 2 seconds to go, they cross the line. So 2 more laps left in this one and then the last lap. Now that battle has really closed up now. Nothing between this top group as they exit out of the Cafe Curve towards the hairpin. There's the second group. There's a 5-second time penalty was that I just saw pop up on the screen, but I didn't see who it was for.
Okay, well, the clock structure is for Noah Baglin.
Ah, dear me.
That's probably for having dyed his hair, I think, possibly, you know. Kit Bolofsky defends into Hanger Corner. Here he comes, he's hugging the inside line now, he is, and again, there's no excessive defending here because it is go time, it is the clock has struck 0, it's now or never, and Jensen Graham moves into 2nd position, and he looks to the inside, but Bolofsky defends. They start their last lap, 3 abreast into turn number 1 on lap 16 of 16. Round Cafe Corner they go. It's Bolofsky, Graham, Phillips and Edgar, the top 4, then Rao and Ashcroft. trying to break the Fusion dominance at the front. Belofsky still defends, and look at the two Fusion. Look at Ashcroft, gets a great run. He's going to pass his teammate up Hanger Straight. Belofsky defends the inside line. Edgar is in 4th place, and he's now going to be trying to defend against Ashcroft. But it's all down now to how Kit Belofsky positions in kart. You need to be fast, you need to be smart here at Shenington. Can Belofsky do it? 1 corner to go.
Yeah, 1 corner to go. We're going to see a late lap lunge. No, we're not, because Kit Belofsky holds that inside line out of the final corner. Checker flag then. It's a drag race to the line. It's side by side. Who's going to take it? It's Jenson Graham. Graham gets it on the line by 1/100th of a second.
Wow. What? And that tells you that, again, great stuff. Because you saw them coming around the corner. Nobody was bumping into each other coming into the corner, because Belofsky managed to hit the apex, and as you come out, the camera work was excellent. You saw the gaps between them, but that slipstream effect, Belofsky didn't defend the inside line enough coming to the start-finish line. It was a drag race, and Jenson Graham took it on the line. If that race had been... Here we go, let's have a look at this again. Now, as they come across the line, again, Jenson Graham just gets the inside, inches, millimetres apart. You cannot fit a cigarette paper between them, and Graham just leaning forward in the kart. You can see great finish, Anthony. There we go. The top 6 separated by 0.6 of a second.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic.
Don't really need to say anything more about that, do
I
you?
don't think you need to say any more.
There's the scrutineering team here at Shenington. The karts go onto the weighbridge, so of course every kart driver's got to weigh a minimum, class minimum. And that's where you see on some of the karts, you can see on the side of Jesse Phillips' kart there, you can see the lead weight on the kart to bring him up to class weight. There is George Edgar coming through, looks at the weighbridge. Yep, good to go.
Very good. No dramas there whatsoever.
And they will obviously then have their noses checked.
But yeah, and that's the biggest thing with nose cone panels, especially in IAME Cadet, because they are so closely packed in with each other.
Oh, yes.
It can very easily happen. So it is a very tough one.
But it's even more a testament to the skill levels on show. They can do that, and here's the mechanics waiting to be released to get to their charges. And yeah, look, a quick look out there. There's the rest of the field now. Of course, everyone's got to stay sitting in the car. Hey, they're all behaving themselves. They've listened to the grid marshal, who was saying, "Stay your carts. Wait for it, Mr. Oliver Roller Motorsport driver." Oh, she's gonna notice. She's gonna notice.
Who is that?
Oh,
is that Jesse Phillips?
There's George Edgar coming through. Say congratulations to shake hands.
Oh, and he's been told off now to. You're not allowed in here.
Out. What do you mean out? He's not in. Out. Let's have a look. So it was a rundown. So it was Graham, Belofsky, Phillips, your top 3. Edgar, Ashcroft and Kenish Grau, your top 6. 7th for Cranham, 8th Henry Domain, 9th Noah Baglin, and 10th Austin Newstead. Blair Smith finishes 11th. Leading privateer, Edward Haynes, coming home in 12th place out of Harley Musk. Henry Carter, Teddy J. Porter, that's your top 15. Then it was Sky Parker in 16th, Ethan Woodward 17th, Jensen Ackerman in 18th, Lewis Islin 19th, and Laith Khan in 20th. Archie Lovett, Aaron Richardson, Will Green, Kazra Kamyab, and Harley Hodgson Wells, the rest of the top 15. I want to get up, I need a wee.
No, back.
Then it is George Howes, Anthony Vikowski, Jensen Jones, Colby Patterson, John T. Restrick, Ethan Weldon. That's just in case you didn't know his name. It's Noah.
Yeah.
There we go. That's a cracking helmet. Look at that. It's the chrome.
Chrome
lid on that. And obviously you've got Welcome to Vegas. So I'm not saying, where did Mum and Dad get the money to race from? He's got the casino cabinet. Maybe he's a poker player. Who knows? But yeah. So some sponsorship there from Las Vegas.
It's so shiny you can see cameraman Jason in it.
Oh, let's have a look. Can you see our cameraman in Noah Bagley's race? With Toby George's mechanic there. There's Bagley, the number 63. Ethan Weldon finishing 31st. Henry Clark 32nd. And there's Henry Domain. Just having a little look there. And, yeah, just a quick chat there. They're going to say, "Oh, listen, you get a penalty in that one." Not quite sure what for. Oh, now there's a good crash. Henry Carter's crash helmet. You cannot say that. You know, that's a superb livery. It's got the what's that? The honeycomb livery.
Honeycomb look.
And the rainbow like that a lot. Very good, good marks there. That's Laith Khan, that is.
That is.
Do you know how I know that?
Because it said Khan on the back of his
And
helmet.
because I've learned to read.
And because you've learned to read.
There we go, there we go. Who says that I wasted my off-season? There's one of the Croc carts. So welcome to the British Cadet Championship, Croc Promotions. Now they've got those yellow carts. Yeah, so I'm not sure if they're using the Mad Croc chassis or a Synergy chassis. I'm not quite sure what they're using. I'm sure somebody will remind me very soon. But again, good to see the Croc Promotions team moving into cadets. Again, it's a tough one. Their drivers, Jenson Jones finishing down in 28th, Ethan Wild in 31st, and I think Luca Narroway, their other driver, the third driver, failed to qualify for this race. Because again, there were 3 drivers that didn't qualify for this race. At the end, at the end of the heats, 3 drivers just went home. There was no repercharge in IAME.
Yep.
This week, there's the number 46 of Lewis Islin. He's going to be a bit disappointed with that. Again, he's been strong in both Cadet Honda and IAME in the last 2 years, but struggling, only finishing 19th in this one. But it's only the pre-final. Only the pre-final.
We're not in the finals
No, no, there's one more big race to go, the most important one. And you can literally, as that's shown, you can win this race from anywhere. After 16 laps, the top 19 were separated by less than 10 seconds.
Again, no,
So,
don't need to say anything else.
Nope, nope. There's number 45 of Blair Smith. You know, Scotland's Blair Smith, who is just about to get... That's right, yeah, no, this is where the mechanics are going to help each other out. You know, the little kiddies can't quite lift the front of their carts. There's number 87 cart going through. That belongs to Kazra Kanyab. And there's the number 82 of Henry Clark, privateer entry. The Vesta Facilities Limited sponsored driver. Henry Clark, again, a competitor in the Bambino Championship, in the Motorsport UK Bambino Championship 2 years ago. But that is the second of our 3 pre-finals. The last of our pre-finals, in fact, it's the final race before the finals.
It
you
is.
Catch my drift.
Yeah.
It's Junior X30, and it's coming up very, very soon.
Yes, indeed. Junior X30 race 18 of the weekend. Pre-final time is coming up next. And, well, it's going to be, well, I think it's going to be a fairly good one. Now, of course, we had the, did we have a repercharge earlier on? We did indeed have the repercharge earlier on. And, of course, the bottom 6 of those groups did come through. And, of course, it was quite a busy repercharge, wasn't it? There was quite a lot of bumping and barging that may have happened in that one. But we have got the bottom 6 that have come through.
Yes.
So, Fred Green in the 50.
That's the grid that doesn't show the 6 qualifiers. There is the grid that shows.
There's right.
You look at the wrong piece of paper, Hansi. For that, you get the.
Put the cable tied down. Right, okay, so the 3 drivers, the 6 drivers that did come through. The 23 of Sam Longley for Strawberry Racing came through.
Yes, we saw that. We knew he won, yep.
Yep, Henry Gregory in Premier Karting came through. Jack Cunningham for Fusion Motorsport.
Yes, saw that.
Nathan Clifford.
No, he finished 5th because Morgan Moore finished 4th. So Nathan Clifford, Morgan Moore did get a penalty.
Right. George Robinson.
He finished 6th and was moved up a place because of Morgan Moore moving down a place.
Yep, and William Murtaugh,
who finished 8th because Michael Rapsey got a penalty after finishing in 7th. He moves down, and so William Murtaugh finishes 8th in the repercharge, but makes it into the final, the pre-final rather. Now, you asked a question earlier about the curbs at the Bruno Chicane, and I have spoken to the oracle of all things karting Shenington, Graham Smith, and he has confirmed that you were correct in your summation that the Bruno Chicane does have new curbages.
And I suspect it'll
be 2021,
and I suspect
2022
it's the same
even
for Hanger Corner.
Possibly, yes. New curbages. There's Fionn McLaughlin. Meanwhile, he's not new. He finished 8th in the class last year.
Yes.
Even though he's running number 29, which is his preferred number. The Irishman, Fionn McLaughlin, for Fusion Motorsport.
Who is running a seeded number? That I don't think
is
anyone
running.
They're
not. Harry Burgoyne Jr. should be, but he's preferring to run the number 68 and not the number 7. And Fionn McLaughlin, the number 8. Yeah, he's also the seeded driver that's returning that's not chosen to run his number.
Ah.
And then you've got the likes of Gabriel Stilp, who just missed out on a seed last year.
Yes.
That's why they're running in on. But so so many interesting things to look for. So there's been a bit of a change around. So we have got Gabriel Stilp, of course, won the IAME International final at Le Mans last year in this class. Optima Motorsport, Alistair Goss's new team, they make their debut. They're starting at the front there. There is Lewis Bird for the Optima team in the number 44 kart. We've got Leo Robinson and Macaulay Bishop. Last year, they battled out for the Mini X30 title. They're in here, Junior X30, going to do the same this year. Macaulay Bishop won a heat rate yesterday. He's now with Dan Holland Racing. Paulman Racing's gone away. So, but Leo is here for Fusion Motorsport. Let's have a look at a packed starting lineup.
I think that is a good idea. Let's have a look at how they will line up then for the pre-final. Race 18 of the weekend. Fionn McLaughlin and Gabriel Stilp on the front row. Macaulay Bishop and Lewis Bird on row 2.
Row 3, Harry Burgoyne Jr., 7th the championship last year. He starts alongside Mini X30 champion from last year, Leo Robinson. Brandon's Kart, new KR Sport signing, and Henry Jocelyn. He's this year's CIK Academy driver for the Team UK.
Jack Nestleship and Josh Agenbar on row 5. Rylan Eschberg and Zach Green will round out row number 6.
Isaac Phelps and Mondi Junior Kanini from South Africa on row number 7. It's Freddie Lloyd and Wesley Swain up for Mini X30 on row number 8.
Cameron Pratt-Thompson and Luke Sindler on row 9. Alfie Garford and Leo Brown will round out row 10.
Garford, last year's Junior TKM champion.
Indeed.
Cian Garrity and Taylor Orridge are on row 11. Fred Green and Jack Hobson on row number 12.
Ethan Spanswick and Charlie Morrison-Jones on that next row there. And then it was Riley Bishop and Jack Cox on row 14.
Lights are green, we're off and racing in Junior X30. It's a good clean start through turn number 1. Oh, and I say that somebody running very wide on the entrance to Cafe Corner there, but they all managed to sort themselves out and keep things pointed the right way. One of the Fusion karts there stuck right at the back. I think that may be William Murtagh or possibly Jack Cunningham in the number 19. And now out of Stratford Corner and up Hanger Straight we go into the Bruno Chicane. It's Gabriel Stilp for the Croc Promotions team who has the lead at the moment. Pole sitter Fionn McLaughlin drops back to 2nd place, and up into 3rd for the new team Optima Motorsport it is Lewis Bird. Out of Wilkins they come, the good start. Now the main body of karts all still together. 1 or 2 maybe at the back have had a few off-track excursions. Now we haven't seen Fred Green come out with this one. Maybe a problem for the Jamie Green racing driver. That'll be a real shame. Taylor Orridge also having issues on the opening lap in the Croc Promotions number 99, and Taylor down at the back of the pack as well. But at the front it is still Gabriel Stilp leading, but not by much, because the Irish colours of the crash helmet of Fionn McLaughlin chasing him hard.
They are indeed. Good start then from Junior X30. Everyone getting through. There was one of the Greens diving through. I think that possibly was Fred Green or Zach Green. One of the Greens.
Zach Green is Fred Green, sadly not in the race.
There we go. There we go. That'll
Yes.
be why. Yeah, 10.5 minutes across the line then. So yeah, like we say, still leading the way. McLaughlin, Bird, Bishop. We're going Junior as well. And the top 3 slightly breaking away already. I think they...
temporarily.
Temporarily, yeah. No, I think the top 10, 15. Oh, yeah, and here we go.
Macaulay Bishop there in 4th place there is closing back in as you got a first real change. The lead as McLaughlin fights back, passes Stilp. But Bishop there in 4th position. Then it's Harry Burgoyne Jr. in 5th. Leo Robinson in 6th position. 7th for Jack Nettleship. Nettleship, he won a big Little Green Man opening round up at Larcour recently, beating all the big boys. And so the Jade Racing entry, he's stepping into the kart vacated by Oliver Stewart last year. And showing that even though he's a rookie of the championship, he is doing extremely well indeed. But there's Macaulay Bishop on the inside of Lewis Bird, and yes.
I don't think Bird was expecting that.
No, Bird was realised he was about to be put in the oven.
Yeah.
And Bishop was holding the carving knife. Harry Burgoyne Jr., Scotland's Harry Burgoyne Jr. moving, takes the fastest lap of the race, and he's trying to pick up 4th position from Lewis Bird. Joanna Cucurullo, good luck for Gabriel. Freddie Lloyd getting some support there from Rebecca Lloyd. Dan Amore Racing, Daniel Amore. Come on, Lewis Bird. Can't wait for the road tax race because we get to sing Dan Amore's name over and over again.
Oh, yes.
But there's the number 26 kart of Henry Jocelyn. Jocelyn for Mick Barrett Racing. He's the Team UK's selection for the CIK FIA Academy this year. Not quite sure how he did in his first round. I must go and check that out.
There we go then.
And well, we've got there Joanna Cucurullo. Why is it Thomas Cucurullo Yeoman's Racing? Answer me that.
I don't know.
Answer me that. Answer me that.
I don't know. I'm sure someone will answer that for you.
Hopefully. Well,
as you said it so aggressively.
Well, I mean, it was a pointed question.
He was pointing his finger in the commentary box.
I was pointing at the screen in the commentary box.
And me at one point as well. I don't know.
You were my nearest target.
Well, there we go.
But you see, now things are settling down a little bit. McLaughlin still trying to pull away a little bit. Bishop there, clinging on like a terrier. And then it's Burgoyne, Bird, Robinson, Nettleship. Then a bit of a gap back to Jocelyn, Brandon Carr, Cameron Pratt Thompson, rounding out the top 10. Hobson, privateer driver Ryan Ashberg in 12th. Gregory, Henry Gregory already at 17 places to 13th. Great stuff there from the premium karting driver. Then it's Freddie Lloyd, Josh Agambar, Wes Swain, Alfie Garford. So junior TKM champion last year, battling away, running in the top 20 of Junior X30 this year. Jack Cox and Luke Sintler, and next Leo Brown rounding at the top 20. Then it's Charlie Morrison-Jones. He's got Angus Fender on the spanners for him this weekend, as Gabriel Stilp retakes the lead for the Madcock. It's the first time all year I can use the phrase, and the croc stones start showing his teeth. Something like that.
Something like that.
Yep.
You nearly got it right. There we go.
Nearly. I give it the big one to start, and then fail to deliver. Oh, Jack Nettleship's out of the race. Nettleship in the number 75 Jade Racing entry out of the race. Now, why is his NASA panel vibrating so much?
I think he's got a bent axle.
That is because, yes, it is the rear axle.
That looks very uncomfortable.
Yes, it's doing a brilliant banana impression as he comes in. Porpoising is there. Tom will be back. Good. Isaac Phelps is the GOAT. Okay. Spell Isaac Phelps properly. Okay. Whoever that was on the screen. But yeah, so Nettleship out of the race. So we've got our first real casualty up at the front. Isaac Phelps down in 33rd position. Now was it the third? Do you know what? I may have. Let's have a look down the order. Nettleship is the number 75. Yeah, it was Nettleship, I think. No, Nettleship is there. It's number 35. Right, apologies. So
Charlie
Morrison-Jones in the number 15 Jade Racing Kart that is out of the race. It was the 1 of the 5 and the 75 of Nettleship. It got me a bit confussed in all the excitement. I do apologise. We've got a change up the front, not for the lead, but for second place, because it was Macaulay Bishop leading, and it's now Bishop back in about 5th position. It is Harry Burgoyne Jr. into P2 now, chasing the aforementioned croc of Gabriel Stilp.
Yes. Now, it looks like that croc kart is turning into the corners really, really well. Too well,
Snappily.
I think. Yeah, it's snapping into the corners as change to the lead. Straight back, though, will come Gabriel Stilp. Now, watch Gabriel Stilp through into the entrance here at the Bruno Ferrari S's. Yeah, see how it quickly turns in? See how it quickly grabs? So it's got a lot of front-end grip, and I think the back's struggling to keep up with it. So he's really fighting that kart through the second, but he's doing a great job of it, though.
Could be something to watch, because, of course, then he has to use a little bit more steering input to get the kart straightened up again, which costs a little bit of momentum.
Yes.
So Burgoyne Jr. will notice this. Burgoyne Jr. will be watching and waiting and is poised to strike.
Yes.
Under investigation, Cameron Pratt Thompson.
Sure what for?
Possibly having a double-barreled name, who knows?
Possibly,
More than likely, as we've got to change the lead, Harry Burgoyne Jr. takes the lead. More than likely, either a start line infringement or some contact on the circuit. And look at Gabriel Stilp saying, right, have the lead, go.
Yeah.
You know, let's just work together then. Now let's see if he remains true to his word or if he dives straight back in the lead. So Gabriel looks over his shoulder.
And again, doesn't defend. Coming into here. Oh, it looks like he went a little bit defensive there, did Burgoyne. But again, that's understandable. It's the most common place for an overtake to happen.
Yeah, and now let's have a look. The next time Harry Burgoyne looks over his shoulder. Oh dear, that's Mondi Junior Canini on the Praga kart with a disconnected NASA panel. And it looks like, I'm just having a look who the other karts that he is sort of like trussed together with. It's Will Murtaugh for the Fusion Motorsport team. So our repercharge qualifier out of the race, Mondi Junior Canini, is the leaders are going to come upon this now because they're on the outside of the hangar straight, and you can see that marshal saying, "Go on, move outside." There were yellow flags waving, no one overtaking, and top two being caught now. They've been caught by Leo Robinson in the number 37. So last year's Mini X30 champion. Here comes Gabriel Stilp for the race lead. And he takes it. Leo Robinson goes through. Burgoyne Jr. back to 3rd position. Then it is Fionn McLaughlin, Jack Nettleship, Macaulay Bishop, Lewis Bird, and Henry Jocelyn. Then it's a gap back to it's behind Lewis Bird. There's a slight gap. There's Macaulay Bishop making a move there on Bird, the number 44 kart. Both Murtagh and Monday Junior Canini out of the race. They join Fred Green and Charlie Morrison-Jones on the sideline, so we're down to 30.
Looks like those two karts fused themselves together.
They had,
didn't they?
yes. They were in a karting version of a lover's tryst.
Yes.
One of them was one fusion driver fused himself to another.
Yes. There we go. Another fusion kart that's fused onto the back bumper of Gabriel Stilp. Leo Robinson having a good little run at the moment, running P2. Absolutely nothing between them for the time being. Now Stilp is going defensive into the hairpin. That's allowing everyone to close in. Burgoyne Jr. still there in third. Burgoyne with the optimal position here. There are the two drivers walking back to a safe spot.
I've got to say, there's nothing worse than that. You've just crashed with somebody and the marshal makes you go to the same marshal post. So you've got to watch the rest of the race with the driver you've just crashed out of the race with.
That's going to be an interesting conversation.
That's why their helmets are still on.
Yeah.
And still defending. 2.5 minutes to go. There's Nettleship again. Incorrectly identified him as being the Jade kart that went out earlier on, but it wasn't the 75, it was the 15. But Nettleship is still in this one. So it's Croc Promotions, Fusion Motorsport, Strawberry Racing, Fusion Motorsport, Jade, Dan Holland Racing, and Optima in the top 7 with Mick Barrett Racing and KR Sport 8th and 9th. Great variety of different teams getting these karts prepared absolutely perfectly for this race. And Stilp, though, again, he's not gone full on. Well, 2 minutes to go. He is defending. I have to say, there's Bishop. He finds a way past Nettleship to move into 5th position. But really, 2, 4, 6, 8. There's still any one of 10 can win it, because Cameron Pratt-Thompson out the back of this group. Hobson is 11th for the BMR restart team. Then it's Ryan Eschberg's a privateer in 12th. Freddie Lloyd is 13th. Agambar is 14th. Then it's Cox, Garford, Swain, Gregory, Clifford and Kian Garrity, the top 5. And somebody, I think that was Lewis Bird.
I think it was Brandon Carr, actually.
Well, yeah, it was the other perp. Okay, so the Optimum livery
is now similar.
Is the KR Sport livery.
So is that now 3 karts? Cosmic, KR and
Vision have also.
Vision,
yeah. So, I mean, Mr. Goss, your new team is doing very, very well, and it's a smart livery, but it does look a tad similar to the KR Sport livery, which is confusing for short-sighted commentators. We will do our best, though. But yeah, so still 10 drivers ahead of the train. Still. Now let's have a look. Has that setup rectified itself? We've got a warning flag there for Gabriel Stilp. There's the number 77 kart going. That's Ryan Eschberg, privateer entry. And you can see Mondi Jr. and William Murtagh, they're not sitting in the marshal post at all. No. There's standing at arm's length. Now we'll have a little look next time around. So we've got 20 seconds to go. Next time around, they'll get the last lap ball. If we get this, Lewis Bird making a move, if we get that viewpoint coming into Bruno chicane, that low angle, will we see it as that setup of that kart sort of adjusted itself? The tyre pressures come in towards the end of the race. We'll have a little look to see how that, because that could be critical again for the final. So Stilp still leads. We're not going to get that camera shot sadly coming into the Bruno chicane. We can't see, we just missed it there, but you can see number 33 kart of Cameron Pratt-Thompson making trying his best there, but it's now Stilp from Robinson, Burgoyne Jr., then McLaughlin, your top 4. The clock strikes 0. Last lap board goes out. Now Gabriel Stilp is going to make that kart very, very wide indeed. And under investigation, Gabriel Stilp, not quite sure what that's for. We'll have to wait until the end of the race, but he's got to make that kart very, very wide now on the final lap.
He does indeed, yeah. Exits out of the chicane.
Yep. Still leading. Nothing that, and you can see the back end of the kart there. It's still a little bit tail happy. That Croc. I have to say, this tail is swishing.
It is indeed.
But still is keeping it in front. One corner to go. There we go. Still successfully negotiates it. But as we saw in Cadet, it's not over until you get to the line. And now we have got the line. Checker flag goes out. Gabriel Stilp wins from Leo Robinson, Harry Burgoyne Jr., Fionn McLaughlin, Macaulay Bishop, Jack Nettleship, Lewis Bird, Henry Jocelyn, Cameron Pratt-Thompson, Brandon Carr, your top 10. Then it is Jack Hobson, Rylan Ashberg, followed by Jack Cox, Josh Agambar and Freddie Lloyd in top 15, Alfie Garford, Henry Gregory, Wesley Swain, Nathan Clifford, Kian Garrity in top 20, Leo Brown, Eden Spanswick, Zach Green, Sam Longley, Jack Cunningham in your top 25, followed by Luke Sintler, Taylor Orridge, Isaac Phelps, George Robinson and Riley Bishop, who rounds out the 30 drivers who finished. Mondi Jr. Canini, William Murtagh, Charlie Morrison-Jones and Fred Green are the non-finishers, sadly. So we move on. That is the last of our pre-finals.
Yeah.
Well, we're going to be getting into the main finals very shortly. Let's have a little quick look there as the leaders go on to the weighbridge. I think that bodes well as well for another fantastic season of Junior X30 racing. You look at that, you've got Crop, Fusion, Strawberry, Dan Holland, Jade, Optima, Mick Barrett Racing, KR Sport, BMR, Privateer Drivers and the MDL racing team all in the top 13 as well. Brilliant stuff, brilliant stuff.
Yeah, a wide variety of karts there.
Yes, many different wagons.
Indeed. Let's feel McLaughlin just getting himself on the weighbridge. Almost overshot it as he went on. There are the two karts off at the track. Monday Junior
Still
Canini.
locked together. Now that's giving the two marshals there a bit of a...
Well, you saw...
Obviously they're trying to disconnect the kart without breaking anything.
Yeah, well, you saw Monday. It was really...
Yeah.
It was really trying to release it himself while they were going out there. I mean, I'm not sure, was that wheel still spinning, and it's really just got itself... It's kind of moulded it to the plastic. It's melted the plastic and it's moulded into it.
So, well, there's the number 67 of Macaulay Bishop. Just I mean, no, he's got out of his cart. Is he going to be told to sit back down? Oh, yep. She's asked you to stay seated. Just as she says that, Lewis Bird stands up.
Yep.
There's Ken Potter there on the left there. He'll tell Lewis. There's Brandon Carr looking around. It's not me.
They've got a helmet on. It's hard of hearing. They've just gone around a track.
So there is the head of IPK karting. I think that's
If anyone's going to know how to remove a kart, it's
surgically stapled together. Let's have a look. Oh, we got one of each flavour. One fusion driver. Now, how are we going to? The fusion.
I would just say, if I'm repairing it, I know how
well,
to.
no, so you got Lewis Hall. There,
there we go. They've got it
I
off.
think that's Nathan Seeney there from Prague IPK karting. And they'll get back in. Oh, can you drive it back?
I reckon so.
I reckon so. Well,
where was it?
After all that, if you can drive them back, yeah. Yep, there we go. Starts up. So Mondi Jr. goes back. So Mondi now lives over here, but he's originally from South Africa. And there is the number 16. That is Premium Karting's Josh Agambar. Having a little chat. There's Brandon Carr on the thing. There's sitting there the number 77. That's Rylan Ashberg. So again, he's the privateer entry. Got that different race suit.
It's like they're all in quarantine at the moment.
No, don't say that. We've had enough of that the last 2 years. Yeah.
Oh dear.
See, Macaulay, just sit down, Macaulay. Do as you're told, Macaulay.
They're allowed to get out now. There we go.
They're now allowed to get out.
As two more cuts come in, there we go. But now they can have a chin wag. So that's Macaulay and
Cameron Pratt Thompson.
Yeah.
Yep. And
of course, a lot of these drivers moved up from the mini category from last year. And this just feels like the new mini category to me for some reason.
Well,
it's like...
Yep. It's a young class this year, It is a young class. I mean, some of the older drivers, obviously Dan Ginchard very experienced last year, but there's Lewis Mackey just going through. No, Lewis Mackey, he normally would be racing, in this, but you haven't got Nanny June watching.
No.
Dear me, it's a shame.
It is a shame.
It's a shame, but keep comments coming in as to who's watching who from where. Don't forget, we can't see the ones on the Wera Tools Facebook site, so we can't see those. All we can see are the ones on Alpha Live YouTube channel. So keep those coming in, please. And thank you to Johan Davis for saying the error of my ways when I incorrectly said when I incorrectly said that Jack Nicholson was going out of the race, and it wasn't. It was Charlie Morrison-Jones.
Yeah.
Thank you, everyone. There's Ollie Varney, ex-top-level driver back in the days of Stars of Tomorrow. Mechanicking for the Jack Dex team, and the number 22 of George Robinson. As we look at the other contenders making their way out on the paddock, Taylor Orridge's kart, and I think there's Lewis Hall and Andy Potter for the Fusion Motorsport team there. Andy Potter, of course, Lando Norris's former mechanic when Lando was in karting. So there's Riley Bishop. Now, Anthony was telling me that I think Anthony has ducked out of the comment box for 2 minutes. But I think Riley Bishop, he's the driver that you had a bit of hand in coaching when he very first started as a Bambino. Is that correct? Ah, well, that will explain why he only came 30th then. No, but no, he's only just started out in the British Championship, the Tech Speed Motorsport sponsored driver, driving for the Jack Dex racing team. And a very talented youngster, was entered in the Mini X30 class, but of course that isn't happening this year, so he's moved up to junior, so he's probably not in the correct class, so to speak. And there is Eden Spanzer Kart, and there, of course, is the AMT racing logo, on which many of the karts are carrying this weekend in remembrance of Ashley Todd, who passed away very tragically just a couple of weeks ago, and his AMT racing team. Yes, he was no longer running the AMT racing team as an active team, but yeah, he ran the likes of Matthew Graham, Alana Taylor, many, many more back in the day. And of course, like we opened the show with this morning with a tribute to Ashley Todd, who is much missed, and many of the teams are running AMT racing stickers on their karts this weekend as a tribute to Ashley, and that is a very, very nice gesture indeed. So, Junior X30. There's Monday Junior with the Praga race suit on. Sadly, Mr. K's, yes, no Monday. Yes, Monday. There was an incident Monday. He's not out there. Rebecca Lloyd saying well done to Freds. So Freddie Lloyd coming home in the top 15 there. But now we wait for the start of the finals, Anthony.
We do indeed.
What's the first final?
Well, if you're a fan of TKM...
Oh, I am.
Oh, good. Well, Junior TKM, race 19, will be coming up next.
Oh, great. Can't wait.
Good. I'm glad.
A look at Tyler Harris, the Anglo-Chinese driver, who is going to be... Anthony, pray tell, where is Tyler starting this race?
Tyler Harris is starting on the front row, position 2.
Excellent. And just behind Tyler, to the right, you can see background there, you can see Dara McInerney and his dad having a last conversation together. That's Dara's dad in the orange cap. Further back, there's the number 70 kart of Joe Cheek, series rookie.
Yep, Classic Motorsport driver on the ARC chassis.
Yep.
Nice little wave there as well.
And a thumbs up. Even kinder, there we go.
Hello, Joe.
Very strong in his first race today. And yeah, but again, this is where experience does 12. Now, we are going to say that there's going to be no spoilers for other forms of racing, Mr. Kays. So we do not tolerate spoilers here because there are people watching the karting and recording other forms of racing. They do not want to know what's going on. So please, no spoilers. That goes for everybody. You will incur my wrath if you put spoilers out on there. There's a glider. That's not a spoiler. He didn't spoil his landing. That's okay.
Crashing with style.
Yes, there we go. So apologies. No, so please, no spoilers on the live chat. Karting only now, unless you want to talk about Sean Dyche, Burnley Football Club, or Cardiff City Football Club. That'll be even better. You know?
No.
No? No? Okay, fair enough. I mean, someone asked a question about what's my opinions on Among Us. And that's a Netflix series, which I haven't watched yet. So I have no opinion.
It's not a Netflix series.
Is it not? What's Among Us then?
It's a game.
Is it?
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I don't. Game?
Stick to karting, Henry. Stick to what you know.
It's a game. It's a game. Right, okay. What's it like? What's it called? Is it Among Us?
It's called Among Us, yeah.
Is it about, what's it about?
It's a strategy game.
A strategy game. Well, there we go.
Yeah.
That's why I know nothing about it. Okay, there's Tyler Harris. There's the pole. Leon Frost. It's on the right, left-hand side of your screen there in the number 7 Tim Wilson Motorsport kart. It's the Talco kart of Tyler Harris sharing the front row with Frosty. An icy stare from Frosty there at the start. Focused on this. Grid will be coming up very, very shortly. These finals are going to be 15 minutes plus 1 lap. Let's find out who starts where.
Indeed. Let's have a look then at the starting lineup for the first final of the weekend. Leon Frost and Tyler Harris will lock out that row 1. Olivia Jenkins and Joe Cheek will round out row number 2.
Tara McInerney and Jake Humphrey are on row 3. Luke Bate and Ollie Rands on row 4.
Leo Robinson and Sasha Bagley on row 5. Aidan Mitchell and Joel Hull on row 6.
Patrick Leaf and Oliver Bourne on row 7. Johan Kalachern and Seth Hathaway on row 8.
Luke Jarman and Jack Stewart will round out row number 9. And the 18 karts battling it out in this first final of the weekend here at Shenington for the Wera Tools British Kart Championships. And Henry, again, it's been a fantastic weekend so far. First final, what's going to happen?
Well, there's going to be a lot of overtaking, that's for certain. Can Leon Frost and Tyler Harris use their extra experience to good stead? And Olivia Jenkins, she's been great all day coming through the pack. Can she now take advantage of a good start? Through Cafe Corner for the first time. Championship points. Well, at the end of all the heat races, the drivers do score championship points. It's Leon Frost who leads at the moment. We'll keep you updated of who's leading the championship as things go on, although this is the first of many rounds for these TKM drivers. But it's always good to see who is leading the championship at any one time. It's Frost from Harris, and I think that's Joe Cheek in 3rd position, with Olivia Jenkins down into 4th place.
Wow. Good start then from the entire field then, much cleaner than we've seen before in previous races. You could just see that everyone in that front row just slowly going wider and someone going very wide there. Is the number 70, is that I'm seeing?
Almost off, or that was Luke Jarman possibly. Let's have a little look.
It was Luke Jarman in the 18. I don't know where I got 7-0.
The RSR kart. You're the young, sprightly one, Anthony. You're the one that's supposed to have better eyesight.
I know.
Frost leads, but how much longer? The answer is not much longer, because, he gets muscled back to 4th. He doesn't defend, and again, he doesn't defend, and he gets absolutely freight trained. Tyler Harrison at the inside, but then it was Joe Cheek and Olivia Jenkins taking advantage of that. And Frosty back into 4th place in that number 7 kart, and he has now got Ollie Rands right behind him. A whole host of Tim Wilson Motorsport drivers right behind the pole-sitting driver for this race. Up at the front now, Olivia Jenkins trying to take the lead, and she's done it. There's the number 31 kart out of the race, Joel Hull, and I think Joel has had an incident with Johan Kalachern, who comes around right at the back of the pack, some way off the pace.
Yes, I think your deductions are correct.
Just call me Poirot.
Yeah.
And there goes Joe Cheek.
There you go.
And there's still... Okay, so Tyler Harris, he's back to waving his hands around again in frustration. Now, when he did that in heat number 1, it didn't go well for him. When he didn't let the frustration get the better of him, he won heat number 2. And now he's obviously getting a little bit frustrated, and he's down into 4th place again, so he's just got to maintain composure, because no one's going to get away. Olivia Jenkins leads. We've had about how many changes the lead now? We're coming through complete lap number 3. We've had at least 5 lead changes, and I think 4 different leaders. Jenkins, Frost, Harris. Has Cheek led yet? No, I'm not sure. At least 3 different leaders.
Yeah,
possibly 4.
Well, Jenkins leads it at the moment. Leon Frost is back up into P2. Warning flag going out to Olivia Jenkins, number 8. Yeah, not sure what that was for, but Luke Jarman now with the fast up the right. Well, you know why that is. Clear track in front of him.
Yep.
No drama.
Exactly. He's probably got a slipstream, or maybe if he's not, he's the only one that is using it. He's on qualifying mode.
Yes.
Now,
yeah. He's trying to catch him back up the back.
Everyone else is sort of being a little bit cat and mouse. There's a move from the number 30 Tim Wilson Motorsport kart on the number 51. That is Leo Robinson. Not the same Leo Robinson we've just seen racing Junior X30. This is TKM Leo Robinson. The number 30 kart passing Ollie Rines. Passing Jake Humphrey in the number 51 kart. And there come the leaders out of Pitts Bend onto Stratford Straight. Jenkins, Frost, Harris. Harris back up into P2 with the help of Joe Cheek. Now again, Harris and Joe Cheek, they didn't exactly see eye to eye earlier on today in the first heat race, but now they've got to work together. That's key.
Yeah, very, very much so. Yeah, there you go. Big look over the shoulder there for Jenkins, just seeing, you know, what's the gap. Tyler Harris back up into second place now as they go through. And again, just like I said, no one going for the moves there through the final corner. I think they've calmed down a bit now.
Just calm
down, dear. Just get it. Well, I say that, yeah. No,
well, that's Dara McInerney getting passed there by Leo Robinson. Jake Humphrey also having a little look as well. There you can see the driver in the very bright yellow and black race suit. That's the RSR driver, number 95, Luke Bate. Luke Jarman again, fastest lap of the race. Jarman up at the 14th position now. He's the second of the RSR drivers. There's a change of lead. Tyler Harris back to the front. Do you know what? The last couple of laps, what have we seen Tyler not do?
Gesticulating wildly with his hands.
Yep, and he's got his focus on. He goes back to the front.
Yeah.
But for how long? Well, not for that long. And there's Joe Cheek now muscling him wide. Oh, Tyler Harris over the grass. Now he's got reason to be aggrieved. Yes, now he's got a bit of a reason to be aggrieved. But, okay, he's down to 5th. But look at that. He's still in contention. Get a couple of corners to get those tyres scrubbed, get the grass scrubbed off the tyres and go again. We've still got 10 minutes to go over the length of a heat race. Plenty of time. It's Jenkins, Frost, Ollie Rands in the number 27 kart up into 3rd place. The leading rookie is Ollie Rands at the moment, but it's Jenkins leading this one. She was a podium finisher last year, but now she's looking for her first British Championship victory. Frost signals to his teammate Rands to just focus and let's go. Then it's Cheek in 4th place. Behind Cheek in a whole blistering, smouldering ball of anger is Tyler Harris, followed by Leo Robinson, Dara McInerney, Jake Humphrey, Luke Bate, Patrick Leaf, your top 10. Then it is Bagley, Mitchell, Stewart, Jarman, Hathaway, Calichurn, Bourne, and Joel Hull sadly out of the race. We've got 17 drivers still running. The leaders coming out of Stratford Corner and up runway straight. Most of the front runners still line astern through the Bruno S's. Now there it goes, the number 28 kart of Johan Calichurn behind his Classic Motorsport teammate Seth Hathaway. Here comes Tyler Harris. And Tyler Harris has actually lost another place. He's lost what is 5th position, so Leo Robinson moves into P5. So it's Tim Wilson Motorsport running 1 and 2, Classic Motorsport 3rd, Tim Wilson 4th and 5th, then privateer entry Harris, Talco driver, in 6th position.
Now, question.
Okay.
Has Olivia Jenkins won a final in Junior TKM?
She has not.
She has not.
She has finished the podium, but she has not won a final.
Right. Interesting.
Yes.
8.5 minutes to go then, plus 1 lap. Could we see?
Maybe. Maybe, potentially.
Yeah.
Not going to wood there. I mean, obviously, the only driver in this field to have won a final at the British Championship so far is Tyler Harris.
Yep.
Everybody else would be a new winner.
Right.
Yes. Let's look at the oh, that was the number 27 of Ollie Rands. Just having a little look at the inside of Joe Cheek. Joe turns the other cheek and rebuffs the passing manoeuvre for the front. Jenkins and Frost finally working together. Cheek just signalling to Ollie Rands saying, come on, I know they're teammates, but let's go.
Yep.
Let's catch them up. Behind them, you can see there's their Luke Bates going through in 9th place. So behind him, Patrick Leaf is in 10th position. Now, we saw Leaf qualify very well in the number 22 kart, but has got to work on the racecraft a little bit at this level. Now he's coming back in to contention ever so slightly. But Jenkins, Frost, Cheek, Rands, Harris out of Cafe Corner. 7 minutes to go, so we're just at half distance and things have calmed down. Top 2 beginning to break away. Now, okay, so Tyler Harris has now caught Joe Cheek. Now, Tyler was not happy with Joe Cheek earlier on in the race when Joe made a move at the inside of Wilkins and Tyler Harris had to take to the grass. will he now work with Joe Cheek? He's going to have to, I think.
I think he's going to have to as well.
He's going to have to, because Joe might start the defend, although no, it looks like Tyler's decided, okay, well, I'm going to make my move. Okay, he's made the move. So Tyler, well, if you're going to lead, you've got to be confident now, Tyler, that you've got the pace in that kart to catch the two leaders on your own without any help from behind. Can he trust Joe Cheek to sit there and push him, not work with him and not push him off in terms of that sort of pushing, but to push him on and to work with him to get up to the front? Tyler in the number 88 Talco kart has really got to hope that Cheek is prepared to work with him, because if Tyler starts defending, then they're just going to fall further and further back. Tyler's goal is still to catch the two leaders. He's going to need the Class of Motorsport number 70's help to get that. And to be fair to Joe Cheek is working with him at the moment. Let's keep an eye on the gap between the top two, Olivier Jenkins and Leon Frost, and Tyler Harris in third place. The gap is 1 second exactly between second and third at the moment. This is lap number 13. We've got 5.5 minutes plus a lap remaining. And still, apart from the top two, there are 2, 4, 6, 8 drivers all in line chasing the top two. Harris, Cheek, Rands, Robinson, McInerney, Humphrey, Bate and Leaf. Then there's a small gap to Luke Jarman, Aidan Mitchell, Sasha Bagley, and then another gap back to Jack Stewart, Johan Kallichern, Seth Hathaway, Oliver Bourne. And there is one of those drivers walking away. I think that may have been Jack Stewart in the number 57 kart out of the race.
No, he's still going around. I think that's Joel Hull after his retirement earlier on. I don't think he actually got back into the pit lane. I think he broke down on track. I think that's his kart just there.
Ah, right, okay, well spotted, Anthony, well spotted. The gap between first and second second and third remains at just exactly a second. So the two leaders aren't pulling away anymore, but Harris and Cheek, they've been working together for a couple of laps and they're not closing in just yet. However, 1 second in TKM racing doesn't take long to turn to nothing when the two leaders start battling.
Yep.
And they're going to have to. I mean, teammates or not, this is the final. Yep. At some point, Frost is going to make his move. In race number 1, he waited until Wilkins on the penultimate lap to make his move, which meant he only had 1 lap to try and defend. Olivia Jenkins didn't have time to come back, and crucially, they didn't have time to slow each other down to the point where lots of other people got involved. Is he going to do the same type of thing, or will Olivia be a little bit more savvy to it? Now, has Leon Frost played his hand too quickly, so to speak? We'll see, we'll see.
Indeed. 3.5 minutes plus that 1 lap. Like you say, they are going to have to start defending, but these two have broken away from the pack behind them. Got to remember, a few laps ago, they were right with that pack behind them. So they have clawed away from that group, but they're not closing in as much as I think they'd like to, because, that gap's still 1.1, 1.2 seconds. So, it's just fluctuating in that sort of time.
It's grown ever so slightly, but they are dropping Ollie Rands, Dara McInerney, Leo Robinson, Luke Bates, Jake Humphrey, Patrick Leaf, and Luke Jarman.
Yes.
They are doing it, so they're working well together. But, and of course, now the question turns to how long does Joe Cheek work with Tyler Harris before he thinks to himself, oh, do you know what, the win's not going to happen here, but I want third. Are they far enough away from the chasing pack behind to battle it out without getting swallowed up by that chasing pack? The answer is not far enough ahead yet. Just under 3 minutes to go. This is lap number, we're going to be completing lap number 16 and going on to lap number 17, and still Olivia Jenkins and Leon Frost sit 1 and 2. Jenkins and Frost both looking for their first British Championship win. Leon Frost started out in the Daniel Ricciardo series and then moved across the British Championship. Olivia Jenkins, I'm not quite sure where she came, club racing as a to start with, obviously, and then straight into the British Championship. And again, there's Joe Cheek, number 70 kart, looking over his shoulder, just coming out of Stratford corner to check to see where his rivals behind, where Rands, where McInerney, where Bates are. Still, Harris does defend, so he's trusting Joe Cheek. Smart there. He's trusting Joe Cheek, but with 2 minutes to go, it's going to be go time for both Joe Cheek and for Leon Frost, the drivers in 2nd and 4th place. If they want to beat their Rival in front of him. There goes Joe Cheek. So it's time to go for Joe. He's up into P3 down at Stratford Corner. 90 seconds to go.
Yep.
The gap is 1.1 seconds. So even with that, they haven't lost too much ground. And they are nearly 2 seconds in front of Ollie Rans. And still Leon Frost gives Olivier the say, no, keep going, keep going, keep going.
Yeah, well, he will have turned around and seen that Joe Cheek's got past Harris and gone, right, okay, they're battling now. Let's go and let's pull away. Let's get even more space. And then, yeah, because I don't think, Joe Cheek's gone for that move because I don't think that they were going to catch. They weren't going to catch in time. So, yeah, he's done that to get himself on the podium. And I think that was well timed. There's the group behind, looming in the distance.
So we've still got a minute to go, plus a lap.
Plenty of time.
I still think that's too early. I think Leon Frost, nope, not yet. Not going to go yet. It's too early. Too early.
He did this last time.
He did this in heat number 1. I think we're going to see a repeat performance. So the question is, on the penultimate lap of this race, is Leon Frost going to make a move coming into this corner just before they get to the white flag, the last lap board? Or is he going to go for the move, say, at the Bruno chicane or Stratford corner on the penultimate lap? 30 seconds plus a lap to go. They're going to get the last lap board next time around. So I think it's going to be this lap for Leon Frost. The key is where. Where. I think Olivia Jenkins is going to make sure she defends hard into Hanger corner. So Frost is going to have to make a move at Stratford, which they've just gone round now, or into the Bruno chicane, which could be risky. Let's have a look. It's still Jenkins in front. Still Jenkins in front. Leon Frost moving around a little bit. So the clock strikes 0. Last lap board will be going out. This is where Frost went for his move in the first heat. Has he made it move? Has he made the move again? No. This time Olivia Jenkins doesn't fall for it. Now it's game on. Final lap. So Jenkins has dodged the first bullet. Now she's got to defend the cafe corner. She dodged the second bullet. The next one is Stratford. Does Leon Frost go for a move at the inside, or does he try the crossover mover to get the run up runway straight? Looks like he's going for the crossover. Is the crossover going to work? Cheek and Harris defending third position. They're all scrabbling over fifth. It's side by side the race lead coming up runway straight, and Frost gets it going into the Bruno chicane. Leon Frost leads with 2 corners to go. Can Jenkins fight back? She's got one opportunity. Has Frost timed it perfectly? He's going to stand on the anchors into Wilkins, and Jenkins is not going to be able to cut back and take the win. It's going to be Leon Frost to the checkered flag. Perfect timing once again from Leon Frost. Jenkins second. Who's going to take third?
What happened to Joe? Where's Joe Cheek?
Well, in the midst of all that, Cheek comes across the line in 5th, and Tyler Harris doesn't come across the line at all.
So it's Ollie Rans who takes third.
Ollie Rans, so a 1, 2, 3, 4 for Tim Wilson Motorsport. That is the best result they've had in the British Championship. A complete top 4 clean sweep. Leon Frost and Olivia Jenkins 1, 2. Ollie Rans leading rookie in 3rd, and Leo Robinson in 4th. There's the shake of the hands. Anthony Jordan's going to go down to speak to the winners at the top 3 in the paddock. So Rans 3rd, Robinson 4th, Cheek is 5th, Bate is 6th, McInerney 7th, Jarman is 8th, Leaf 9th, Humphrey 10th, then Aidan Mitchell, Sasha Bagley, Jehan Calichurn, Seth Hathaway, Jack Stewart, Oliver Bourne, and Tyler Harris retired on the opening up. So obviously there was a coming together between Harris and Cheek that we didn't see. Cheek loses 3rd place and finishes 5th. Harris loses 4th place and doesn't finish at all. That's the first final of the 2022 Motorsport UK British Kart Championship, brought to you by Wera Tools. The next race up will be TKM Extreme and then KZ2. Just to give you those an idea of what is coming up in the next half an hour or so. But Anthony Jordan will be going down and speaking to the top 3. Well, Frosty, he kept his cool, shall we say, right until halfway around the last lap, and then made his move, and Jenkins just couldn't fight back. It was a very exciting way to start the proceedings, but again, congratulations to Tim Wilson Motorsport, a top 4 clean sweep. Joe Cheek finishing 5th for Class and Motorsport, Luke Bate finishing 6th for RSR, and Dara McInerney 7th for Tim Wilson, Luke Jarman 8th for RSR. The leading privateer home was Patrick Leaf in 9th place, Jake Humphrey 10th, and Aidan Mitchell, Sasha Bagley, Johan Kalicher, and there is the cart of Joel Hull making its way back to the pits on a trolley. And Anthony Jordan will have Leon Frost and Olivia Jenkins and Ollie Rands down in the pits.
Thank you very much, Henry. Yes, like we were saying there, Tim Wilson Motorsport, a 1, 2, 3, and out of nowhere as well, because Ollie Rands, who's had a lot of celebration head his way, completely surprised that he took 3rd place in that one. But your man who took 1st place with a brilliant move into the Bruno chicane, Leon Frost, Frosty. Well, what a race that was. What a heat you had earlier on as well. Talk us through that last few laps, because it looked like a lot of thinking at like 50, 60 miles an hour there.
It was. I had to think about everyone else behind, really, and see if they were going to catch up or not. I was just planning. 3 minutes to go, I was thinking, where am I going to take Where Is She Weak? So I just realised Stratford would be an easy option, and it worked out, but it was hard.
It worked out well. You sound very out of breath, obviously very physical.
Oh, well, we'll return to Anthony and Leon Frost very shortly. As you can see that Leon, looking a little bit, he was obviously excited, the adrenaline still surging through him, but we'll go back to him now. We'll go back to Anthony now.
Absolutely, really amazing.
Yeah, I think that's good through. Yeah. Anyone you'd like to thank?
I'd like to thank the team for putting the kart together, track walks, data, mechanic Joe. Done a really good job, no faults all weekend. My dad for bringing me here, sponsors, all heavy removal, and yeah, just everyone really that supported me.
And correct me if I'm wrong, this is the first final win in the British Champs for you?
Yes, it is. And heat this weekend as well.
Excellent, look at that, perfect, well done.
So again, apologies for the slight intermittent disruption of the camera there, but again, you got the real feel of how much that means to Leon Frost. He got all the mentions in, sponsors, family, things like that, and now we're back with Anthony Jordan. Possibly, but we'll be, yeah, so we got the winner definitely there, but Olivia Jenkins, I think, will be a mixture of, obviously, a best result in the British Championship, but what you're always thinking what could have been. However, what it does, it bodes extremely well for the rest of the season, and if the win didn't come today, then it surely isn't far around the corner for Olivia, and then Ollie Rands, well, I mean, a podium on his debut, starting the last lap down in 5th position and ending up on the top 3. Oh, that's going to be a great result and a certain cause of celebration for Ollie. And Anthony was saying that yeah, he was getting swamped there at the end by absolutely delighted supporters, family members and what have you. You can see there's an idea of, yeah, even the overflow car parks here at Shenington are full this weekend, as restrictions finally, after 2 long years, are lifted, so we can welcome back spectators and you know, families and friends of drivers. There's no restrictions on the numbers of people you're allowed to bring in to the paddock anymore, and it has made a huge difference. I've got to say, it makes such a difference. You look out for the commentary box window and you just see a car park full of cars. Not just race trucks and race vehicles and support vehicles, but just, yeah, cars of people coming to watch, whether it's sons, daughters, nieces, nephews, brothers, sisters, aunties, uncles, family, friends, neighbours and what have you. Yeah, or just people that like their karting, that race at the club meetings here at Shenington. They want to come and see people that they race against month in and month out in the British Championship. It does make a huge difference, the overall atmosphere in the paddock. Which is something that you don't realise has changed until suddenly it does, and then you're in this new normal, as we were told time and time again. This is the new normal. Well, I have to say that I'm sure that I know the situation is different in different parts of the world, but we're back to normal here, and we'll be getting underway with the next final in a few short minutes. At 2:45 is when the TKM Extremes are due out, which is in about 7 minutes' time. I believe there may be 1 or 2 advertisements that our sponsors here at Wera Tools and Demon Tweaks, etc., would like you to see. So please, don't go away.
To enter our competition to win a HRX branded race suit, a Fens driver website, and a Drift Limits driving experience in a McLaren GT3, just like this one.
Hello ladies and gents, welcome back to Shenington for event 1 of the Wera Tools British Kart Championships. First final has just come and gone for junior TKM. TKM Extreme is up next.
Yes.
And Henry, we've had a pretty good day in TKM Extreme, haven't we?
Yes, we have indeed. There's a Harvey Roth. That's a good fist pump sort of arrangement.
Yep.
There, that's obviously a superstition between Harvey and his mechanic or his dad there. There's one of the last Gillards to roll off the production line, as we found there. That was the last of Tim Gillard's karts with Ashton Cox. Moving down the order is Michael Cornell in number 33 kart. There's number 40. Oh, is that the number 45? TKM Extreme there. There's number 42 of Tom Johnson, and there's the 44 of Kian Bennett, and at the back that's Ben Chapman.
Good luck, Ben. Good luck.
Now on the other side of the grid, from the back to the front, there's the 66 of Charlie Gromit, the 36 of Megan Lawson, the 27 of Sam Johns. Watch for Sam to be coming through. The 7 of Spencer Lane, the number 60 of Archie Strong, the 93, that's Aaron Lask, the number 19 of Adam Sparrow, the 16 of Charlie King, the 34 of Lee Whittingham, and the number 5 of Chris Whitton. Now, I said earlier on, it's great to have Lee Whittingham back in the paddock. He missed last year due to family circumstances. It's great to have Lee's family back in the paddock as well with him this year watching on. And Lee is really, really motivated this year for a strong finish for many, many reasons. And be wishing him good luck. But he's got, well, they've all got a lot of work to do to pass and catch and beat that man on your screen there, Chris Whitton, who won both heat races. And there's the number, class of motorsport number 58 of Ashton Cox. Again, he's got family members racing at the Formula Ford event at Silverstone this weekend, but watching the live stream. And so that Gillard chassis is on. That's one of the last British-built Gillards, constructed by Tim Gillard himself. There's not many of them left racing. The new generation Gillards are an OTK product built out in Italy, but Ashton maybe one last hurrah on the podium for the old girl. We'll have to see. Anything can happen. Sam Johns, number 27. Watch for him. Contended for the win. He's got the white crash helmet on. He is on your screen there. The 2, 4, 6, 7th driver with the white crash helmet on the right-hand side there. Well, We weren't sure if it was a chain issue or an engine going ping. Something went ping.
Something went ping.
So we hoped for budget's sake it was a chain.
If it was a chain, very quick fix.
If it was an engine, I mean, obviously you've got a spare engine. It's more of an expensive fix.
Yes.
And you're never quite sure if your second engine is as good as your first engine.
No.
So we're just not quite sure. But Sam Johns has shown earlier today that the pace is strong. And Tim Wilson Motorsport, having taken the first 4 places in the last race, we're going to try and do it again here. Let's have a look at the starting lineup for TKM Extreme. It's Chris Whitton and Harvey Roth on row number 1, Lee Whittingham and Ashton Cox on row number 2.
Charlie King and Kai Springfield round out row 3, Adam Sparrow and Michael Cornell on row 4.
Row number 5, Aaron Lask and Jack Saunders, Archie Strong and Ben Watson go from row number 6.
Spencer Lane and Isaac Marsh on row 7. Sam Johns and Tom Johnson on row 8.
Row number 9, Megan Lawson and Kian Bennett. Row 10, Charlie Cromett and Ben Chapman.
Now, Ben Chapman earlier on, I think he had issues, didn't he?
Yeah. He was struggling a little bit earlier on, but I mean, hopefully,
he's got them sorted out.
Yep, we got a full compliment. All I'm saying that there's the number 88. I'm not sure if it shows you come out of the grid. Oh dear, now I can't see. Well, we'll have a little look on our screen to show that maybe those troubles were a little bit more terminal than we thought. But as they come to the line, lights are out, we're off and racing. 15 minutes in TKM Extreme in the pole sitter. Chris Whitton gets away cleanly at the front. Around Cafe Corner we go. And all 19 runners do make it round. Although I'm just thinking at the back of the field. Ben Chapman does get going and chasing them down at the back. So that we have got a full complement of 20 drivers, and Ben Chapman trying to catch up, but it is Whitton leading from Whittingham. Whitton,
that's not going to confuse us at all, is it?
That's not going to go horribly wrong, ladies and gentlemen. Whitton and Whittingham have the first 2 positions. And although they don't now, because Harvey Roth has taken care of that by passing Whittingham to move into second, and now he leads the charge behind Whitton.
Yes. And opening up quite a advantage already is Whitton. Yeah, like that gap, half a second already. Charlie King there in second place now. But he's opened up, he's found some waft in that time. Whitton is waving goodbye at the moment, although as you see head down, Harvey Roth chasing hard, Whittingham in third, then it's Sparrow. Is that Charlie King actually? No, it's Charlie King up into P2. Yeah.
So I do apologise. It's the other one of the Tim Wilson Motorsport drivers. It's the junior graduate Charlie King up into P2. He has, and there is Whittingham passing Sparrow for 3rd position. So Adam Sparrow briefly into the top 3. Then it's the number 58 Kart of Ashton Cox. Aaron Lask is 6th. Harvey Roth down to 7th place. Then it's Springfield, Strong, Lane, your rest of your top 10. And wheel-to-wheel action there, and that's one of the Talco drivers getting forced very, very wide, coming out of Pitts Bend onto the Stratford Straight. I think that may have been Adam Sparrow, was it possibly, or was it a little bit further back, Spencer Lane in 10th place? No, Sparrow is still there. I think Spencer Lane, the number 7 car, getting forced very wide indeed. But this is where now Charlie King. He's the youngest driver in the field. He's got to use his smarts now as Lee Whittingham goes through into second place and signal to Charlie, okay, come on, let's go. And of course, Lee Whittingham and King, they won't have raced together before because Lee Whittingham took last year off and Charlie was a junior last year anyway. So this will be a new driver for Lee Whittingham to say, okay, now can I trust you? Let's use our intelligence and move forward out of Stratford. Still, Whitton trying to run away with this one, and I have to say this is what a couple of the drivers that I spoke to were afraid of. They said Whitton can drive away from us, I'm like, oh dear. So they've got to get their heads down, because if Chris Whitton, he's into a rhythm now. Let's look at the gap. The gap is 3/4 of a second, and it's going to be imperative now whether Charlie King wants to or not. He's got to work with Lee Whittingham, has to. Behind them, Ashton Cox and Adam Sparrow battle for 4th position. Cox passing Sparrow for the place.
Seconds after Sparrow just said, come on, let's work together, and goes for the move anyway, thinking that you know, that's an indication that he's not going to go defensive. So, okay, I'll go down the inside then. It is one of those. It does it's a 50-50 with that one. It is an open invitation for someone to lunge down the inside, or it's, it could work well and you can catch up. So, you know, it is one of those. But 11.5 minutes to go. That gap now up to 0.7 of a second. So it's not gaining it's not opening up as much as you think. Remember, he is working on his own here. You know, Charlie King and Lee Whittingham are working together still. He's not gone for a move yet, like you say.
Gap is down to 0.6 of a second.
There we go. So they know.
But,
they know. They know what they need to do.
You've got 11 minutes to go. It's going to happen fraction by fraction by fraction. And the key is you don't get frustrated. Even if it's 1/10 of a second every lap or two, it's the tactics are working. And here they come into the Bruno chicane. And there's the white handle of Sam Johns. So Sam Johns is up into 9th position. So whatever, if he's
is that a mistake?
Well, he got the back end out a little bit. Let's have a look at the lap times. That one little mistake there, getting crossed up with the braking for Wilkins. Whitten a 45.3, Whittingham a 45.19. Gap comes down by another 1/10 of a second. And yeah, you were right, Anthony. Well spotted. A slight, just a metre later on his brake than he needed to be. And again, the back end of Whitten's car looked a little bit lively going into Stratford Corner as well. I'm not going to say he's overdriving it, but, you know, the pressure is on. Now, Kai Springfield, the number 97 kart, you look for the blue and white liveried machine of Springfield. He is now, I think he is 7th, chasing Aaron Lask, or is he ahead of Lask? Yep, he's in the 6th place now, ahead of Lask. Spencer Lane in the number 7 kart is next. They're the next 3 karts. There's a gap back to Archie Strong in 9th, and he's got Sam Johns pushing him along in 10th position. 9.5 minutes to go. There goes Johns, and a gap behind them to the next Classen Motorsport karts. That's the number 95 of Ben Watson. Oh, here goes Charlie King. Now, is that a bit too early because they were catching him, and now Charlie King's, okay, my turn to lead. Now, okay, will Lee Whittingham sort of understand this? And, okay, Charlie, let's have a look. The gap has gone out by 1/10. It was half a second. It's now 0.6 of a second. And the problem that Lee Whittingham has got, Lee Whittingham's gone, no, I'm not confident letting you push it. Now he's just saying a little bit of a fist. They say, no, come on, no, you need to follow me because they've lost 2/10. So it's so frustrating. The gap that they got, they took them 3 laps to gain 2/10 of a second on Chris Whitten.
They've lost.
And it took 4 corners for that 2/10 to disappear again. And here comes Charlie King again. And this is, and now he opened the door. Lee Whittingham wasn't defending. And then he come back and, now that could be the critical move of the race. Charlie King moving back into 2nd position. And that's going to give Chris Whitten over 1 second of an advantage. There's gesticulating and waving going on. Adam Sparrow is now into 4th place. There's Ashton Cox in 5th. Spencer Lane, Kai Springfield, and the red and white kart of number 93, Aaron Lask altogether. The gap to Chris Whitten is 1.3 seconds, just like that. Lee Whittingham says, I'm not having it, I'm going for it. I think that could be game over for the race lead, but it's game on for 2nd place because it's not just King, Whittingham, Sparrow and Cox battling for it now. Lane, Springfield, Lask, Strong and Johns have all joined the party. There's the number 60 kart of Archie Strong in 10th place, the back of that group. 7 3/4 minutes to go. Chris Whitten leads by 1.4 seconds, and I've got to say that the rest of the field have sort of handed him this one on a silver platter.
Yes, they really have, haven't they? They look like they were working together at the early stages of that one.
Well, they
were working together.
But what Charlie, I'm trying to say, so Charlie King's mentality as a junior driver was that when we work together, the gap closes really quickly.
Yes.
They're in a situation now as a senior entry with one kart that's got a little bit of an advantage on everybody else, it seems, that working together for a couple of laps, yes, you only gained 2/10 of a second. But the key is you gained it and you still had 8.5 minutes to go. This is just, it's not a criticism, it's just to say that the mentality needs to shift a little bit.
Yeah.
I'm sure Lee Whittingham will, post-race, explain the situation that, no, if we would have caught them, it might have taken another 5 or 6 laps, which again, for a driver pushing, you know, you get frustrated. you get impatient. But you think, well, hang on a second, I'm pushing, they're still not catching him. Well, you are, but only by minuscule amounts. But minuscule amounts add up into larger amounts, which add up into actually getting what you wanted to achieve, getting it done. Now, 6 minutes and 17 seconds to go. There's a look at the field going through the Bruno chicane. Still, Witten, the gap 1.6 seconds. Whittingham in second place. King third. There's the number 27 of Sam Johns, passing Ashton Cox for 8th position, 7th position rather. Archie Strong sits back to 9th. Aaron Lask drops to 10th. Out of Cafe Corner we go. Chris Witten on lap number 13, comfortably in front. There's the number 34 Kart of Lee Whittingham, followed by Charlie King, Adam Sparrow, Kai Springfield, Spencer Lane, Sam Johns, Ashton Cox, Archie Strong, Aaron Lashley, top 10. There's a move there from Kai Springfield. He elbows Adam Sparrow out of the way. It's not a concern for Chris Witten. Now, Chris Witten he's not pulling away, he's maintaining that gap. That's going to be even more frustrating for Lee Whittingham because, you know, even though he had that little bit of a gap, and oh, I think there's been a change for second, yet Charlie King back up into P2, Whittingham back to third, Springfield's now up to fourth, Sparrow back to fifth, then it's Lane in sixth, Sam John seventh, Ashton Cox eighth, and Archie Strong ninth. So Kai Springfield in the number 97, that white and sort of blue coloured kart, he has got to now work forward and push up. You work with Lee Whittingham to push up to Charlie King. And Charlie King very impressive in his graduation at TKM Extreme. On this occasion, that eagerness to get to the front may have just cost himself not a chance at, not a victory obviously, but a shot at victory, because Chris Witten, well, his destiny is in his own hands. Into the Bruno chicane come the lead runner, the chasing group. Number 19 of Sparrow has got the number 27 of Johns right on his rear bumper. Then it's the red Classic Motorsport livery car, and there goes Whittingham back past Charlie King. 3 3/4 minutes to go. And Springfield dives at the inside of Charlie King for third place. And that was a decisive move, to say the least. Now Witten's lead is 2 seconds with 3 minutes to go. And Lee Whittingham has got Kai Springfield and another experienced driver behind him. Then it's King, then it's the 7 of Lane, then it's the 27 of Sam Johns. Adam Sparrow fading a little bit as well now. And you can see Charlie King signaling to Spencer Lane, saying, okay, come on, let's work together and push me. And there's Springfield now at the inside of Lee Whittingham, and Charlie King tries to go through as well. It's almost too wide, but King doesn't make the move and then gets hung out to dry a little bit on the exit of Wilkins. And Spencer Lane briefly takes over that position, but King dives straight back up the inside, going into corner. The leaders have once again through Stratford, now round the Bruno chicane. It's the battle for second place. The 97 of Springfield, the 34 of Whittingham. Then it is the number 7 of Lane. And there's the 27 of Sam Johns making his move on Lane for what is now 4th position. So Witten, Springfield, Whittingham, the top 3. 2 minutes to go. Sam Johns now into P4. Lane is 5th. King down to 6th. And under pressure from Sparrow and Cox. There comes Cox at the inside of Sparrow as Springfield runs wide at Stratford. Whittingham gets up the inside, but has to back out of it before they get to Bruno's. So, Chris Whittingham's already gone through. There we are, Hanger corner. New curbs there inside of Hanger corner, and there is a move from Lee Whittingham and Sam Johns. Well, Whittingham did the hard work, opened the door, and Sam Johns took the invitation with both hands to take over third position. Now, it's hard to believe neither of the drivers running second and third were even racing last year. And here they are, battling for a place in the podium, and Springfield fights back. It's now Whittingham has been shuffled back to fourth place. Spencer Lane trying to push it back to fifth. So Springfield back into P3. This is great stuff. Johns now runs second. There is the number 5 kart of Chris Whitten on his way to another British Championship victory. John second, Springfield third, Whittingham is fourth, Lane is fifth, sixth is King, seventh is Sparrow, eighth is Cox, Strong runs in ninth, last 10th, then it's Watson, Saunders, Marsh, Bennett, Cornell, Lawson, Gromit, Johnson. Harvey Roth has disappeared completely off us. I mean, he's actually still running down in 19th place. He's obviously had several incidents and is running around 3 seconds a lap slower than everybody else. So just trying to cruise around, get to the finish, and maybe pick up a position or two if other drivers drop out, because points mean championship, places mean championship points, but the clock strikes 0. Next time around, Chris Whitten will see the last lap board. Who is going to be second? It's a train of 2, 4. Oh, and there's a spinner there. That's Charlie King has gone off, and he's Adam Sparrow behind him has gone with him as well. And that was Sparrow saying, oh, sorry. But certainly King getting spun around there, and Sparrow was on the outside of him, had nowhere to go. Now that's thinned the group. We're down to 4 karts battling. The second, maybe make that 5 with Ashton Cox still sort of in touch. But this is the final lap. Whitten's going to take the victory. Johns holds on to second, Springfield third, Whittingham in fourth, then it's Lane, and they're 3 wide for third place. It's still Kai Springfield, the number 97, that hangs on to third place. Sam Johns into P2. Oh, that's going to be a happy boy if he hangs on to a podium place. Lee Whittingham, though, fighting and scratching and clawing for a place on the podium. Into Hanger Corner. Whitten is already through. Sam Johns in second, Kai Springfield third, and Chris Whitten is victorious. John second, Springfield finishes third. Lee Whittingham just misses out on his return in fourth place. Spencer Lane comes home in fifth. Sixth for Ashton Cox. Seventh for Aaron Lask, Archie Strong 8th, then Jack Saunders, Ben Watson, the top 10, Isaac Marsh 11th, Kean Bennett 12th, Michael Cornell, Megan Lawson, Charlie King and Charlie Gromit, Adam Sparrow 17th, Harvey Roth 18th, and Fen Chapman 19th. Sadly, Tom Johnson retired towards the end of that race, very sadly. So a win, another win for Chris Whitten. Sam Johns for Tim Wilson. What a day for Tim Wilson Motorsport. A top 4 clean sweep in juniors, another podium in seniors, and privateer drivers taking 4 of the top 5 places. They're led by, he's a Talco supported driver, entered as a privateer is Chris Whitten. There is Sam Johns. Well, he said it's the first time he came to the British Championship. On the first round, he wrote the kart off. He spent 1,500 quid and didn't have a spare kart, had to go home. And he's come back, and the second time he's tried the British Championships, he's on the podium and in championship contention at the start of the year. There's Kai Springfield, 10th in the championship last year, and there's Lee Whittingham. Well, a great, it's going to be an emotional year for Lee in the championship, and yeah, he starts off with 4th. Podium pace, though, that's the key part of it, and he'll be a little bit miffed, but again, experience pays off in the end, and hopefully Anthony Jordan will be down speaking to the contenders at the end of this one. We had a few little audio issues at the end of the previous final, but hopefully now that'll be resolved. But yes, so Chris Whitten, a dominant start to the season for the number 5 seed, and Sam Johns a triumphant return, and Kai Springfield showing that, yeah, still the crafty veteran, Kai Springfield, outlasting some of the younger guns there. And yep, there's some people showing their thumbs up. Yeah, look, we're on the stream. We're on the live stream. Hey, look at that. We're on the live stream. That's right. Yes, you are. No, they found the camera. Oh, yeah, the camera's behind us. We'll have a look at that. There we go. Wave, smile and wave. You're on telly. There we go. There we are. Now, yeah, there's a slight now they realise, yeah, no, there's a slight time delay between there, but they've well, again, and that's one of the joys that, yeah, because you've got spectators back, the commentator can make for them. So another big wave. I don't know who you're supporting. You're supporting a sunglasses manufacturer by the looks of it. Sunglasses and baseball caps all round. There we go. Pity that most of them got their baseball caps on back to front. But the next race, well, I can see why they're excited, because the next race is KZ2. The KZ2 final is coming up next. It's going to be at well, it's not approximately, because the timetable is stuck to rigidly here. It's going to be at 3:15 local time. So we've got 10 minutes to go through. There are a few issues, technical issues. Hopefully we'll be able to speak to Anthony and the winners down at the paddock. And just by magic, Anthony Jordan appears now.
Thank you very much, Henry. Yes, down in winner's circle, and our race winner from that one, Chris Whitton. What a feeling that is. Your big smile on your face as well. Great way to start the season.
Yeah, it's a brilliant way to start the season, really. Especially at a track that we don't sort of usually come to and doesn't really favour the Tauco kart previously in previous years. So it's really good to start off at one of our possibly weaker circuits. A really good result for the later in the year when we go to PF.
Now, it must be a good feeling. Of course, you've had some really bad news with the family, which obviously we all really support you with and in dealing with. But, you know, to come forward with this one, it must just help finalise that one and put a big smile on your face still.
Yes, definitely. It's brilliant, yeah.
I mean, talk us through that race. I mean, you kind of went away with it, really. You had full control from the word go.
Yeah, luckily we got a bit of a break from the pack. So once you lose that toe, everyone sort of does the same times, and then a bit of battling at the end from them. It just allowed me to pull away a bit more and sort of control the tyres and the engine and bring it home, really.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you look cool, calm, collected. You say it's not a favourite circuit, but yeah, you just chucked it out there, just no dramas whatsoever. Yeah, who else was I racing with there? No dramas. But yeah, I'm guessing it's Dad who you got here?
This is Craig, my mechanic.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So
you're very pleased with Craig. He came over, gave you a nice big hug as well, so it must be good as well. Craig, good start to the season as well. You must be happy?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, maximum points in the first round. You couldn't ask for a better start, really.
No, definitely. So, sun shining as well. A great weekend, and you two look very, very happy. Well done, guys.
Spot on. Thank you.
Cheers.
Cheers, guys. Excellent. Let's see if we can chat to our second place man, of course, Sam Johns. Sam, well, Sam, talk us through that race, because, again, that was a bit up and down all the way through, wasn't it?
It was all up for me. It was brilliant. I'm lost for words at the minute. I'm, 13th to 15th to second, and basically my first British race is nice.
Mate, 13 positions in a final. That is good going, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it's one of my best drives I've done to this date. Hopefully more better ones to come as the season goes on. But I just need to make sure I can catch this guy over here, Chris, to hopefully close the championship up.
Yeah, I say with everyone scrapping in front of you, yeah, you were able to claw your way through, but that gap, unfortunately, just ever growing. It just made it a little bit too hard to beat. Going into the next round, do we feel like we're confident with what we can deliver?
Warden Law, I haven't been there yet. There was a test day available for me, but unfortunately I had to do uni work, so I'm going into that a bit blinded. But we've got good pace, we've got a good team. I feel good, so there's no reason why we can't do badly.
No, excellent stuff. Well done on a second place. And enjoy the sunshine, enjoy the podiums later on today as well.
I will, thank you very much.
Excellent stuff. There, our second place winner, Sam Johns. Let's talk to Mr. Springfield, Kai. Well, what a race that was. I mean, talk us through it from your point of view, because it was a bit hectic in that mid sort of section of the race, wasn't it?
Oh God, yeah. I mean, it always is at this track. Usually I'll come off worst off. So I'm quite surprised with myself, really. To be honest, I wasn't expecting to get where I'd got to, because this whole weekend's been pretty bad for me so far. But no, yeah, like I felt like I had a pace charging through the grid. got into second. I was still contemplating whether I should make that move because obviously then I've got the wind in front of me. And in the end, Sam Johns arrived just at the wrong moment for me, overtook me. Fair play to him, he came from far back. So after that, it was just like making sure I don't concede any more places and hopefully conceal the third, and I did. So yeah, it was quite a stressful race, to be honest. But yeah,
I suspect every race is pretty stressful, isn't it?
Yeah,
especially in TKM Extreme. But I mean, talking through Warden Law coming up next. A favourite track of yours?
Never been there.
Never been there?
Nope, just seen videos and just ride on the day and see what happens.
Going in with a fresh mind then and looking forward to it. Like you say usually it's yourself who gets into trouble, but this time around it shows that you're learning. It shows that you're learning, you're getting used to the class as well. But yeah, a fantastic result, P3. I'm sure you're happy with that one.
Yeah, very happy.
Excellent stuff. Well done, Kai Springfield there. Third place finish in the TKM Extreme final. More finals coming up. KZ2 is coming up next.
Yes, indeed. Thank you, Anthony, and thank you to the top 3 in TKM Extreme. It's very rare you find a Welshman lost for words, but Sam Johns admitting there that he was a little bit lost for words. Yeah, so he said, basically, it's my first British Championship round. Again, you tried it a few years ago, came away at the end of the first round without having competed with a £1,500 repair bill and a very bent and broken go-kart. But all different this weekend. Now we're on to KZ2. That's the next race up. 24 drivers sitting down on what will be the fastest race of the day. 15 minutes plus a lap. First round of the KZ2 final. We've had a perfect score for Chris Whitten in the TKM Extreme. Well, we've had different winners in KZ2. They've got a couple of drivers starting out of position. Now, there is Dan Kelly, the 2018 British champion. Missed last year, back with us this year, looking to reclaim the title that he last won, again, 4 years ago. And came into KZ2 karting at a very, very young age indeed. In fact, as young as he could possibly be. He was always the baby-faced assassin. Now he comes back to the championship and finds he's one of the older veterans in the class. There is Bradley Barrett, the Sodi Vitesse driver. He'll be starting on the second row of the grid, the 3x2 entry. There is Tom Adams, one of the, oh no, that's that's not Tom, that's Ashley Lewis, sorry. There's Tom Adams making his debut in the British Championship in the KZ2 class. Birrell R race suit of Josh Price. Oh, there's Miles Murphy.
Always happy as Miles Murphy,
always happy, Miles Murphy. We look further down the grid. Alan Kenyon. Well, Alan, number 5 seed. You know, one of the title contenders, even though he sort of sneaks under the radar most of the time, very consistent. And then we're looking a little bit further back. We've got the likes of Charlie Cole there. Now at the back of the grid, there's the number 26 of Robert Cronin getting in, but right at the back. So number 34, Ashley Goodlip. Last weekend, he had a bit of an incident here at the E-plate, wrote the kart off. Picked up that new Maranello chassis, that number 34, on Wednesday.
Right.
I was being told the first time he sat in it was yesterday for practice.
Okay.
So Ash Goodlip, I mean, there's deep ends, and then there's Mariana Trench deep ends.
Yes.
And that is what. That's a very nice decoration.
It's interesting helmet design there.
Yes,
yeah.
Yes. Yes, there's deep ends and then there's deep ends, and I mean,
I'm sure the cameraman is not deliberately zooming in on
thrown in at the deep ends, and that's why Ashley Goodlip is thanks. So thanks again to Les Latham, the font of KZ2 gearbox knowledge. There's Sam Ward. We've got there at the number 63 another karting returnee, Spencer Shiner, one of the youngsters in the class. There's 5 drivers making the debut under the age of 18 in this class. Spencer is one of them. He had that frightening incident down at Stratford earlier on, but is, you know, he's back out there. Now this is, so Bradley Barrett yesterday on the Paddock show.
Yes.
That said, he said, look, I didn't realise how unprepared I was for this. He said he was in a month out of the kart. Yesterday, first practice session, he was really feeling it.
Yeah.
So for the drivers, I mean, again, you know, Adams, Halliday, Porter, McQueen, Morgan, those 5, a 15-minute British Championship final is going to really, really test their physical and mental strength as much as anything.
Attention Paddock, could Mr. Bourne please report to the tyre?
So we've now got Lee Ward, Dan Kelly and Charlie Turner. They're going to be starting at the front row of the grid, you know. Then the second row is going to be Bradley Barrett and Joe Charlton. In fact, why should I tell you? Let's let the graphics tell you. Here is your starting lineup for the KZ2 final.
Yes, indeed. Race 21 of the weekend, row number 1. The staggered grid, Lee Ward, Dan Kelly and Charlie Turner on that front row. Bradley Barrett, Joe Charlton round out the 2 karts starting on row number 2.
Row number 3, we've got Ashley Lewis, Dan Gould, the E-plate holder, and Tom Adams, and James Glenister and Josh Price starting on row number 4.
O-plate Shane Daly will start on the inside line of row number 5. Miles Murphy on the inside with Byron Kittle alongside Alan Kenyon, and Derek Morgan will round out row number 6.
Charlie Cole, Morgan Porker and Hannah Lang will all start on row number 7. Lewis Halliday, Caden McQueen on row number 8.
Sam Ward, Robert Cronin and Spencer Shinner will round out row number 9 with Ashley Goodliff on row number 10, all by himself at the back of the grid, like you say, on that brand new chassis that he only started driving on yesterday.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep. So, what to look for? Well, Dan Gould, E-plate holder, he won that here 1 week ago. How much is that going to come into play? Although we have to say that he's probably been a little bit disappointed with how things have gone so far this weekend. After winning such a big event last weekend, he probably would have been holding on for a little bit more. So this is a 1211 metre version of the Shenington circuit. You can see the karts going all the way down to the far bottom of Stratford Corner, so the extended version. It's a case of experience against, newcomers to the class. James Glenister in the number 22 kart. He is going to be starting all the way back. Where is Glenister starting? He's on the 4th row, but again, he was a race winning contention in the first heat, retired in the second heat. So watch for Glenister to be coming through. Shane Daly, finally up in the top 5 rows of the grid. Watch for Shane to be coming through. Miles Murphy has been very quick as well. So was Hannah Lang, but obviously there's been a retirement and then a 6th place finish. Hannah in the number 91 kart, starting on the outside of row number 7. So in addition, the best of the newcomers on the grid is actually Tom Adams on the outside of row number 3 in kart number 17. You can see him on the right-hand side of your screen there. If he gets a good start, can Tom Adams, contend here? Charlie Turner, a year ago, it was Charlie Turner and Bradley Barrett who were the newcomers into the class, and now they're fighting for the win. And what about Joe Charlton, the 2020 champion in kart number 3? They're all being led by Ireland's Lee Ward, the privateer driver, and the lights are not out. We're still waiting for the drivers to come into position.
They're still gridding up.
I know. They're going to go. They're going to go around again. So they're going to stop the kart. And that was Byron Kittle had stalled in the number 88 kart. So to avoid any of the karts cooking themselves,
give it a kick. There we go.
They've let them go around again, which is absolutely fine, because my blood pressure is okay at the moment. But yeah, what about Lee Ward? 8th of the championship last year, plain white chassis, privateer driver, the Irishman. He's on the Synergy kart. He's down as a privateer, but no, he's down ended in the Shane Synergy kart, the Euro Kart Limited engine on that machine. Yeah.
Are you reading the wrong thing?
I was looking at Shane Daly. I was looking at the other Irish flag. But I mean, we talk all the talk about returning champions and Lee Ward, privateer entry, quietly going about his business, and he's put it on pole for the final. If he can get away cleanly at the start and keep Dan Kelly and the rest at bay, could Lee be about to join the list of British Championship race winners? coming into their positions. And there's Charlie Turner on the outside of row number 1. Barrett and Charlton on row 2. Then you've got Lewis in the 9, Gould at E-plate, Adams in the 17. Then 22 of Glenister, the 10 of Price. And then you've got the O-plate of Daly, the 37 of Murphy, the 5 of Kenyon, the 48 of Morgan, the 66 is Charlie Cole. There's Morgan Porter moving into position, Hannah Lang in the number 91, McQueen in the 42, Halliday in the 56, Cronin in the 26, Ward in the 63, Shiner in the 55, the back Goodliff in the 34. Here comes Kittle, who will start at the back out of position after stalling at the start. 2 red lights, 3 red lights, 4 red lights, lights are out, we're off and racing, and they all get away cleanly. Oh, there's a bit of a clip in the middle in. Miles Murphy gets forced very wide, but it looked like a fairly even start between the poles of the Lee Ward and Dan Kelly. Somebody coming into the pits to retire. It's one of the J carts down towards Stratford they go. Ward on the inside is getting challenged though by Turner and by Kelly. They're 3 wide coming up Stratford Straight towards the Bruno chicane. It's Lee Ward who leads. Kelly second. Joe Charlton is up to third, and into the barriers goes one of the Rush Performance drivers. Buried himself. Driver instantly moving around up and out of the cart and is okay. We'll get a name check on them next time by. Josh Price has sadly retired. He was the Andy Fairless racing cart coming into the pits. There we saw the number 10 machine. So Price out of the race, and I'm just looking to see, I think it was Spencer Shiner. So the second time this weekend that Shiner has sent that Rush Performance cart nose first into tyre barriers, and the second time that Spencer Shiner has gone out completely unscathed. So that is good to see, and the rest of the field making their way out of Stratford Corner on lap number 2 with Lee Ward leading Dan Kelly and Joe Charlton.
Right, yellow flag still in the Bruno chicane there for the driver who was in the barrier, believed to be Spencer Shiner.
Yep.
So is that a very similar issue that potentially he had earlier on?
Well, I mean, the issue earlier on was he didn't slow down for the corner and went nose first into a tyre barrier. It looked very similar to me.
It looked very similar, but at the corner just later on. So Gremlin's in the braking system, I'm guessing, for that one. 13 minutes to go then, and plus that one additional lap. Like you say, Lee Ward leading the way and looking comfortable for the time being. You see Lee Ward's driving style, he really does chuck it into the corners, especially into the Bruno chicane. Obviously, he has to move it slow this time around. Into the hairpin, and down the inside goes Dan Kelly. Gets that move done on Lee Ward, moves up into P1 as they exit out and down the straight as well. Lee Ward now down into third place as Joe Charlton is up into P2. Joe will be liking this.
Smoking Joe Charlton into P2 in the number 3 Energy Course chassis. Then it's Ward, again, Ward, very different driving style. They're tight, very tight all the way around Wilkins. Then you've got the phalanx of red and orange and yellow Maranello karts from the Rush Performance team, Brian Rush's team. They're easily the biggest numerically on the grid. Bradley Barrett in 4th place. It's Adams up to 5th, Glenister is 6th, Turner down to 7th, Lewis in 8th. Daly's up to 9th and Gould 10th. So 2, 4, 5 Rush Performance karts in the top 10. And you can see them there, but they're all running. They're in 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 10th. It's Dan Kelly leading Joe Charlton, the 2018 British champion, against the 2020 British champion. At the front of the field in 2022. Birrell ART Andy Fairless Racing, Privateer Energy Course, then Privateer Synergy Chassis, then Sodi Vitesse Sodi Kart in 4th, and then Rush Performance Maranello Kart 5th and 6th. You've got the Moore Racing O-plate of Shane Daly on the Synergy in there as well. Fastest lap for Dan Kelly, under brake for Stratford Corner. Don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, the KZ2 karts are hitting 95 miles an hour down the Stratford straight before that hairpin. Lee Ward had a look at Joe Charlton and forced him wide. Yeah. It's behind the Bradley Barrett getting almost tripping over himself as James Glenister tries to fight through. Glenister looks to the inside, but of course this battle is great, but the leaders are starting to edge away.
Ever so slightly on this one. Is that 4 Rush Performance karts to line astern?
Yes, it is indeed.
Oh, excellent. Well, No, it isn't. So
Oh,
that's,
no,
that's
sorry,
they look very similar.
Yeah, but there's a fourth Rush Performance kart there.
Ah, right, there we go.
Yeah,
That's what I meant.
That was it. That's last number 9, Ashley Lewis, behind Shane Daly. So Shane Daly, the O-plate winner, moving into 8th place. Tom Adams doing a great job holding on to 7th. And behind them, look at the battle still going on. That was Miles Murphy there in the Demon Tweaksmore racing kart there. He's down to 15th after that incident start, but he was muscling his way back up towards the front. There's Derek Morgan going through in the number 48 MS machine. Charlie Cole having a good job in 11th, doing a job in 11th place for Jade Racing. Lewis Halliday in 12th, then Hannah Lang in 13th. Dan Gould down to 14th, E-plate holder, not going well for him this weekend, down to 14th. Here comes Lang on Halliday as they come into turn number 1. Does Lang make that move stick for the Formula K MK Racing team? Yes, she does. There's Morgan Porter going through on the Kart Republic machine. There's the 26 of Robert Cronin going through. And there is Ashley Goodliff just getting used to that new kart. And there's a move as that's the Jade, it's the Jade kart, the Jade Racing team entry of number 66, Charlie Cole, I think, passing Ashley Lewis. And Bradley Barrett, again, he's offline coming into the Bruno chicane, and just couldn't get the kart slowed down enough, and that cost him a little bit of momentum. But now we've got a 4-kart breakaway. In fact, James Glenister has moved up into P3, so Glenister in the number 22 kart now looks at the inside of Joe Charlton II. I think he made the move. Oh, now, was it not at Mansell Raceway last year that Glenister and Charlton had an almighty accident?
Was it Glenister and Charlton?
I think it was it. I think it might have been.
Was it? Yeah, I know. Definitely Charlton was.
Charlton came off second best.
Yes.
I think it was Glenister and Charlton.
Right.
But battle is joined once again at the front for this one. Well, they're second and third. Glenister up into third place.
He's got past now.
Yep. And there's Shane Daly. You can't count Shane Daly out of this one yet.
No.
8th position, but only 2.3 seconds behind the race leader, number 29, Dan Kelly, with 9 minutes to go. James Glenister looks very, very aggressive indeed. Now, the only advantage of not completing one of your heat races is what a move, is your tyres are better, they've got a bit more grip, which means you can stuff it at the inside and it'll stick just like that.
Did you see the snap of oversteer that kart brought out? That was absolutely fantastic. You could hear the tyres scrubbing on the tarmac. That was, yeah.
Code brown, ladies and gentlemen. But it's again, now can Dan Kelly fight back? Charlton's there, then it's Ward in the white kart in 4th position. Then it's Barrett, Turner, Adams and Daly. Still an 8-kart train at the front of this KZ2 final. But Glenister has come from all the way back on the grid 7. Let's have a look. No, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9th on the grid. As the field starts to spread out behind Shane Daly, there's a gap. So there's Shane going through the O-plate kart. Then there's a gap back to Cole in 9th. Morgan is 10th. Lewis is 11th. Lang is 12th. Then it's Miles Murphy, Alan Kenyon, Morgan Porter. Then Byron Kittle, Caden McQueen, Sam Ward, Robert Cronin, Ashley Goodliff, and Lewis Halliday and Dan Gould have had a coming together, I believe, and they have not come around. So I think they may be out of the race. In fact, yeah, there's yellow flags waving at Hanger Bend, and hopefully we'll see 2 karts off the circuit, but 2 drivers standing up there. They're okay.
Yeah.
So they had it was a low-speed incident. Both drivers up and out of the kart. But again, so the E-plate holder, joy last weekend, misery this weekend for Dan Gould, and we've lost the first of our newcomers, Lewis Halliday. Out of the race, there is Gould's kart looking distinctly second-hand. And there is, well, briefly there was Lewis Halliday's not looking much better.
Yes.
Half distance, 7 minutes to go. Glenister looking strong. I've got to say, Dan Kelly, he's not been as close to Glenister as he normally has been when Dan's been in second place today. So I think Glenister is really on an absolute mission. And of course, he does have the advantage of having 1 race fresher tyres.
Yeah, exactly that. I mean, it's you're looking at him driving the kart, like when he enters into the Bruno chicane, again, he's really chucking in. Looks like he's fighting the kart quite a lot. I mean, you have to fight the kart quite a lot in this case too. They are a beast of a kart to drive.
They're actively trying to do you a mischief.
Yes, yeah, definitely. That's a good way of putting it. But yeah, no, seeing him drive it, he is showing great performance out there, great pace. but I feel like he could be nursing something out there, because he just seemed like he's fighting it a little more than what the rest of them are.
Okay, well, we'll see as the race progresses whether that setup change works, or whether that Dan Kelly, that it'll come back to him. But certainly at the moment, Kelly in the number 29 kart, unable to stay within 10 kart lengths of the race leader. Charlton just about hanging off, holding off Ward. Ward keeping him under pressure, but not quite close enough to make a move. There is Derek Morgan, the number 48 kart, being chased along by Hannah Lang. That's the battle for 10th place. Going through this, Caden McQueen holding off Alan Kenyon. So Kenyon, again, one of the class veterans in the number 5 plate kart, but I mean, he had a tough start to the day, and there's a move down at the hairpin. I think that might have been Miles Murphy, possibly the number 37 kart. Or possibly Morgan Porter and Miles Murphy, I think, that were swapping positions, I believe. We'll have to wait and see. On to lap number 14 we go. James Glenister, 44.22 seconds, new fastest lap of the race.
Well, whatever issues that I may have thought he had, he definitely doesn't have them now, and he's driving away from it.
Well, interestingly, the gap is still less than 1 second.
Well, yeah.
And of course, there is a slipstream and a tow in KZ2 karts, but Dan, you have to say that Glennis is looking more and more comfortable in the race lead, and it's Kelly the one that's looking under pressure from Charlton, as Charlton now begins to get the bit between his teeth and tries to close in on the number 29 kart, whilst keeping Lee Ward and Charlie Turner at bay. In fact, Turner in the number 4 kart has got past Ward. So Turner in number 4 moves into P4, and Ward slips back to 5th. Still Bradley Barrett in 6th, and Tom Adams. I can't say how impressed I am with Tom Adams. Just again, extremely mature, sensible driving from Adams, and he's, do you know what, Bradley Barrett ran a bit wide there at Stratford Corner in the Sodi Vitesse number 6, and that could give Adams a little sniff at 6th position. Well, not quite. Behind Adams is now a gap developing to Shane Daly and Charlie Cole, running in 8th and 9th, with Hannah Lang and Derek Morgan battling over 10th. Murphy, Lewis, Porter, McQueen and Kenyon are fighting over 12th place, with Sam Ward 17th, Robert Cronin 18th, Ashley Goodliff 19th, and Byron Kittle sadly is retired, the number 88 kart.
Yeah, so Dunmore all the way through. Obviously, yeah, losing quite a few of the karts in that one. Like you say, yeah, 5 karts out of this race. Still 19 running, 3.5 minutes to go. The sun is still shining, which is lovely to see. And look at that gap, it is increasing. Nearly 2 seconds now is the gap from James Glenister and Dan Kelly. Resterville going through, so you think maybe it was tyre pressures that slowly came into fruition, and now they're really starting to come in, and now he's just fastest lap, because now, look at that, 1.7 through the next timing being. Yeah,
Glenister's really in the zone.
Yeah.
Now, Dan Kelly, there's nothing that Dan Kelly can do apart from now defend 2nd place. The driver that is looking particularly strong at this point of proceedings is Charlie Turner in the number 4 kart, and Turner, who was, again, he had a couple of podiums last year, a good consistent year, finished 4th. You can see Dan Kelly, you can see they're thinking, they're missing the apex ever so slightly, but that's just the KZ2 line going into Stratford Corner. You can tell when they do mess up because the back end steps out. That's when they do miss the apex, or they do sort of outbrake themselves ever so slightly. Turner now looking to turn the screws on Charlton for 3rd place. If Charlie Turner, with 2 minutes, 2.5 minutes, under 2.5 minutes plus a lap to go, Turner needs to get past Charlton now if he's got a chance of maybe passing Dan Kelly for 2nd place. Because of course, in KZ2 it does take a lot longer to sort of size somebody up for a move. And passing somebody does cost you a little bit more than it does in other classes. But there's Glenister, just again, point and squirt around Stratford, class of his own. 2, 4, 6 drivers battling over the final 2 podium spots. Kelly, Charlton, Turner, Ward, Barrett and Adams.
Nothing between them at all going through. And long look there at the hairpin at the top of the circuit, the long straight, like you say, topping out 95 miles an hour when they hit the braking zone up there. So fast.
Yep.
You've got to be so committed on the brakes, haven't you, going into the corner?
Yeah, and I think Joe Charlton's side, the best form of defence is attack.
Yeah.
Because rather than worry about what Charlie Turner's doing behind him, he's really now closed in on Dan Kelly. Dan Kelly is the one that is struggling in the final moments of this race. We're on lap number 19 with a minute and change plus a lap to go. There goes Turner on Charlton up at Stratford for P3. Charlie Turner on the podium.
Well, there we go. Charlton had a nightmare year last year, didn't he? It would be great to see him back up there fighting, and someone straight off the track out of the wall, though. The 17, Tom Adams. Well done for stopping that kart before it hit the barriers.
That was a dive bomb up the inside of Bruno's, then realised, I'm doing 20 miles an hour more in this KZ2 than I normally would be in my senior road tax kart, and stopping is going to be a bit of a problem.
Yes.
And he sort of slewed a little bit wide. Again, and then of course it takes time because you've got to shift down for the gears, and now we'll go again. But Tom Adams is having a great day, and I thought, well, he thinks, well, I mean, I've got to go for it. I've got to try.
Yep.
And he tried.
He thunk it, he did it, and he failed it.
But he's still running, and
but
he's still
here.
exactly where he was
a
lap ago. But I think he's probably thinking maybe going into Bruno's is not the place to make a move in these karts in your first year of learning.
Yeah.
We'll see. So, Turner, in his second year of KZ2, trying to challenge Kelly for second place. The clock strikes 0, so Glenister comes across the line. Now, did James Glenister take the last lap board before? I don't think he did.
No.
So he's 4 seconds up the road is James Glenister. If you haven't seen the number 22 kart, because we're all eyes are glued on this battle for second position. But there goes Glenister, 4 seconds up the road with Kelly, Turner, Charlton and Ward battling over the final 2 podium positions. Looks like Bradley Barrett is a little bit too far back to play a part of this struggle, and then it is, of course, Adams in 7th position. So it's the 29 of Kelly, the 4 of Turner, the 3 of Charlton, or the 8 of Lee Ward. 2 of these drivers are going to finish on the podium, but we don't know which 2 just yet. Now the clock strikes 0, and now definitely James Glenister starts his final lap. There's Chris Walker from kartpicks.net there taking the photos, ready for the victory celebration as James Glenister crosses the line in a lap's time. But who's going to be celebrating the second position? Dan Kelly, he hasn't had to defend, but he's driving defensively without having to over-defend. He's just not putting a wheel out of line just yet. And that means it's very, very difficult here at Shenington for anyone to get past you. If you don't make a mistake, Charlie Turner checks over his shoulder just to see where Joe Charlton is. There's going to be one opportunity now for Charlie Turner. It's going to come at the end of this straight. Now, will Turner make a move up the inside into Hanger Bend? No, but he could up the inside into this portion of Wilkins. But no, because Kelly does hug the inside line. James Glenister takes the win, and it's going to be Dan Kelly finishing in second. Turner is third, 4th for Charlton, 5th for Ward. Barrett comes home in 6th, Adams is 7th, and we wait. Shane Daly takes 8th, just in front of Hannah Lang, with Derek Morgan rounding out the top 10, and of Miles Murphy, Charlie Cole, Morgan Porter, Caden McQueen, Ashley Lewis, and Alan Kenyon, Sam Ward, Robert Cronin, and Ashley Goodliff gets to the end on his brand new kart. Well, he's now had 2 days getting used to that new chassis, and well, then the karts come back into the pit lane, and Anthony Jordan will be speaking there. There's your winner, or provisional winner, James Glenister. You'll be happy with that. And of course, he left the championship last year under a bit of a cloud after being excluded at Rowra for having a spare crash helmet that was out of date. I think obviously went on to become a dad then later in the year, so he'd be his first win in the British Championships as a dad, I believe. And what a win. There's Dan Kelly coming through with the number 29 kart on the Andy Fairless Racing. And again, not bad return to the championship for Dan. And there's Charlie Turner finishing on the podium, so well done to Charlie. And finishing in 4th place there, Joe Charlton. He'll be the next kart onto the scales. Number 3. And again, so Joe starting the season much better than he did. His title defence was a bit of a nightmare from the word go. He salvaged 3rd place, but he's thinking to himself, right, well, I'm in with a shout here now. In with a shout. Out into the sunshine we go. It's a beautiful day. There's Dan Parker there on the right-hand side there of the championship. As now, there's Anthony, ready to go. James. Looking happy. Yes, Anthony, look at that camera. It's that camera there. So there we are. So the Wera Tools British Kart Championship, that is 3 finals down, 3 to go, and poor old Lewis Halliday coming in there at the end of his KZ2 debut. Anthony Jordan has now got the right microphone, and he's going to be speaking to a very happy James Glenister very shortly indeed. Alex Bentley saying that Bradley Barrett for the win, not quite right, sorry Alex. But yeah, James Glenister and Anthony Jordan will be up very shortly. And there goes, there's poor old Dan Gould going to be across the screen. Well, E-plate last weekend, DNF this weekend. That's karting for you.
Thank you very much, Henry. Yes, well, like we say, some of the fastest UK short circuit karts, and you look like you were driving it even faster than anyone else out there. James Glenister, what a result that was. You just drove away with that one at the end.
Yeah, well, I think what happened, because obviously my clutch failed in the start of the second heat, those 15 laps extra gave me a lot more grip on the tyre, and I think that was basically what gave me the 1 or 2 tenths to pull away from them. So, you know, it wasn't all me, but I'd say it's definitely an advantage not doing the second heat.
Well, there we go. So that's a driver top tip for everyone. Don't do the second heat, do the final. Yeah, no, don't do that. Yeah,
points muck up eventually, don't they? So, but yeah, no, it definitely helps a lot. Even Dan come in, he said the driver I had off the corners is a huge difference.
Yeah. Well, I mean, talk us through the start though. You still gained 8 places in that one, so you still had a lot of work to do.
It was a bit of a blur, but for some reason, like the motor was like immense down the back straight, and like we fiddled a bit with the car beforehand, knew it was getting colder, so we went a bit richer on the jetting, and that seemed to give us the straight line speed to overtake people quite easily. So, yeah.
So it worked out quite well, but it's great to see you back in the paddock, of course, last year. Yeah, you know, you got the little one now, haven't you?
Yeah, she's just over there, yeah. So second time. She fell asleep during my first race, so, yeah, once she's awake, at least I win, so.
You weren't the only one who fell asleep in the first race, mate. There we go. No, I'm only kidding. James Glenister, well done, congratulations.
Thank you for that.
Cheers, well on. Let's have a chat to our second place man, Dan Kelly. Where is he? He's over where? Where is Dan? Dan, yeah. Dan, you got lots of support behind you there. Great. You don't know who they are? Sure. Excellent. Well, what a result though for you, second place. Shenington, are you happy with the result?
It was all right. You could tell that James had a bit fresher tyres because he wasn't in the heat before. He just drove away, and then the others were coming, so it was a bit difficult, but all under control.
Well, you say it was all under control.
All under control.
Was it now? It looked like a pretty tough battle getting through that one, but what a final it was. Weather held out for us. Are we looking comfortable going into round 2?
Yeah, well, the first one was just about getting the points on the doors. But yeah, no, it should be good. This is probably my worst track, so we'll see how it goes.
Well, worst track, you finished second. I think, what's your best track? Well, rest of the track's all first then.
More corners. The more corners, the better.
More corners, the better. Is all that lot going to be at the next round as well?
No, I hope not. No, they're good. Good old crew.
Perfect stuff with Dan Kelly. Well done, second place. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Perfect. Let's see if we can chat to our third place man, Charlie Turner. Where is Charlie? Well, again, tough race on that one. We came through with it, though. Started third on the grid on the outside, but, you know, you came through finishing third as well. Talk us through the race.
Yeah, like the race was not a very good start, to be honest. I had a really good launch and then it just bogged off the line. So made my life a bit difficult. Someone driver topped me. And I thought that my race was going to be finished, to be honest. But yeah, kept it calm, dropped about 12, picked my way one by one, and had good speed all weekend. And yeah, come out with a podium. Nearly got second, but no, fair play to Dane. You defended really well.
Yeah, I mean, great result, and I say the cart's still looking good. Like you say, you had someone bit of a coming together on that side, was it? But I mean, the starts there, the stagger grid. Well, yeah, it looks complicated gridding up. It looks complicated when you're on the grid. Yeah, I think when you're out there, it's quite a challenge.
Yeah, it's definitely a real challenge, especially 15 minutes. I'm after that race, I'm absolutely knackered. So I'm pleased to even get to the finish. But no, I'm good points for the championship, top 3. Got to say big thanks to Rush Performance for a great weekend. Team manager Brian Rush, Ollie's been a great mechanic, my dad for off-track support.
Excellent. Feeling confident going into the second round?
I think so. Obviously, he's only stage. He's already done one round, so yeah, we'll just take each race as it comes and just go from there, to be honest.
Well, best of luck. Well done on the third place spot. Enjoy the podiums later.
Brilliant. Thank you very much.
Cheers. Excellent stuff. More finals coming up. The next group already lined up on the rig, on the dummy grid. We'll head up back to you, Henry.
Oh, thank you, Anthony. Yes, senior X30 is up next. And what we got in store for you here? Well, 27 drivers set to do battle in first. We saw the senior X30s in their repercharge earlier on. And this, of course, a longer race, 15 minutes plus a lap. We've got IAME Cadet after senior X30. We round off the day with junior X30. And a very exciting senior X30 pre-final. Aaron Walker is the driver that everybody is trying to have to beat for Strawberry Racing. And then you've got on the outside of row one for this one, you've got the Mick Barrett Racing number 77 of Bart Harrison. I have to say that the Mick Barrett Racing livery, Bart Harrison's got a special Mick Barrett Racing livery. He's incorporating his sponsors into that, so that'll be interesting to see. And also we get a chance to look at this very interesting sort of proposition for number 95 Oscar Joyce for premium karting, where the NASA panel on the kart is a self-designed drawing that he's going to be selling as an NFT.
Don't get me started.
I'm just saying that we maybe now have time to sort of explain. There we go. Well, we don't have time. There goes the kart out on the grid. Now we're going to start. We're going to see who's starting where. Here is your starting grid in senior X30. Pole position. 15, Aaron Walker, and the number 77 car, Bart Harrison. Alongside him with Gus Lawrence and Harry Platter, the GP player winner, on row number 2.
Thomas Fleming and Oscar Joyce on row 3. Sam Heading and Alistair Cresswell round out row number 4.
Row number 5, Harry Cottrell and Oliver Greetham, Jude Ferniehow and Alfie Bax Davis are on row number 6.
Alex Moody, Brandon Templeton on row 7. Brad Pennell and Nat Thomas rounding up row 8.
Row 9, Gary Edwards and Connor Clifford. Row 10, Marcus Littlewood and Louis Johnson Cool.
Row 11, Archie Tillett, Marcus Luzio, Ewan Wilson and Sam Shaw on row 12.
Row number 13 is Carly Atkins and Harvey Rivey, and James Pashley starts shotgun of the field. Double TKM Extreme champion starting 27th in this one. Watch other drivers out of position. Harvey Rivey in the number 71, the MDL racing driver. Sam Shaw, the number 16 premium karting driver, he starts out of position, as does Marcus Luzio in the Dan Holland Racing number 12, and a little bit further back as well, Bradley Pennell in the number 22 PF International karting team. So you've got a host of contenders at the front and a host of contenders that are going to be trying to fight their way through the pack, but nobody has been able to beat the number 15 kart of Aaron Walker this weekend. There is the Mick Barrett Racing number 77 of Bart Harrison there, the gold and blue livery kart of Bart Harrison. So this is Bart's first season as a senior. He's got the O plate, he's got the GP plate right behind him. Harry Platten, the BMR restart driver, the PF International driver, Gus Lawrence, and I'm looking down, I think we've got all 27 drivers on the grid. Here we go, lights are out. We're off and racing in senior X30 into turn number 1, and Aaron Walker, and up over the back there, there's one of the S8 racing karts. I think that was the number 42 of Harry Cottrell there, doing a 360, and he didn't see who he bounced over the back of. I think all the drivers have managed to get away, hopefully with no damage. There's Cottrell at the back, but Aaron Walker still leads with, that looks like it's the Dan Holland race number 3 of Thomas Fleming, who's made a good start up into P2.
Yeah, that was an exciting start then for Senior X30. Certainly gave us a run for the money at the beginning of that one, but yeah, clean breakaway then for the top 3. Let's look at the virtual championship. Of course, doesn't mean much at the beginning of the season, but it just shows who is where at the start of it.
Yeah,
points is points.
Points mean prizes.
Yes,
Aaron Walker at the moment is perfect score at the minute, and there's a bit of messing now. We saw Bradley Pennell getting very aggressive earlier on. I think he had a penalty post pre-final, which is why he's starting a bit further back than he finished. And he's showing that he's in wasting no time in trying to get back up towards the front. But the good news is that all 27 drivers, Alistair Cresswell had a problem there in the number 33 car. I think he might have been the driver that Harry Cottrell sort of like bounced over the top of. So it's a tough baptism of fire for Alistair Cresswell, as Thomas Fleming takes the lead and Gus Lawrence goes with him into P2.
Yep, good stuff from those two. Now they're going to try and work together, breakaway with Aaron Walker as well as they go through, and again just behind is that Platten. Yes, it is indeed the GP plate. Harry Platten looking like he wants to stick with them as well as they disappear off into the distance. Oh, that looked like one kart going very wide there out of the cafe corner there.
They'll
go through.
The leaders are all safely into Bruno's, led by Lawrence. Fleming, Walker, Platten, Harrison, Pennell already up from 15th to 6th. But his teammate, the PF International Karting Open of Gus Lawrence, leading the way. Aaron Walker right on his rear bumper. Now, will Walker be content to sit in second place? Fleming having to defend third from Harry Platten as things stand. Aaron Walker, fastest lap of the race, 42.04. Well, actually, Alfie Baxter Davis says the fastest lap of the race for Jack Dex Racing of 41.97. Still all 27 starters running, and Aaron Walker does make the move and moves back into first place down at Stratford Corner. Fleming and Platten right there in a small gap to Pennell. Here's Pennell, who now leads Harrison. Sam Heading is in 7th in the number 7 BMR restart entry, followed by Oscar Joyce in the number 95 premium karting. Oh, a technical flag for Aaron Cresswell out of the race. This is the first retirement. James Pashley runs 25th. Then it's Brandon Templeton in 25th, Baxter Davis 24th, and Ewan Wilson 22nd, Greetham, Clifford just outside the top 20. Carly Atkins has moved into the top 20. Harvey Ryby's up to the 17th position. Archie Tillett is up to 15th. Sam Shaw up to 14th place. Marcus Lucio up to 13th. So a lot of the drivers that started down at the back after being involved in that accident at the start of the pre-final, all having mechanical problems in the pre-final, are moving up. But as the race progresses, the gaps between drivers. There's Lucio in the number 12 kart, for example. He's got the number 88 Cato Motorsport kart of Alex Moody directly in front of him. The gaps are beginning to get a little bit bigger between each target. And if Aaron Walker continues to lead, you have the sneaking suspicion, Anthony, that he may just pull away.
Yeah, it could happen, but Harrison sets the fastest lap of the race, though. 41.770. Keep an eye on Brad Pennell. He's up 10 places, currently sitting in 5th place in that number 22. You can just see him at the back of this train here that was just going around the Bruno chicane. You know, coming up 10 places, you know, so quickly on. You know, we're only 5 laps, or we're technically on lap 6, but, you know, as it goes through, that's a good run for the time being.
Harry Platten just passed Gus Lawrence for 2nd place earlier this lap. The BMR restart driver. Platten is getting his head down. Fleming in the number 3 kart going with him, and they've really got to work hard because Walker looking exceptionally strong. And of course, last year Strawberry Racing finished 2nd in this class with Thomas Turner. So Walker has taken over Turner's position in the team as the head honcho in Senior X34, the Strawberry outfit. And so we know that package is strong. Platten and Fleming have got to try and keep it bay. Very impressive from Bart Harrison, also has to be said, on his senior debut. There's the move from Harry Platten, though, and the GP plate winner takes top spot. Fleming tries to go with him, but has to settle for 3rd place at the moment on the Lando Norris Dan Holland racing kart. Further back, there's the field going through your screen. Oh, James Pashley has also retired. So the 2 TKM graduates, or the 2 TKM transfers across, are both out of this final early. Cresswell and Pashley, unfortunately for them. Now, the leaders watch. You're pointing, Anthony. You're pointing.
I'm pointing at the 22's front nose cone.
Oh, has it got a bit of a wobble on it?
It's got a wobble and it's hitting the track.
Well, oh no, that doesn't. That doesn't bother it, as there's a move, and Fleming up the inside of Aaron Walker. That's how you do it. So Thomas Fleming takes the lead from Aaron Walker, and so if Bradley Pennell may be aware that he can hear the scraping and scratching of that nose cone, so he knows, right, okay, well, there it is, yes. It's wobbling away, doesn't bode well, unless, of course, he wins by 6 seconds. Can't see it happening.
Unless he, that could happen. It's happened before.
It has happened before. I'm not quite sure in this grid it's going to happen, especially the way things are panning out. 8 3/4 minutes to go. This is we're completing lap number 9 now, and it's Fleming, Platten, and Walker. Then the wibbly-wobbly nose cone of Bradley Pennell, followed by Mark Harrison, Gus Lawrence, Sam Heading, Marcus Littlewood in the number 11 Jade Racing entry, up into 8th place. Joyce is 9th. Oh, and changed the lead again down at Stratford, Anthony.
Yeah, indeed, yeah. That looked like Harry Platten going through.
Harry Platten going Harry Flatters.
Yes, he was indeed, yeah. Gets that move done nicely at the hairpin. comes out. There we go. You can see it. You could just see Aaron Walker just behind you saying, yeah, come on. You go now. Okay, I'll follow. Yeah, it'll be absolutely fine.
Well, follow for how long?
Well, yeah, that's the question, because...
we'll see. There's Walker looks over his shoulder. I'm not sure how much of a good glance he got at his nearest rivals looking that way, but I mean, he's got 3 or 4 kart lengths in hand over Fleming. Now, does that mean that Aaron Walker might be thinking, okay, we might be able to do something here. I'll push away, so it's just me and you, Harry. Mano o mano. Fleming, Pennell, and the rest still give chase. There's Harrison just jumping over the curbs going into the Bruno chicane. And yeah, there's now Harry looking over his shoulder just to see who's what and where. But Fleming closing back in third place. The number 3 in P3 closing in.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, closing that battle or closing that gap up right away. 7 minutes to go then. Oh, and who was that going defensive there? Was that Gus Lawrence?
It was Gus Lawrence being very, very defensive indeed. And yeah, hugging the inside line there. Obviously, just not. It wasn't being complete. It was a defensive manoeuvre to stop. And he's defending again. He's getting shuffled a little bit wide there. And I think that was Sam Headings and Marcus Littlewood deciding they had enough of following Gus Lawrence, and they were both coming through. So Gus falling back, the O-Plate champion. But now can he regain those lost positions? Because, well, the leaders, those 5 karts coming out of Wilkins now, are beginning to stretch away ever so slightly.
Ever so slightly. And down the inside there for the race lead, Aaron Walker. Whoa, that was as close as you'd like to get it. Gets the move done, though, as they come out of the cafe curve. There you go. You can just see now down in towards the hairpin. No move from Platten there.
Not a lot that Platten could do about that.
No, that's allowed the 2 behind to close in as well. So now
it has indeed. And you look at the J cut, so that red and white Birrell ART of Jade Racing's Marcus Littlewood is the next kart in line after top 2. He's doing really, really well. And he's got Sam Heading, Harry Platten's teammate, for company. They're not out of this one yet either. Yeah, but it's still Aaron Walker's race to lose, even though Platten, Fleming, Pennell, Harrison are right there, because again, like we saw Chris Whitten do in TKM Extreme, every time somebody overtakes him, Aaron Walker seems to just have the ease to just seamlessly move back into the top spot as and when.
It's the Bruno chicane now on lap 14, 5 minutes to go. Again, everyone looking calm for this time for the race. You know, they're in the lull moment.
Yes,
they're happy with their positions.
Yes, they are indeed.
They are thinking, talking in their head. And a question about GP plates.
That's the British Grand Prix. That's the Kart Masters British Grand Prix, held the first weekend of August every year at PF International. The winner of that class runs the GP plate in their class for the next 12 months. So Harry Platten is the British Kart Masters Grand Prix winner.
In Senior X30.
In Senior X30, yes. You can have there's a GP plate in every class.
Yes.
And I want to say, though, that now behind there's Harvey Ryby. So Harvey Ryby in 8th place, the number 71, the MDL, Mark Dave Litchfield racing kart. Ryby is started right at the back. He was involved in that pre-final incident that really ruined his race. He's gained nearly 20 places up into 18th, up into 8th spot. And Marcus Lucio is also having a really good run. He's up in the 9th. Gus Lawrence now beginning to fade back to 10th. Louis Johnson Cool runs 11th. Jude Fernehow is 12th, followed by Carly Atkins, Archie Tillett and Oscar Joyce. That's your top 15. Connor Clifford, Sam Shaw, 16th and 17th. It's not going to be a happy birthday for Rob Shaw, with Sam toiling back in 17th place. Then it's Oliver Breatham, Ewan Wilson, Alex Moody at top 20. Nat Thomas, Alfie Baxter Davis, Brandon Templeton and Harry Cottrell are your last runners. Gary Edwards has retired the number 87 Strawberry Racing kart, and James Pashley and Alistair Cresswell also out of the running, and we have a breakaway.
We do indeed. Yep, as down the inside goes Brad Pennell for 3rd place. Your top 2, Aaron Walker, Harry Platten, they've opened up, well, you say they've opened up a gap. It's less than half a second.
Yeah, less than half a second, but it's a gap. It's a gap, and Fleming getting Bradley Pennell out of the way.
So it'll be more of a gap now, because, if they keep battling like that for 3rd place, the top 2 will just break away more, and there goes Bart Harrison on Brad Pennell.
And
Brad tumbling now.
Now getting around the out, passing, going proper M&M style move there, round the outside by Marcus Littlewood as well to push Pennell down to 6th position and move Littlewood into the top 5. Should be his best result in the British Championship if things stay as they are in the final 3 minutes of this one. Out of Cafe Corner we go, and Harvey Ryby has attached himself to the back of this train, and don't count young Harvey out for a potential podium in this one. He's mirror signal manoeuvre, passes another one. That is Sam Heading in the number 7 cart that gets put to the sword. Now Ryby goes past the number 22 of Brad Pennell, moving him into 6th position. Still Walker leads. Harry Platten does look now. Harry Platten has finished on the podium actually multiple times.
Yes,
in the British Championship. Do you know the one thing he hasn't done yet?
Won a final?
Correct.
There you go.
He's got 2 minutes 10 seconds to change that statistic.
Oh. Direction change.
Yeah, look at that.
Down the inside.
He was listening to me.
He was.
He was listening. Harry was listening.
He was. He's got the stream on in his ears.
He pulled his hair back and listened.
Yep. There we go.
The quiff came back, ears opened. He thought, yes, Henry, you are right. Followed my instructions to the letter. 1 minute 44 to go.
Yeah, Thomas went to the outside there, took the wider entry to get the faster exit out of the corner. Platten sees it, goes defensive. Walker follows suit, so close between these top 3. Who's that now in 3rd place? That is Marcus Littlewood.
It's Littlewood up in the 4th place, yes. So the Viral Art, the Jade Racing entry, and Harry Platten now begins to defend. 90 seconds to go. Well, what else are you going to do? You've got to hug the inside lines now with less than 2 minutes to go. Bart Harrison is in 5th position. And then it's Harvey Ryby and Brad Pennell side by side for 6th. Who comes out of the Bruno chicane in front out of those two? I think it might have been Ryby.
It might have been right as well.
1 minute to go. Breathe, Anthony, breathe.
Why, yes. No,
okay.
My hay fever's killing me.
You can't.
Don't make me breathe too much.
That's the one thing you can't do at the moment is breathe. So, yes, and Platten has the lead at the moment. Out of Cafe Corner, through Pitts Bend, out on Stratford Straight. Platten's going to defend the inside line. Here comes Marcus Littlewood now trying the undercut. Marcus Littlewood for a place on the podium. And it's Harrison in 5th, and then it's Ryby is in 6th, but he's got a little bit of work to do. It's now a 5-cart battle for the lead. It's Platten, Walker, Fleming, Littlewood and Harrison.
Who is going to take it? 20 seconds left on the timer, and look at them now. Absolutely line astern, all of them for the top, what's that, 6-7 positions as Platten gets a warning flag. But here we go then. Round, turn 1.
10 seconds to go.
Yeah.
Plus a lap. Next time by, last lap board. Ryby's not out of this one yet. Then it's Pennell and Sam Heading in 8th place, the BMR cart. The second, the BMR cart. So a BMR cart at the head of the train and a BMR cart at the back of the lead train. Any one of 8 can still do it. As the clock strikes 0, Harry Platten eyeing a first British Championship win after many years of trying. On to Hanger Straight we go. Walker has won everything to this point. Is he going to fall short where it matters most? And Fleming in the 3-plate, the highest returning seeded driver from last year. He wants to try and get his championship challenge off with a win. Last lap board goes out. It is the BMR Restart GP plate of Harry Platten with the race lead. What can Aaron Walker do? Out of Cafe Corner. Now, this is going to be critical. Into Stratford, they all defend. Can Walker get the run up Hanger Straight? The answer is no. Harvey Ryby trying to pass Bart Harrison, he can't make it. Marcus Littlewood trying to get a podium position, his maiden British Championship podium. But he's got to pass the number 3 seed Thomas Fleming to do it. Here comes Platten into Wilkins the final time. Walker cannot get the inside. He's going to have a slipstream though. Aaron Walker's not out of this one yet. Can he get the slipstream? Oh, by half a cart length. Harry Platten finally does it. A British Championship victory for Platten by 0.09 of a second from Aaron Walker. Thomas Fleming holds on to 3rd, a career best for Marcus Littlewood in 4th. A fantastic drive from 26th to 5th for Harvey Ryby. Bradley Pennell comes home in 6th. Bart Harrison on his senior debut takes 7th. Then it's Sam Heading in 8th. The top 8 finishers separated by 1.2 seconds at the end of 23 pulsating laps of racing. And in 9th place, Louis Johnson Cool. I think that's going to be his best result. Marcus Lucio rounds at the top 10. Jude Ferniehow, 11th for Jack Dex Racing. And Archie Tillett in 12th. Gus Lawrence fades back to 13th. Connor Clifford is 14th. Oscar Joyce, 15th. Ahead of Sam Shaw, Oliver Greetham, Alfie Baxter Davis, Ewan Wilson, Brandon Templeton, Harry Cottrell, Alex Moody. And the last finisher was Nat Thomas. Sadly, Carly Atkins retired. There is the Hare. Harry the Hare has his first British victory. And someone asking, is it the top 10 of the championship that gets seeded plates? Yes, it is. Has the junior final been on yet? No, it hasn't. We've got IAME Cadet and then Junior X30 still coming up. And yeah, people supporting. There's Tom Fleming on the DHR t-shirt. And here comes Harry Platten now. I mean, he's... there's going to be a bit of relief as much as anything, because he has had multiple podium finishes. Finished 5th in the championship last year. He's running the GP plate because he's the British Grand Prix champion. There's Aaron Walker. Well, Aaron, you know, you're leading the championship, but he's going to be disappointed he couldn't get the win in that one. There's Thomas Fleming, a solid 3rd place to start his title challenge. And then behind him, a very happy Marcus Littlewood, the number 11 car. That's his best finish. And of course, the Jade Racing team, the Birrell ART chassis combination, they guided Danny Curl to the championship in this class in 2019 and 2020. So very, very good racing there in Senior X30. We've got 2 races to go. As now we'll have a look at the scenery here at Shenington there. It's been a fantastic day near Banbury in Oxfordshire here. And Anthony Jordan, who is suffering terribly with hay fever today. You must be thinking, God, Henry, shut up and let Anthony have a talk. Well, the problem that we've got with that is that Anthony can't really talk that much. He's battling on manfully. But yes, the only bad thing about spring being in the air is that if you suffer from hay fever and you're stuck in the middle of a field, which is what we are, then yes. So Anthony is struggling with the hay fever, which is why that he's a little bit quieter than usual in the finals, but he's here, and so it's not me hogging the microphone. It's yeah, I haven't got a choice. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen. But Anthony now gets his chance to talk because he's about to speak to the best here in the paddock, Harry Platten.
Thank you very much, Henry. Yes, I'm here with our race winner of that one, Harry Platten. That was, well, touch and go for the most of it on that one, but talk us through the GP plate running you well here, and a first victory for you in the finals in the British.
Yeah, obviously it's been a long time coming, taken a while, and to be honest, we weren't really fast enough all weekend, but the final, all I wanted to do was sort of get away the front 2 and just sort of battle the last 3 laps, and that's exactly what we've done. Yeah,
I mean, a great result for you. Kart looking amazing, you know, an amazing job out there. It looked like hard work all the way through that one, really having to work for it. But you're not out of breath, you know, you've been working out, you feeling good?
Yeah, feeling fine. It's one of those tracks that you can't pull away around, especially with how windy it is. The toe's massive, but obviously I just want to say a big thanks to everyone, family, friends, everyone for support, and obviously the team as well. Yeah, great job.
Spot on. Well done, Harry. Well done on first place. Now, you may be noticing that Tom Fleming's car is in 2nd place. Aaron Walker did receive a nose cone penalty, so Mr. Oh, what a day, come here, oh, what a day. Yeah, 2nd place, good result. You happy with that?
What a day, honestly. No, it's been a tricky weekend, to be fair to us. Like, we've been very quick, obviously poled it. Good couple of heats, but we've got a nose cone, which round here, because everyone's really stacked close together, it just dropped us down the field quite a lot. But we've made a good comeback, got a lot of points, and at a part at the end of it, you know. So yeah, very happy.
Yeah, I'm sure you are. And of course, Shenington, Last year, when I spoke to you here at Shenington, there was a bit of an interesting one on that one, but this time around, a little bit nicer.
I'm not sure what you mean. I can't remember that far back, but if the cameraman wants to look, I didn't get a nose cone. But anyway, yeah, I'd just like to thank my mum, my dad, JP for being top boy on the spanners again, Grice for the insane waft, and Dan Holland Racing for top setups. Thank you. Oh, and Sean Carter. Love you, Shane.
Ah, excellent. Perfect. Cheers, Tom. Thank you very much. Now, Marcus Littlewood. Now, Henry was saying a 4th place finish would have been a career best for you. You've now just been up to 3rd place and now onto the podium. That must be a nice feeling for you.
Yes, it's amazing. I never expected to make up so many positions from 19th, but it just shows anything's possible, really. And yeah, we've just proved it by getting on the podium. So like, it's outrageous. Like, really.
Like Harry was saying, you know, the slipstream's mega on this circuit. Was that a big help for you? You know, the wind is kind of facing, it's kind of a tailwind down the back straight, really, isn't it? But would you say that was been a benefit for you to help get through that grid?
Yeah, 100%. Like the tow round here is probably 3 to 4 attempts. So yeah, especially like drafting off people. And to be fair, like everyone was racing very cleanly and fairly, and just helped me to get up there, really.
No, it was a brilliant result for you. Brilliant race. Congratulations. Well done. Enjoy the podiums later on.
Thank you very much.
Excellent stuff. Well, our top 3 there, absolutely fantastic. Disaster for Aaron Walker, of course. He had a great race in that one, but unfortunately, with that nose cone penalty, gets that 5-second time penalty, misses out on being on the top 3 podium. More finals coming up. IAME Cadet is coming up next.
Yes, great to hear from the top 3. Again, things in karting can change all the time. Obviously, unfortunate a nose cone penalty for Aaron Walker that promotes Mark Littlewood. Yeah, what a day, Thomas Fleming. And yeah, a few comments coming in. Louis Westover, basically, Louis Westover saying that Harry Platten, his trim is dead, fam. Trim is dead, fam. But he has to be racing, so he's got time to get the quiff sorted before his interview. But good to see Louis on board with us on the live chat. And we've got 2 races to go. The next race out will be in 4 minutes' time, and it will be IAME Cadet, a full grid of 34 IAMEs set to take to the Shenington circuit for 15 minutes, plus 1 lap of racing. There is a look at Kit Bolofsky in the number 9 Fusion kart, starting on the outside of the front row of the grid. And then there's George Edgar, the O-plate winner, and followed by the number 18 of Riley Cranham. Now, Jacob Ashcroft, obviously a penalty maybe at the end of the previous race, a nose cone penalty, so Jacob Ashcroft starting a little bit further back. And then there's the number 45 of Blair Smith, the 21 going through your picture, that's Harley Musk. The number 25 on your screen, that's Welsh lady Sky Parker. There's Jensen Ackerman in the number 12, rookie driver, a very distinctive crash helmet. The number 78 is Laith Khan. And the number 16 Fusion kart, that is Aaron Richardson. Now there's number 54, that's one of the, Will Green. The Jamie Green Racing driver Tony Kart chassis. Now the big teeth on the front of the number 77, that's George House, rookie in the championship. There's one of the Croc drivers, the number 84 car of Jenson Jones. Further back, there's the number 82 of Henry Clark, and at the back there, now we didn't see too much of him, but that is Jensen Chalk, privateer entry. He looked after by Billy Albone this weekend. He'll be looking for a better time. And there is the number 15, another driver that we didn't see, the SWRD driver, number 15, Joseph Smith, who went out. There's the 98 on your screens, Ethan Weldon, nephew of the late Dan Weldon, of course. There's the number 24 car, Anthony Vikowski. Then Vachevsky, sorry, I think that's I think it was Vachevsky. I do apologise. Noah Bagley in the number 63 kart. There's the number 72, very distinctive crash helmet for Henry Carter. The number 88 is Archie Lovett. Then there's the number 83 of Ethan Woodward for Fusion Motorsport. And the Ollie Roller Motorsport car, so that's Teddy J. Porter in the 66. There is the leading privateer driver, number 43, Edward Haynes. 74, Austin Newstead. Now, Austin, I think it's safe to say that we might lose our undefeated record in this race. He won 4 out of 4 last year in the British Championship in Bambino. But there's number 5 of Henry Domain. He's the highest ranked returning driver. There's Jake Dalton, the mechanic, for number 26, Jesse Phillips. And there is the number 27, Jenson Graham, focusing front of the grid, pole position, ready to rock and roll. Now, this is Jenson's 3rd season in the British Championship, so he's one of the most experienced drivers. And yeah, Anthony, I was back at the podium. Yeah. Tom Fleming. Yeah, when you spoke to him last year in the same position, it wasn't quite as happy.
Wasn't quite as happy.
What a day! What a day!
Yeah, he was seemed a little bit happier this year around, didn't he? After his last lap debacle last year. But hey ho, it is what it is. I think they're all about their hair in Senior X30, aren't they?
Well, I mean, yeah, I mean, Harry. I think Harry Platten in the future, he needs a couple of minutes to get the barnet sorted.
Yeah. I think they need to start having hair bands or something like that. The hair's getting very long. It's just weighing them down.
Well, I can't remember what it's like to have hair, so there we are.
It's all on your chin.
That's exactly right. I've got to stroke my beard of knowledge. That's what it is. There's Jenson Graham, focused now, visor down. Gotta see plenty of Fibre King visors on there. Yeah. It's a new thing for 2022. They've got their names and initials or a sponsor on the Iridium visor strip.
Yeah.
Should we have a look at the grid, Anthony?
I think let's have a look at the grid.
Probably
It's
should.
a busy one, isn't it? Jenson
It is.
Graham, Kip Bolofsky will lock out that front row. Jesse Phillips and George Edgar on row number 2.
Row 3, Kanish Grau and Riley Cranham, followed by Henry Domain and Jacob Ashcroft on row number 4.
Austin Newstead and Blair Smith on row 5. Edward Haynes and Harley Musk round out row number 6.
Row number 7, Teddy J. Porter and Sky Parker. Then it's Ethan Woodward and Jensen Ackerman.
Row 9, Lewis Islin and Laith Khan, Archie Lovett and Aaron Richardson on row 10.
Row number 11, Henry Carter and Will Green, Noah Baglin and Kazra Kamyam on row 12.
Henry Hodgson Wells and George House on row 13, and Tony Wachowski and Jensen Jones on row 14.
Colby Patterson and John T. Restrick are on row 15, Ethan Weldon and Henry Clark on row number 16.
Final row of the grid, row 17, Joseph Smith and Jensen Chalk. What can they do from the 17th row? It looks like they're going round once again.
Oh, jolly good. Yes. Well, I think it's a big field and a short sort of rolling up.
It's a very short lap, isn't it?
To get yourself up into correct speed, to get the carts warmed up and everything. So we'll go around again, and it's one of those things. We got 4 Fusion carts. Well, I mean, the top 10 is perfectly split. 5 Fusion Motorsport carts, 5 Oliver Ola Motorsports carts. The person I'm really impressed with, on the 6th row of the grid, privateer driver Edward Haynes. You know, very, very good indeed. And then elsewhere, Will Green in the Jamie Green race, number 54. Jensen Jones and Ethan Weldon for Croc Promotion. John T. Restrick, Henry Clark and Jensen Chalk as privateers. And the only Simon Wright Racing Development driver, number 15, Joseph Smith. Let's see. Will they get the start this time around? Yes, they do. Lights are out. We're off and racing. And Jenson Graham in the inside of the front row of the grid gets passed by Kit Bolofsky. It's Bolofsky who will lead the number 9 cart coming out of Cafe Corner. Everybody safely through turn number 1 and 2, with the number 98 cart lagging back a little bit, Ethan Weldon. But down towards Stratford, it's Bolofsky who still leads. And 3 wide as Kanish Grau moves into 4th place. Oh, we've got a bit of a piggyback situation there. That's Jensen Chalk trying to get a lift, trying to thumb a ride and hitchhike his way down the back straight. That's not going to work, sadly. So, and he's still
going with it. He's committed.
What they do, they need to stop and they need to get out of their carts. But that's easier said than done. Meanwhile, up at the front, Bolofsky leads George Edgar, and the pole sitter Jenson Graham down to 3rd. Then it's Kanish Grau in 4th position. And there's still, you see top right of the screen, Jensen Chalk getting out of the car. Oh, they're not even going to bother.
They're not even going to bother getting there. Oh, well, they would have stalled, won't they?
Oh, okay, no, we're out, we're done. We'll leave a marshal.
A Battenberg flag.
Is that so? Is that the Battenberg flag is out? So yellow flag. So they're getting there's 2 carts in the middle of the circuit now. Look, there's the marshal. So they've seen it. The drivers have seen it, and they're all safely moving. Good driving there. George Egger saying, "Right, slow down." Oh my word! And some of the ones at the back haven't seen that, or they should have. They all got, and they all, okay, breathe easy. They all safely negotiate that. You have to say, very smart driver there from George Edgar. He was moved to the inside, but he was signaling, saying hands down as in to move, to slow down, one or two of the drivers battling mid-pack didn't see that, and there was some contact made. Now that's going to be a nose-cone penalty for somebody, because the driver in front slowed down, and the driver following didn't. Looking at the marshalling team here at Shenington Kart Club. The number 23 of Colby Patterson. So it's Colby Patterson and Jenson Chalk who are out of the race. So 32 drivers left. Good news for Jenson Jones, who was a little bit slow away at the start. So everyone's going to catch back up to the pack now. And the Battenberg flag, I'm sure, will be withdrawn at the end of this lap. George Edgar is effectively the pace kart at this point. He's slowing the entire field down.
It's a responsible job.
Yes, and he's doing it very well. So we're now on to Hanger Straight. The time is still ticking off the race clock. It's the first one we've had all day, and we're all sitting and waiting. Now, it's not like Formula One where you can just go wherever you want. You've got to wait until the green flag is shown. They come out on the start line. Now the green flag's in the end. Now we go racing again. And already Bolofsky wastes no time in moving to the inside and pushing Edgar down to third position as Jenson Graham goes with Bolofsky. So it's now Bolofsky, Graham, then Edgar, then Kanish Grau in third, and we're single file up at the front down towards Stratford Corner, which is where we had the issues last time.
Yes, let's see if they will get round there. Second time of asking, I think they do, which is good to see. No one going for a piggyback ride down the the runway straight.
Yep.
Through Bruno's, and everyone through there cleanly. So a nice breakaway then for the start of this one. Of course, with the restart, single file restart. They don't have that 2x2.
No.
None of that on the restart on that one. But you got to think they had that first lap. They were pushing away as quickly as they could. And now they all had to slow down. They've got to restart it again. They've got to rejig the brain, rejig it back into gear, racing gear now once again. And it was a good start then going into Cafe Curve, because it's very easy to kind of miss the start. You can fall asleep. Not like that, but yeah.
Yeah, it's
you
better
can lose
to have
concentration.
a fast corner rather than a slow corner at the end, as a first turn at the end of the Battenberg flag situation. But Bolofsky head down lead now. Kit has won. Kit and George Edgar have both won finals in the British Championship before, so they know how to get things done. And the lead, but again, this is good tactical racing now. No one's battling. They're all trying to push away. The three Fusion karts at the front, trying to. As I say that, there's George Edgar decides that not listening to the commentary. He's just going through to P2. So, and that allows Kanish Grau to close back in. Jesse Phillips is there in fifth position. So the top five have got a nice little gap on their hands. Jacob Ashcroft and Riley Cranham are 6th and 7th, but they're going to have to work together, even though they're one's Fusion, one's Oliver Roller Motorsport. They're going to have to work together to push up to the leaders, or else the leaders will break away. And that 5-kart train at the front, looking good at the moment. Lots of battling back in the pack. But you're right, Anthony, that sort of Battenberg flag situation has sort of spread the pack up a little bit, has to be said. So after the top five, you've got Ashcroft and Cranham battling over 6th, then you've got Domain and Teddy J. Porter battling over 8th, then another gap back to Sky Parker, who leads a huge train of karts in 10th, and there's a change for the lead. George Edgar takes over top spot with Jenson Graham going into P2, and Bolofsky goes from 1st to 3rd.
And White still side by side for the race lead. Great. Graham wanted that back. I think he's had to slot in now.
No, Graham took the lead.
No, he has. Yeah, he did.
He retook the lead.
He retook it.
He wanted it, he took it.
Retooketh.
And now down towards Stratford Corner once more. Kanish Grau, at least sitting there in 4th position. Now he is going to become acutely aware, as if things stay as they are, as this race goes on, Kanish Grau will become acutely aware that he is the only Ollie Roller Motorsport kart in the lead battle. He will be hoping that Jacob Ashcroft can join the fun, as well as Henry Domain and Teddy J. Porter. But at the moment, Kanish is not in a position to try and manufacture that. When I say manufacture that, that means by getting to lead and then start defending to draw the chasing pack in. At the moment, Kanishka's just got no choice but to sit and follow, and that means pushing him, and that means he's pulling away from all his teammates, all the people that might be able to help him in the slipstream.
Yep.
Now, we say Kanishka's in his 3rd year as in the Cadet Championship. It's his 1st year with the Oliver Rowland Motorsport team, so he is experienced at this level, maybe not right at the front of the field at this level, but he is experienced at this level, so he does know the crack.
Yes. George Edgar with a slight mistake out of the exit of the hairpin at the top of the track. You can just see the back end of the car. It stepped out. I don't think that was under power, but I think it just clipped something.
Yep.
You know, I don't think they have enough power to cause complete oversteer out of a corner.
No, you're right, but yeah, it was just a slight issue with the steering input, shall we say.
Probably, yes.
There's some battling back and forth. That is the number 63 Kart. Or is it number 83 Kart of Ethan Woodward going through there in about 60? I think it was Ethan Woodward passing Archie Lovett.
Could have been Noah Baglin in
Noah Baglin's made up 11 places. Good drive from Noah. I think Noah's dad was sneaking off last night to watch the Tyson Fury fight.
Could have been.
Yes. Well, can Noah deliver a knockout blow in this one? Get into the top 10. Here all day.
Unfortunately.
Sadly.
Yeah.
Right, here we go. But now, Jesse Phillips in 5th position is starting to fade away a little bit. So yeah, Kanish Grau, I mean, he's getting further and further away from any potential teammates. In 4th position is Kanish Grau, but also he's now this could be an advantage. Kanish is in a position 7 minutes to go where he can start making a move and not worry about if he moves offline, he's not going to get dive bombed from behind. So he can just focus on attacking now. The moment he's still hanging on, defend, follow. Don't get hung out. Don't get dropped into no man's land, which is where he would be. So again, Kanish, he hasn't got the Oliver Rowland Motorsport race suit. He's got that grey race suit on, which again is easy to spot. You know, in a pack, I mean, he's easy to spot in this pack because he's the only non-fusion driver in it.
Yes.
Then Jesse Phillips dropped the no man's land, and look how quick Jesse Phillips fell back into the clutches of Riley Cranham and Jacob Ashcroft. Without the slipstream here, you are toast in Cadet.
Yes. Yeah, very much so, and especially with how windy it is out there, like the guys in the previous it
is blustery.
It is blustery out there. So
you've been out there. You've been out there doing interviews.
Yeah.
And so the wind is blustering.
Yeah.
It's blusterous. It's blusterous.
All you have to do is look at the flags around the circuit, and you will see for yourself how windy it is out there.
That was probably a visual clue that I could have taken upon myself to look at, but I hadn't.
No.
There we go. But it did get me to use the word blusterous.
Oh dear.
That is the number 21 Kart of Harley Musk out of the race.
Sure, what part of the track that's on?
It's a grassy part of the track, not part of the prepared surface here at Shenington. Wilkins. Okay, so sadly Musk out of the race. 31 karts remain. Yellow flags. 5.5 minutes to go. Might be an opportunity. If you look at the leaders, I'll give a quick rundown. We've got the lead 5. 6th position is Cranham. Ashcroft is 7th. Domain is 8th. Porter is 9th. Islin is 10th. Then it's Noah Baglin in 11th, followed by Henry Carter, Sky Parker, Blair Smith, Ethan Woodward, Anthony Wachewski. Then it's Jenson Ackerman, Archie Lovett, Edward Haynes, Kazra Kanyab. That's your top 20. Then it's Austin Newstead, Harley Hodgson Wells, Will Green, Johnson Westrick, Jensen Jones, George House, Aaron Richardson, Henry Clark, Joseph Smith, Laith Khan and Ethan Weldon. That is your complete running order. Any change, Anthony?
No change.
Marvellous, there we go. Let me change the camera angle. Into the Bruno chicane. There's Wilkins. Now, into Wilkins will come very shortly, the drivers. The leaders coming down Hanger Straight. There's Jensen Ackerman, number 12 kart going through your shot very briefly there. And, oh dear, danger zone for Kanish Grau.
Yeah.
He needs to stay in that situation. He needs to really claw his way back onto George Edgar's rear bumper here because Jensen Graham and Kipolowski and Edgar are starting to pull away. So this is a critical couple of corners now, or a couple of straights rather, for Kanish Grau. We're on lap number 13, 4 minutes to go, and you can see Grau just head down. He knows he's in trouble. He knows he's in trouble. He's out of the slipstream. Is this going to be it for Kanish Grau? Is it going to be a top 3 battle from here on in?
Well, we'll have to see. And if they do break away, you know what's going to happen. It will just be complete nose to tail till about 1 minute to go. I like to make my predictions of when it's all going to start to happen.
You do like to make your predictions.
I'm going to say minute to go.
Right, okay, minute to go. Well, Kanish Grau, let's have a look at the lap time. Is this time by? So Graham, Bolofsky and Edgar, they complete lap number 13. 50.62 for Graham, 50.63 for Bolofsky, 50.52 for Edgar, because Edgar has got the pace to push. And then a 50.70 for Rao. The gap is half a second, and I think Kanish Grau will soon be falling back into the clutch of these karts you just flash across your screen, which is Phillips in 5th, Cranham in 6th, Ashcroft in 7th. Then you've got Baglin, Islin and Carter rounding out the top 10. Henry Domain has slipped back to 11th, but I have to say Noah Baglin having a storming drive. He really is going to bring a knockout blow. There we are, look at that. I got my boxing pun in again.
Oh, dear me. Can't leave you alone, can I?
No, you cannot. Now, privateer driver Edward Haynes making a move there. Haynes is in 18th position, and is the only two drivers. 18th and 20th is Jenson Jones. He is the leading Croc Promotions driver. But there is the second group of karts on your screen. That's the number 46 of. It's the number 46 of Lewis Islin. That's 8th, 9th, and 10th position you're looking at. 2.5 minutes to go, and yes. Kanish Grau has now been dropped by the three leaders. There they are on your screen. Graham, Bolofsky and Edgar, 1, 2, 3. And look at that, look how quickly now Kanish Grau all on his own, because he's got another Phillips, Cranham and Ashcroft closing him in. So before long, Kanish Grau will fall back into their clutches. 2 minutes to go. You've got 1 minute and 7 seconds before it all kicks off, according to Anthony Jordan's predictometer.
Yes.
How's that?
Well, that is quite good enough.
Good enough.
I'll work with it, but there you go.
Yeah, no problems.
Just less than 2 minutes to go, plus that one lap. And like you say, the top three clearly breaking away. No dramas there whatsoever. And as they go through Cafe Curve again, just, no dramas. They seem to be pretty comfortable at the time being. Like we were saying, top driver that isn't...
Well, we're waiting.
Here's
the biggest battle. That's the 8th place battle. But the gap between Ashcroft in 7th and Baglin is 8th is 8 seconds. Yeah. And that battle is from 8th place back to 15th position. So, there. But we're waiting for it to come on screen. Here are your three leaders again. Still no movement. Graham, the 27th.
Well, 14 seconds off.
14 seconds early. You were premature again, Anthony. And it's now Bolofsky who has the lead. Graham in 2nd. Edgar down to 3rd. Oh, and they're challenging. So, side by side for the lead going into Cafe Corner. Bolofsky has it. Now, let's check the gap back to Kanish Grau. It's 1.7 seconds between the top three and Rao in the number 22. But Rao is about to get swallowed up by Phillips, Cranham and Ashcroft. But it's game on at the front. 45 seconds to go. Graham leads at Stratford. Edgar 2nd. Bolofsky back to 3rd.
So basically what we're saying is we're going to have a 7-kart battle for the race lead probably in the next 2 laps.
Well, possibly. If they carry on like this, there is a chance that maybe, because I think they're going to get to the finish line before the clock strikes 0. So at the end of this lap, there's going to be 2 to go. And if they carry on like this, although, there goes Bolofsky, sends one up the inside. Whoa!
That was from a different...
From a distance, from a different postcode, Anthony.
Yes, indeed. That came from quite far way back. I wasn't actually expecting it. Now you can see Edgar taking the wide line here. He'll sweep round, get the better speed, get the better exit out of Cafe Curve now as they come in really closes it back up, which is good to see. Kanish has fallen back now. He's been swallowed by the group behind. Jesse Phillips has got past.
And but now Bolofsky defending in the number 9 kart. Here we go into Stratford. Graham goes round the outside. Bolofsky's going to hang him out to dry. Edgar's got a good run up Hanger Straight. Bolofsky defends. The clock strikes 0. Next time round, it's the last lap board, Anthony. Oh, wheel to wheel. Jenson Graham leads into Bruno Chicane. They're going to trip over each other. Here comes George Edgar. Edgar, 12 months on from his debut and thus far only winning the British Championship, has the lead back once again. And we'll check. Here come the cavalry with 1 lap to go. The 3 leaders have been caught by Phillips, Rao, Cranham and Ashcroft. It is going to be a 7-kart battle for the win, Anthony. You was right.
I think it was, and it did happen. Here we go then, out of Cafe Curve then, side by side for the race lead. Edgar and Bolofsky as they go through. Edgar squeezing Bolofsky onto the outer part of the track as they go through in towards the hairpin. And Edgar loses out, drops down into 3rd place now. Bolofsky now going defensive. Here comes Jacob Ashcroft.
He's coming back across on him though. Belofsky, he sort of veered towards the outside as Graham was trying to make a move. Here comes the number 26 in fourth place of Jesse Phillips. Can Phillips get back onto the podium for the first time since, I believe, Kim Bolton last year? Into Wilkins for the final time. It's Belofsky at the moment. I think Belofsky's going to hang on. Graham second, Edgar third, Phillips in fourth. Drag race to the line. Belofsky on the inside. Just by a fraction, by 600ths from Graham, with Edgar in third, Phillips in fourth. Here's the next battle pack across the line. Kanish Grau finishes in fifth position, Riley Cranham in sixth, and Ashcroft seventh. Henry Domain won that battle that we saw for eighth position ahead of Baglin and Ackerman. Islin finishes in 11th, and Wachewski is in 12th. Woodward is 13th, Parker 14th, Archie Lovett 15th, followed by Blair Smith, Henry Carter, privateer driver Ethan Haynes in 18th place. Oliver Roller Motorsport and Fusion Motorsport take the top 17 positions. Teddy J. Porter and Austin Newstead round at the top 20. Then it's Jenson Jones, Kazra Kamyab, George House, Harley Hodgson Wells, John T. Restrick, Henry Clark, Aaron Richardson, Laith Khan, Will Green, Joseph Smith and Ethan Weldon, your finishers. Well, we had a top 4 clean sweep in Junior TKM by Tim Wilson Motorsport. We've now had a top 4 clean sweep by Fusion Motorsport in IAME Cadet. And the top 7 drivers covered by 1.3 seconds at the end. Your podium, provisional podium, Belofsky, Graham, Edgar, that man on your screen, number 26, Jesse Phillips, just by a whisker, misses out. And that means that we will go and speak to the top 3 in IAME Cadet very shortly. Well, Anthony will, and then we will have the 24th and final race of the day, which of course will be Junior X30. Strap yourselves in for that one, boys and girls. And wait as some of the drivers that failed to finish. There's Harley Musk's kart being brought to, that's Colby Patterson's kart, sorry, on your screens, being brought back across the circuit. Harley Musk retiring down at Wilkins. Jensen Chalk's kart as well, sadly not finishing that one. But there's Harley Musk's kart heading back to Parc Ferme. But Anthony Jordan is with our top 3. And first of all, our winner, Kit Belofsky, down in the pits.
Thank you very much, Henry. Yes, down here with our race winner, Kit Belofsky. Kit, whoa, that was a... What's this? Think flags? What have you been doing? Have you been doing things wrong before?
Meh.
Meh. Well, what a final that was. Are you pleased with that one? That looked like hard work.
That was very hard, I do say. Everyone drove amazing there, all the team. Everyone did just amazing from everyone. Great racing in total.
You worked hard with your teammates there, of course, at Fusion 1, 2, 3 and 4. Looking comfortable for a good year again?
Hopefully so, and I guess we'll see how it ends.
Anyone you'd like to thank?
I'd like to thank my dad, my mum, my sister, the team, Alex, and everyone supporting me.
Excellent. Well done, Kit Belofsky. Well done. First place in IAME Cadet final. Let's chat to our second place man, Jenson Graham. Jenson, let's have a quick chat. That was a pretty cool race on that one, wasn't it? You seem to work away. The camera's behind you, mate. You got your back turned to it. There we go. Perfect. How was that race for you?
It was pretty good. Just managed to get to the front early, and I just got pushed away with my teammates, and then on the last lap I got outraced a bit, but it was a good race, and well done to everyone.
Yeah, good old race on that one. I think sun's out, shining. It's a nice day. The wind out there, it played havoc with some of the bigger karts. How is it in the smaller karts out there? Is it quite blustery?
You don't really notice at the race, apart from, of course, when you're on your own and like pushing and that the wind comes against you. It creates quite an interesting race, and it sort of creates different packs, because when a gap opens up, then you can't really shut it.
No, definitely so. You broke away with the top 3, of course, in the ending stages of that one. Was that the plan from the word go, or obviously did it just fall into plan when the race came to that?
It kind of just fell into plan.
Over there.
Oh. It kind of just fell into plan. The team obviously wanted a good result, and I think they got that. They just wanted whoever was at the front the team should try push away. That was the aim.
Well, it worked out well. Come back with a 2nd place. Well done. Feeling confident for the next round?
Yeah, I think Warden's one of my strong tracks. I think I should be aiming for a win and more points to add to my lead of the championship, I'm pretty sure.
Well done, Jenson Graham. 2nd place. Congratulations. Perfect. Let's see if we can chat to George Edgar. Oh, has he left me? Well, you're his mechanic, aren't you? Don't go away, don't go. Who we got here?
Jake.
Jake, cool. How do you think he did? Did he do all right?
Yeah, he did a great job. Good race, actually. Great for the team as well. 1, 2, 3, 4. So, yeah, really good.
Yeah, I'm sure you're very much happy with that one. But, yeah, no, Kart's looking nice and clean out there. Are you responsible in cleaning this?
Yeah, it's my job, yeah. And George's, actually.
Well, you've done a sterling job on it, and congratulations to him. Obviously, shame he couldn't be here having a chat with us. But, yeah, well, he disappeared quickly on that one. Well, a fantastic end to the IAME Cadet final. One more final to go. Ladies and gentlemen, Junior X30 is coming up next.
Well, I don't know about what sort of punishment George Edgar should have for not speaking to Anthony at the end of a race. Oh, flogged. Public flogging. Now, he probably had some business to take care of, or maybe just needed a wee, who knows. But, yeah, George Edgar escapes the microphone at the end of that final. Ladies and gentlemen, we have one race to go, Junior X30. Now, we saw earlier the repercharge, it was very exciting. Then indeed, the pre-final as well was a real all-comers affair. We've got challengers coming from all different corners of the paddock. For this one, 5 minutes ago, is going to be a full grid of 34 drivers. And while in several of the classes, there have been sort of clear favourites during the heats and even into the finals, in no such luck in this one. It's going to be really any one of about a dozen drivers have got potential to think, and you can see there that there's drivers that have finished their races all sort of gathering along the fences to see this one, or even just muse about what went wrong in their race. Some of the TKM drivers out there. Here we go. Gabriel Stilp on the outside of the front row for the Croc Promotions team, on the outside of row number 2 rather. There's Harry Burgoyne Jr., Strawberry Racing. And you can see there that the new visors there, the new visor strips, they've got their names, or they've got the Fibre King sponsorship, which some of them drivers on their Iridium visors. And a look down the grid, there's the number 77. Privateer entry of Royal and Ashburg has been going well. The 16, that's Josh Agenbar. There's the 88 of Alfie Garford, Junior TKM champion last year. The number 92 of Wesley Swain. The 23, he was our repercharge winner, Sam Longley for Strawberry Racing. There's the 73 driver chatting away. That is the MDL Motorsport driver Cian Garrity, Tony Kart race suit, down towards the back of this 34 strong grid. There's Mondi Junior Canini, just having a chat with his IPK, the Praga karting entry. And right at the back of the grid, so Cameron Pratt-Thompson starting down at the back. He is out of position. Watch for Cameron Pratt-Thompson to be charging through the pack. There's the number 51 Jamie Green Racing entry of Fred Green. There's Olivani chatting with Lewis Hall. Now, they used to be teammates in the old Evolution Racing team back in the day. Having a chat there, but Olivani there chatting away with the number 25 mechanic, Lewis Hall. He's William Murtaugh's mechanic. Now, Murtaugh and Mondi Junior Canini had that coming together earlier in the pre-final. There's the number 34 driver, that's the KR Sport Kart of Nathan Clifford. There's the number 19 of Jack Cunningham, who also made it out of the repercharge earlier on. The 69 kart of Ed Spanswick, the Anglo-Moldovan driver. There's the number 17 of Fast Freddie Lloyd. Number 14 kart of Jack Hobson, the BMR kart. There's the there's the case in point. There's the KR Sport livery and the Optima livery.
Yeah,
that's going to be a problem. There we are.
Thanks for that.
Now we're moving up the grid. There's Fionn McLaughlin, the number 29 Fusion entry, and Leo Robinson, the Algerian Lion, about to roar. Mini X30 champion in 2021. Eyes on the Junior X30 Championship in 2022. And it's going to be one heck of a race. And yeah, Freddie Lloyd and Rebecca Lloyd just joining the chat there, reminding us that West Ham have just lost. So it'd be good for Freddie to have a win.
Hey, what have I told?
No. What? No.
No.
The family are involved with West Ham United.
Right.
In some sort of capacity.
Okay.
Yeah, so they're allowed to allow football.
But
involved with the club.
Motorsport stream.
Oh,
We're racing.
Bubbles,
Oh, mute button, magic thing.
But that's the West Ham song. Bobby Moore, Trevor Brooking and all that. There's Leo Robinson. Now this is X30 Leo Robinson. Now we're going to bounce around. We can have a little bounce around in the commentary box. Last race today, Anthony. Come on, it's going to be a good one. Oh dear.
Yeah, the floor felt like it was giving way then. Stop bouncing up and down.
I had a big slice of cake for lunch, I can't lie.
So did I, to be fair. But there we go. Yeah, no, this is going to be a wicked race, isn't it? We've waited all day, and, you know, final race of the day, final race of the first weekend of 2022. Always brings out the best in everyone, and everyone's here at trackside to watch this race. The grandstand's already full. That's usually full of the mechanics when they run off the grid, but it's already full of other people watching.
Good, excellent. There they are. There's the back of them anyway.
Yeah.
This is great stuff. You know, I just realised something. We got to the end of the day and I haven't danced the commentary box yet.
Well, you technically.
Or sung. Oh, I haven't sung to you.
No.
Oh, I did.
Well, you have sung.
Really?
You sung just a second ago, didn't you? And technically, you danced a second ago because you were jumping up and down. So you've done both. So you do not need to do anything else. No more.
All right. Okay. I've been controlled. There is the man who wants to maintain control at the front of this one. It's Leo Robinson. Let's have a look at the starting lineup, Anthony.
Yes, indeed. Leo Robinson and Harry Burgoyne Jr. will lock out row number 1. Fionn McLaughlin and Gabriel Stilp on row number 2.
Macaulay Bishop and Jack Nettleship share row number 3. Lewis Bird and Henry Jocelyn on row number 4.
Brandon Carr, Rylan Eschberg on row 5. Jack Hobson and Josh Agenbar will round out row 6.
Freddie Lloyd and Alfie Garford on row 7. Henry Gregory and Wesley Swain on row number 8.
Ian Spanswick and Sam Longley on row 9. Jack Cunningham and Jack Cox rounding out the top 20 on row 10.
Row number 11 will be Nathan Clifford and Cian Garrity. Then it's Zach Green and Luke Sinclair on row 12.
Row 13, Taylor Orridge and Isaac Phelps with George Robinson and Leo Brown rounding out row 14.
Row number 15 is Riley Bishop and Mondi Jr. Canini, then William Murtagh and Charlie Morrison-Jones.
Fred Green and Cameron Pratt-Thompson will round out our grid on row 17. And the drivers have gone round another lap.
They've gone and done a second rolling lap, Anthony, which is good for us because we can have a breather.
We can have a breather.
Because I've got a feeling it's going to be a little bit breathless for the next 15 minutes. If the pre-final was anything to go by. So we have Fusion Motorsport, Strawberry Racing, Croc Promotion, Dan Holland Racing, the Jade Racing Team, Optima, Vic Barrett Racing, KR Sport, BMR Restart, Privateer Entry, Premium Karting, and that is just on the front 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12 position, the front 6 rows of the grid.
What a mix-up. What a treat we're in for.
A multitude, an absolute cornucopia of different colours and teams. It's wide open in X30. No one's going to lock out on it. Who is going to win the opening round? Lights are out. We're off and racing. Robinson leads into turn number 1. And one of his, that's Wesley Swain running a little bit wide in the middle of the pack there. And they're all through Cafe Corner cleanly. This is where things went a little bit wrong earlier on. And now we hold our breath as they head down towards Stratford Corner. On the outside, Gabriel still in 3rd position, maybe losing a little bit of ground. But Leo Robinson and Harry Burgoyne Jr. still 1st and 2nd. Still is 3rd. Then it's Fionn McLaughlin in 4th position. Still everyone okay. And the glider pilot's getting a bird's eye view of the action as he tries not to crash his plane.
Yep. Well, it's not a plane, it's a glider. Anyway, change for the lead. Burgoyne Jr. down the inside, gets that job done. Stilp follows through as well, puts that back up into 2nd place. And already hand gestures coming out saying, come on, let's go, let's go, let's go. Fionn McLaughlin holds on to third place as they dive through Cafe Curve.
Well, Robinson went from first to fourth there.
Well, yeah, he did.
I mean, this is like, oh dear, and there's a spinner right in front of us. That is the number 35 entry of Isaac Phelps for the Jade Racing team. He went up over the back of somebody else, but got going again.
Yep.
So all 34 drivers still running. And there's number 77.
Oh dear,
that's
Bishop.
Macaulay Bishop. And that's Lewis Bird who gets taken out. Oh, Lewis Bird's in the middle of the track. He's going to try and get away. Oh, that was lucky. That was lucky. Now, I wonder if we can maybe get a replay of that incident, because there was a lot happening there. So we'll see if we can summon up a replay of that. Here we go.
From what I saw, it just looked like Bishop lost the back end of it, but let's have a look.
Well, he's the white crash helmet coming into the shot there, and
he hit the curb and then got
on the inside.
He got a love tap.
Hit the curb on the inside, that bounced him across the circuit, and it was Freddie Lloyd that was right behind him, but he hit the curb, went across the circuit. Poor old Lewis Bird was in the wrong place at the wrong time.
Yeah.
Oh, like the grouse on the way into the circuit this morning.
Yes.
Just in the wrong place at the wrong time.
Several grouses.
Oh dear. Anyone who lives in the countryside knows what we're on about with the grosses around here. Yes. But up at the front, that means that Gabriel Stilp, Theo McLaughlin, Harry Burgoyne Jr. have the top 3 positions. And there's a couple of gaps now. Of course, really good job by everybody to avoid taking out the 2 drivers there that were involved in that. Bird and Bishop have both continued on. It'll be interesting to see. They're 33rd and 34th at the moment. I'm looking at them coming past our commentary box window, and as Theo McLaughlin takes the lead.
Oh!
Hello?
Still nearly into the tyre wall there.
He's looking over his shoulder. Oh, there's the back end of that cart there. But so Bird and Bishop. Oh, Lewis Bird has actually. Excuse me. Dear me. Well, no, I breathed in very, and then it had to come out somehow.
You said Bird.
Bird is out of the race. Bishop is in 33rd position, but he has got caught at the back of the pack, and there is Gabriel. That rear bumper on that number 42 car looking a little bit wobbly, perhaps, maybe.
No, it's fine.
Is it? Okay.
Yeah.
So interesting to see how far Bishop can come back up through the pack. There's Harry Burgoyne Jr. passing Theo McLaughlin. Gabriel Stilp there. Yeah, he's looking over his shoulder. He hasn't got the pace at the moment. He looks a little bit rattled. Yeah,
well, like I say, when he was side by side with his move out of the hairpin on the previous lap, and he got, well, not forced, but he ran a little wide. So, yeah, he clipped the barrier. So I reckon that did shake him up a little bit. So he's got to try and close that gap up, because he was battling with those 2 ahead of him. So, yeah, lost a lot of time.
He's got the Mick Barrett Racing number 26 of Henry Jocelyn and the number 37 Fusion Motorsport cart of Leo Robinson right behind him now. They need to work together to close back up to Burgoyne Jr. and Fionn McLaughlin. Then there is a gap back to Brandon Carr running in 6th position for KR Sport Team. Jack Nettleship is 7th, and Freddie Lloyd is up at the 8th position in the leading Dan Holland Racing cart now, Freddie Lloyd. Agambar and his premium karting teammate Garford are 9th and 10th, and it's Swain, Spanswick, Cox, Cunningham, Canini, Garrity, Pratt Thompson already from 34th to 17th. Watch out for the number 33 cart on your screens. Sinclair is next, then it's Clifford, Hobson, Green, Ashberg, Zach Green, then Ashberg, Fred Green, Bishop, Morrison Jones, Robinson, Leo Brown, Orridge, Phelps, Macaulay Bishop up to 30th ahead of Gregory, Longley and Murtagh.
Yep, there we go. No change in front. Oh, but there has been a change here as the 51 also getting a warning flag while going over the start-finish line. That was Fred Green. So, Jamie Green Racing Team.
Maybe the architect of his own demise.
Could
possibly.
be, but his gesticulating arms say otherwise. Well, he thinks otherwise.
Of course you're going to
You're going to argue.
You're not going to do that. Yeah, it was a fair cop, Gov.
Yeah,
you know,
yeah.
As Burgoyne Jr. holding on. Now, they've got a 9/10 of a second gap over third place Gabriel Stilp of these 2. The Scotsman Burgoyne, the Irishman McLaughlin, an Englishman and an Algerian are the top 4.
Welcome to the British Kart Champs.
Welcome to the British Kart Champs. It's why this championship is the envy of the world.
Yeah.
Has to say. Drivers, I mean, obviously Leo Robinson is based in the UK, but of course Algerian parentage. And the Algerian Motorsport Federation and the Algerian Karting Federation have been hugely supportive. I've noticed on his racing, he's now got some Algerian sponsorship. So it's great news. I know that we're massive in Algeria.
Yes.
You know, absolutely, you know, massive in Algeria. Huge. Yep. There's an anti-Jordan fan club in Algiers.
I'm sure there is not.
No, I think You think I'm joking?
No. Well, there's a shop dedicated to your beard.
Well, I'm not surprised. Anyway, moving swiftly on. Burgoyne Jr. and McLaughlin, first and second. Still, Robinson, Jocelyn, Carr, Nettleship, Lloyd, Agambar. Then Garford. So Alfie Garford. So of all the drivers that have transferred from TKM to X30 this weekend, in seniors it went badly wrong for James Pashley and for Alice Cresswell. But in juniors, Alfie Garford has been going about his business nice and quietly. Why is there a driver with a strawberry Tony Kart race suit running away from us? Oh, that's Fred Green. I think that must be Fred Green. I don't know where his cart is.
No, I don't think that is Fred Green.
Oh, no, it's not, because his cart is tucked away, I think, behind the barrier. I think that's Cian Garrity. Yes, sorry, it's the MDL Motorsport cart of Cian Garrity.
It is.
And he is out of the race. Leo Robinson, fastest lap of the race. So Robinson up into third position. That gap between second and third, which was nearly a second, is now half a second. Robinson on a charge. See, all you got to do is talk about the Algerian Anthony Jordan fan club, and Robinson's ears prick up and he goes for it.
There we go. You're welcome. Less than 8 minutes to go. Plus 1 lap. Nice breakaway at the front here.
Again, that gap between the top two is
gone.
It's
gone.
And Leo Robinson's brought Jacob Stilp and Henry Jocelyn to the party. Oh, somebody else pulling off. That is a Tony Kart that is pulling off the side of the circuit. So, we've what was the ooh for? Was that a move, a change? It was. It was a croc snapping its teeth and moving into second place.
Yes, it was. Burgoyne Jr. is now down into 5th place, as Stilp now down into third-ish, third and a half.
Third-ish, I like that. Yeah. It was Sam Longley who was retired at this point of the circuit there. You might even see just out of our camera view there. So Sam Longley out of the race for Strawberry Racing. So Strawberry Racing have got one driver now in 5th position and another one watching from the sidelines. But it's after all this, it's now a Fusion Motorsport. No, it's not. Is it a Fusion Motorsport 1-2? Yes, it is. It's McLaughlin leading Robinson, then Stilp, Jocelyn, and Burgoyne Jr.
As you said it. There we go.
7 minutes to go. Just over half distance. Behind them, Brandon Carr runs in 6th position. The gap between the top 5 and 6th position is 2.5 seconds, and Stilp now gets spat out by Jocelyn. So Jocelyn up into P3.
Yeah, and we see there he's already doing the hand signals because he can see the top 2 breaking away again. So, you know, he wants to close that gap back up.
And you are right, and looking at the carts going into the Bruno chicane there, I mean, Gabriel Stilp, he's got the back end of that kart, you know, he's using the curb more to turn the car.
Yes.
Yeah, he is using the curb more, but I mean, of course, then he finds himself facing away from the apex, the middle part of the corner, so he's got to put a sharper steering input in to get back online for the exit of that complex. We'll watch again this time around. The Stilp's Mad Croc kart is has got very different behaviour going into there.
Oh, and there's two karts off at Cafe Curve.
Mondi Junior Canini getting underway, leaving the scene of the crime, and number 72 kart is left there. The driver up and out of the kart, that would be Luke Sintler. Now we'll watch this again coming in. Are we going to see the angle coming into? Oh, we missed.
Oh, we missed it. It was the corner.
We were looking at the accident.
Yes.
Which is fair enough. But we'll look next time. There's Stilp in the number 42 Mad Croc kart, followed by Burgoyne Jr. and Jocelyn. But the two Fusion drivers beginning to get away. Yellow flags here. That's where Canini Jr. and Sintler had their incident. They've gone past that. So, there's a marshal running towards to retrieve that number 72 kart. Here we go, into the Bruno Ferrari, and again, we didn't see too much there, but certainly, I think that Stilp's kart is not as strong through the Bruno S's as the Bruno chicane as everybody else in that league group, and certainly now, these two Fusion drivers are beginning to pull away. It's threatening to be a very good day for the Fusion team. Front four lockout in IAME, and now looking at first and second in Junior X30.
Yeah, pretty solid day for the team. You know, they're a quick team on any weekend, really, when you see them racing. But yeah, definitely they've had a good one this time around. 4.5 minutes to go. Is down the inside. Burgoyne Jr. gets it on Stilp, and again, it just looks like that car just didn't want to turn in.
Yep, here we go. Let's have a look there. Again, you can see Stilp.
Only one using the curb.
The only one using the curb there. Now, he's using the curb to help turn the kart.
Yeah.
you know, which is what you do in karting with some things. But now all Stilpy's down to 4th place behind Harry Burgoyne Jr. And now, can the Strawberry race, can the Scotsman now push up in the final 4 minutes of this race to catch the leaders? Still yellow flags waving down at the entrance to Park Bend there. But the Marshals, another great job there by the Shenington Marshals to move that car out of harm's way. And the Marshal even having time to put the Vera Tools, Be a Tool Rebel banner back into place. Always thinking of the sponsors. Good lad, well done. Okay. You'll go far in life. So the top 5 are clear, but with McLaughlin and Robinson keeping Burgoyne, Stilp and Jocelyn at arm's length. Then there's a 4-second gap back to Nettleship, who is all on his own. Well, I know he's got Brandon Carr behind him. Then it's Freddie Lloyd having a good drive in 8th position. Then there's a gap back to Cameron Pratt-Thompson, 34th to 9th, DJ.
Wow.
What's all that about?
Wow, that is a job and a half, isn't it?
There we go. There, on this screen there, leading this group is Pratt-Thompson, who started stone last.
Wow.
And he's got Agambar, Cox and Garford right behind him. Well, I mean, Cameron Pratt-Thompson, I mean, he's now got he's got 2 seconds to make up on Freddie Lloyd for 8th position. Macaulay Bishop is up to 18th after falling back to 32nd. And we have 30 drivers left in the race. Leo Brown 30th, Monty Canini is 29th, Murtagh 28th, Bishop 27th, Robinson 26th, Orridge 25th, Fred Green 24th, Morrison Jones 23rd, Gregory 22nd, Etchberg 21st, Phelps 20th, Nathan Clifford 19th, Bishop 18th, Spanjuk 17th, Cunningham 16th, Swain is 15th, then Zach Green in 14th, Hobson is 13th, Jack Cox 12th, Garford 11th, and Pratt Thompson 10th. He's just been overtaken by Agambar, who's up to 9th. That is a full rundown of the remaining runners in this race. We're on lap number 18, 2 minutes to go, and well, still back into 3rd place. They haven't given up hope yet.
Not at all, not at all. That gap, what is it, half a second now that they've got now between the two of them?
I would say half a second. And soon McLaughlin's going to have to defend. He's not going to just let Leo Robinson waltz through to take the win. He's going to have to defend, and that'll cost him pace. So, and you can see Burgoyne still planted on the rear bumper, pushing and working together. So again, Stilp and Burgoyne have not given up on this one yet at all. Neither's Henry Jocelyn, who is far enough back to maybe take an evasive action. Here we go, game on. McLaughlin begins to defend in the Stratford corner, and Robinson's got the inside line. Robinson, 2 wheels on the grass, coming up towards Bruno's, and he doesn't make the move. Here comes Stilp.
Look at that, well timed there from Stilp. He could see the weakness in Robinson and just thought, I'm going for it, and well timed that was. Now that's allowed McLaughlin to break away slightly, but I think that was very early then between those two. Very early.
It was a little bit, maybe too early for Robinson. McLaughlin's thinking, no, it's fine, mate, I'm all right, I'm still leading. But now, Stilp is not to take a win last year. He was a podium contender in Mini X30 2 years ago, a regular podium contender, where he went up against Leo Robinson and Vinnie Phillips. And now he goes to lead, but he shoots wide at Stratford, and that's going to give the lead back to Leo Robinson. So Stilp outbreaks himself. Jocelyn now trying to pass Burgoyne Jr. 45 seconds to go. Robinson, Stilp, McLaughlin, Burgoyne Jr. and Jocelyn now the top 5 in order.
Oh, there we go. This is going to be one heck of a last lap between these two. And here comes Stilp. Whoa, that was no gap there, but he made it work. Did Stilp absolutely squeeze that car into that gap. Well timed again once more, and as they squeak across the line, there's 30 seconds to go. There's still 2 laps to go.
I've never seen a kart change direction going into Wilkins at that point before. He was going out, and then he literally turned the corner into like a square.
Yeah.
You know, so the trajectory was forcing Robinson wide, and Stilp went, no. I could mirror signal move, a turn, and but now he's back to 3rd, using that curve again, and it's McLaughlin back in front. Now the clock strikes 0. McLaughlin, Robinson, Stilp, Jocelyn, Burgoyne. Still anyone of 5 can win. And, there's the number 99 kart of Taylor Orridge out of the race. Last lap board goes out. Stilp looking at the inside. It's not going to happen there. Can McLaughlin hang on? McLaughlin 8th in the championship last year. Burgoyne Jr. 7th in the championship. Stilp just outside the seeded rankings. And Robinson and Jocelyn new to the class this year. Round Stratford, up runway straight for the final time. You can barely breathe. It's still McLaughlin. Oh, now Stilp on the inside. What a move from Gabriel Stilp. And Henry Jocelyn comes out in front. I don't Adam and Eve it.
I don't think Stilp meant to do that one, and Jocelyn loves it. So here we go then. One more corner to go. Jocelyn, out of nowhere, will come through. Burgoyne has just taken second in the final corner, but Jocelyn will take it. Burgoyne Jr. from Stilp.
Wow. Mick Barrett Racing and Henry Jocelyn have absolutely taken one there. That was a fantastic bit of opportunism there. And Gabriel Stilp, well, the move was superb. He just couldn't get the kart slowed down in the apex. He finishes it. So Burgoyne Jr. in second, Stilp in third. And after running 1-2 for the majority of the second half of that race, the two Fusion drivers, McLaughlin and Robinson, miss out on the podium in fourth and fifth. Let's have a look at that again. Here comes Stilp. There we go. Bounce off the curb, up the inside. Gets the kart slowed down, over the curves, bit of understeer. McLaughlin has to run a bit wide, and Jocelyn just says, thank you very much. Take that. He only Henry Jocelyn had half a lap all day, and he comes away with the biggest win of his career. Fantastic stuff for the driver racing for Team UK, and there is the winner going through. Here comes Harry Burgoyne Jr. Oh, well, he's going to make do with second today. And, well, Gabriel Stilp, you can't blame a man for trying. And my word, that was one heck of a manoeuvre. There is Fionn McLaughlin finishing in fourth position, and he's just, oh, what can you do? He goes through. Disappointment there for the Irishman. And, well, there goes the spectators and the drivers back towards the paddock area. Anthony Jordan will be bringing you the winners later on. We will film the presentation. We don't live stream the trophy presentation, but we do film the presentation, and it will be then added to the broadcast later on that you'll see on the British Championship and on the Alpha Live YouTube channel. But well, it's great to be back in the Wera Tools. Motorsport UK has been, eventful to say the least. It's been great to be back. It's been great to have you back. Let's go and speak to the winners with Anthony Jordan down in the pits.
Thank you very much, Henry. Yes, final race of the day, and what a race it was, all the way to the flag. And our race winner, Henry Jocelyn for Mick Barrett Racing. Henry, were you expecting that result?
Not really, no.
Talk us what happened in the Bruno chicane on that last lap, because you just, well, you saw a gap, you went for it.
Yeah, what's his name? Stilp went in on I'm
so proud of you.
He went in on Finn. I don't think the move was on, and it kind of took them both out, so I saw an opportunity and went for it.
Well, an opportunity well gained on that one. Congratulations in the first round of the championship. Is this a nice confidence boost going into round two?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
Anyone you'd like to thank?
My mechanic Aaron, Joe from Aventus, my family, and everyone who supports me.
And Mick Barrett, yeah, don't forget Mick Barrett, the main man himself. That's top stuff, well done, Henry. Harry Burgoyne Jr., second place on that one. Talk us through, that was a action-packed race from green flag to checkered, really, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was a really hard race, to be fair. Henry or Harry, I don't know his name, he done well. Gabriel was good. Fionn led most of it. I was pushing to him, and I overtook him, and managed to get back past me, and then the train of karts went past, so that put me in third or fourth, and then I got stuck on the outside coming past the start-finish line, and then I got overtaken. So, but then in the last corner, I just managed to sneak up the inside of Gabriel.
Well, all we can say is that at least you don't have to do that 7-hour drive home. You just have to be the passenger in that one, don't you?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, brilliant. Well, congratulations, second place. Well done.
Thank you.
Excellent. Let's chat to Gabriel Stilp. Gabriel, now, my first question I'd like to ask, now that move at the final chicane, was that planned or was that a mistake?
No, I wanted to sort of win, because the previous lap I got loaded down at the bottom, so I was just going to send it.
Well, send it you did. I mean, it looked like you went in just a little too hard. Like, we were watching your racing in that one.
You were the only driver taking the inside curb. Was there any reason for going on that inside curb at the Brunish game?
Probably just making mistakes.
It didn't look like mistakes. It just looked like the kart was struggling to get round there. But, you know, it was a good line, a good race. You came back. You know, it looked like you were dropping off in the midsection of that one. You came back and still third place, a great result.
Yeah, it was all right. Didn't really want to come third, but it's got a whole year to go, so...
It's the first round. You're starting the season on the podium. It's a good result. You can take that one. You can be happy with that one. Enjoy the podiums later on, mate.
Thanks.
Excellent stuff there, Gabriel Still. Henry, we're out the commentary box now. The sun is out.
That was a bit good, wasn't it?
It was nice, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was excellent. Really great to be back. It's always good to start the season when the weather's good. You know, that, I mean, whether you've had a good weekend or you've had a bad weekend, you're not driving home in the middle of the pouring rain, you know, ahead of a long season. So yeah, it's great to be back, and it's so great to have people back here. That's the one thing we notice. There's loads of spectators here, loads of family and friends. It really does make the atmosphere amazing. Pity about the hay fever though, eh?
Yeah, thanks for that. Yeah, if you hadn't noticed, I am suffering from hay fever, which is probably why Henry was talking most all the way through the day, which we can only apologise for.
Sorry, I did explain that and apologise to the viewers already that you were battling on against manfully battling on, not against man flu, but against, you know, the fact that we're in the countryside.
No, something that I can't see is defeating me. How pathetic's that?
Well, that's like, again, it goes, thank you so much for joining us all. I mean, this championship goes on. We're at PFI for the next rounds, which is Rotax, Cadet Honda, and for Bambinos. That's going to be a fantastic meeting. That's on the 7th and 8th of May. We've got the presentation coming up here. But again, so on behalf of everyone at Alpha Live and the British Kart Championship, this has been the Wera Tools Motorsport UK British Kart Championship in 2022. The opening round, we're done, we're in the books. Let's move on.
What he said. Bye for now.